Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Masters Chakra Breathing. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Outside of Konoha, in a cabin, two figures were present. A red-haired woman lying in bed surrounded by medical ninjas, and beside her, a blonde man with a gentle demeanor. This was Kushina Uzumaki, known as the Bloody Habanero, and her husband, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. They were outside the village for a reason. Kushina expressed her frustration, vowing that if Minato put her through this again, she would make him suffer more than during the Third Ninja War, gripping his hand with a strength that surprised him. Minato tried to calm her down, urging her to relax, but Kushina's grip only tightened. About 30 minutes later, a medical ninja informed them that they had two boys and a girl. Kushina's gaze remained fixed on the newborns, her heart swelling with love. The medical ninja cautioned Minato to ensure Kushina didn't exert herself too much after giving birth, and he nodded, his focus still on their children. Minato admired the babies, noting how precious they were, just like Kushina. He asked her what they should name them. Kushina wanted to stand to see them better and choose their names together. Minato gently lifted her from the bed and moved toward the crib where the medical ninja had placed the little ones. As they reached the crib, they observed the three infants. The first was a blonde baby resembling his father, with straight hair and a unique birthmark on his forehead. He lay quietly, breathing peacefully. The second baby, a redhead with cheek markings, cried loudly, reaching out for his parents with violet eyes like Minato's. Lastly, there was the baby girl, also red-haired but with blue eyes like her father, who cried softly. Kushina declared them beautiful, filled with joy at the thought of their happy family. Minato agreed, smiling as he asked for their names. Kushina suggested naming the girl Mito in her honor, hoping she would resemble her in the future. Minato decided on Naruto for the blonde boy, inspired by one of his teacher's books, clarifying it was about an amazing ninja and his adventures, not the more risque stories. Kushina found it surprising that the perverted author could write something meaningful, but she accepted the name. For the red-haired boy, Minato proposed the name Menma. Just as they were sharing this tender moment, a masked figure appeared in the cabin, interrupting them. The masked figure warned Minato to stay away from the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Minato, feeling the weight of the situation, expressed his sorrow, stating that it was the only way to stop the fox. Kushina, filled with concern, pleaded with him not to go through with it, knowing their children needed their parents. Suddenly, an ANBU member appeared, witnessing the unfolding events. He decided to sacrifice himself, feeling it was time to help the fourth Hokage, who had saved many lives. Minato called upon the Shinigami, summoning a large, ghostly figure that demanded to know his wish. Minato requested that the Shinigami seal 50% of the Nine-Tails chakra in Menma, the other 50% in Mito, and the fox's soul in Naruto, who remained calm despite the intense atmosphere. The Shinigami agreed to Minato's request and began the sealing process. However, as the deal was about to conclude, the ANBU member intervened, sacrificing himself to protect Minato. About 40 minutes after everything that had happened, the village lay in ruins. However, the villagers felt a sense of relief as there had not been many casualties. Most of the ninjas were in the village during the attack, and the Uchiha clan kept a close watch on many families. Still, a few families mourned the loss of their loved ones. Meanwhile, something was happening in a hospital. Kushina, now recovered but still worried, wondered if their children were all right. Minato reassured her, embracing his wife in an attempt to calm her, though he too felt concern. The medical ninja approached the couple, emerging from a door. He spoke to them with a calm yet serious demeanor, which heightened their anxiety. Kushina, feeling alarmed, asked if something had happened to their babies. The medical ninja quickly clarified that both of their red-haired children were fine, albeit agitated by the recent events. Their chakra levels were unusually high for infants. In contrast, their blonde child remained very calm, with chakra levels even higher than those of his siblings. Both parents were astonished by their children, especially the eldest, who seemed destined for greatness. They entered the room to find all three children peacefully asleep, though the red-haired twins had a few dried tears on their cheeks. Minato expressed his gratitude to Kushina, sharing that this was what he had always wanted, and she responded with an even brighter smile. 4 years had passed since their birth. The villagers regarded the three children as heroes for housing the beast within them. The Hokage explained the situation to the villagers, and while it took time for them to accept it, they eventually did, leading to a happy coexistence. However, not everything was perfect. The Uzumaki Namikaze's family was together and joyful, but their eldest son, Naruto, often displayed calmness and indifference, which contrasted sharply with his hyperactive siblings, Menma and Mito. Despite their differences, the family thrived together. Kushina encouraged her children during their taijutsu practice, urging them to give their best. Menma threw punches and kicks in a somewhat chaotic manner, while Naruto effortlessly dodged every attack. Frustrated by Naruto's apparent lack of interest, Menma began to unleash a reddish aura that enveloped his body. Noticing this, Naruto quickly decided to move at full speed to escape the situation. Mito, watching alongside their mother, also felt irritated by Naruto's calm demeanor and decided to join the fray, her own chakra flaring as well. Kushina, having seen enough, used her chains to restrain both boys, surprised to witness them tapping into the chakra of the Nine Tails. Kushina addressed Naruto, who responded calmly. She informed him that she would take his siblings to their room and go find their father, knowing he would obey her. Naruto agreed and headed inside the house. Afterward, Kushina left the children in their rooms and made her way to Minato. As she walked peacefully toward the Hokage Tower, where her husband and the third Hokage were, many villagers greeted her with respect, and she returned their greetings with kindness. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, she went directly to the main door and Minato, engrossed in paperwork, instructed her to enter without looking up. Hiruzen, the third Hokage, smiled at Minato. Kushina greeted them both but adopted an unusually serious tone when mentioning the children, prompting concern from both men, as it was rare for her to be so serious. Minato was filled with concern as he asked Kushina if their children were all right. However, before Kushina could respond, Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, burst through the window. He looked at Kushina, Minato, and Hiruzen, though he had been specifically expecting to find the latter too. Before he could say anything, Kushina playfully hit him on the head for entering in such a manner. Hiruzen calmly remarked that Jiraiya needed to stop entering like that, as there were doors for a reason. Kushina, clearly annoyed, called him a pervert and insisted he should have better manners. Jiraiya quickly apologized, not wanting to receive another hit, but his expression shifted to one of seriousness. He had important news to share with Minato regarding a prophecy from the wise toad. The three of them, Kushina, Hiruzen, and Minato, were intrigued and asked about the prophecy. Jiraiya explained that it spoke of saviors or destroyers of the world. He continued, stating that the prophecy foretold of chosen ones who would possess unmatched power and would have the choice to either save the world or plunge it into darkness. 2 children of great power would be born. One would be blessed by the sun and rise above all, while the other, who aided him selflessly, would provide the teachings needed for them to become the strongest in the world. Kushina whispered that the prophecy referred to Menma and Mito, and everyone in the room heard her. Minato, curious, asked what she meant. Kushina explained that during training with Naruto, Menma had become frustrated by Naruto's indifferent demeanor and had unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails, just as Mito had. She noted that the prophecy mentioned children being born with great power, and she had never seen a power greater than that of the Nine Tails. Minato, Hiruzen, and Jiraiya were taken aback. It was astonishing for children to manifest the chakra of a bijou at such a young age, even if it was triggered by anger. Jiraiya advised Minato to train the children and ensure they chose the path of good, becoming the saviors of the world. Minato nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. Hiruzen, however, suggested that they should not interfere, as prophecies were meant to unfold on their own. Minato expressed his uncertainty, believing they should help guide the children away from destruction. Jiraiya offered to assist with their training, and both parents agreed. Kushina decided to head home and told Minato she would wait for him there before bidding farewell to Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, a rumor began to spread that the Hokage's eldest son was actually the Nine Tails, or the demon as some villagers referred to the giant fox. This was due to Naruto's calm and indifferent demeanor. Fast forward 2 years, and Minato and Kushina had focused more on Naruto's siblings, often neglecting him. Although they still fed him, they sometimes left him outside late at night. Menma and Mito had begun to show signs of arrogance due to their training, though Mito was aware of her limits, unlike Menma, who was particularly brash. The first time they left Naruto outside, he wandered calmly, overhearing whispers from the villagers, but he paid them no mind. He eventually found himself in a large neighborhood filled with dark-haired residents. This was the Uchiha district. Naruto recognized it from the many books he had read while his siblings trained. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into a beautiful woman with onyx eyes and long, straight black hair. Mikoto Uchiha, the matriarch of the Uchiha clan. After their encounter, she struck up a conversation with the young boy, who was the son of her best friend. When she asked why he was outside at such a late hour, he simply replied that his parents had left him out. This surprised Mikoto, who invited him to spend the night at her home. Once there, he met Itachi Uchiha, an umbu who was often spoken of in whispers, as well as Fugaka Uchiha and the Uchiha twins, Sasuke and Suki. They all introduced themselves, and Naruto did the same. Initially, the Uchiha clan found it strange to see the young boy, as they were known for their arrogance. However, Naruto's presence gradually softened their demeanor. Sasuke became very close to Naruto, considering him a brother, while Suki's ego only grew, influenced by her interactions with Menma and Mito. Hinata Hyuga, the prodigious heir of her clan, also joined their circle, and together, they embodied a certain level of arrogance. Amidst all this, Naruto also encountered the Nine Tails, but that story would unfold later. Naruto was walking peacefully when a crowd of villagers began to follow him. Realizing this, he picked up his pace, while some villagers chased him and others questioned whether he was truly a demon, given his calm demeanor despite their insults. A few villagers eventually stopped pursuing him, but a ninja managed to strike Naruto on the shoulder with a technique just as he was nearing the Uchiha residence. When he looked at his shoulder, he noticed a reddish-orange chakra healing him. This surprised him, and he concluded that he also possessed the chakra of the Nine Tails. Upon arriving, he greeted Mikoto and headed to the guest room, where he spent most of his time, and began to meditate. Suddenly, he found himself in a sewer and followed the path until he reached a massive cage, which contained a large shadow in the shape of a nine-tailed fox. Naruto was surprised yet calm as he recognized the creature, the Nine Tails. The fox, with a deep and rough voice, acknowledged Naruto's presence, stating that it was about time its jailer came to visit. Naruto expressed his gratitude, which shocked the Nine Tails, who wondered why he was thanking it. He explained that he was thankful for the healing. The Nine Tails, maintaining a facade of neutrality, replied that if Naruto died, it would die too, so he shouldn't thank it. The fox watched with curiosity as Naruto closed his eyes, and suddenly, the surroundings transformed from a sewer into a beautiful meadow filled with towering mountains, trees, and waterfalls. The fox was left speechless by the sudden change. Naruto, observing the fox with surprise, apologized for the collar, explaining that it was the only way for it to move freely in this landscape. He spoke calmly, a small smile on his face as he looked at the fox. The Nine Tails, intrigued, asked why Naruto was doing this. Naruto replied that he did not see a demon in the fox, but rather a living being trapped. He expressed that all living beings should be free and not judged, even though good and evil would always exist. The fox was taken aback by Naruto's words. In all its years, it had never encountered a Jinchuriki so kind and compassionate. This realization stirred feelings of anger toward those who had neglected their responsibilities, especially towards its firstborn. Although it had fought with its siblings, deep down, it cared for them all. Naruto, smiling at the fox's incredulity, noticed that the vision was beginning to fade. He mentioned that his meditation was coming to an end and said he would see the fox later. Before he could finish, the fox interrupted him, revealing its name was Kurama, attempting to smile, though it appeared more intimidating. Naruto felt happy to have made a new friend and said he would talk to Kurama later. As the scene shifted, Naruto was seen about to enter his home on October 10th, the day he and his siblings were about to turn 6. The previous year, they had only celebrated Menma and Mito's birthdays, which he assumed was due to their training, but it didn't bother him since they were family. In the next chapter, Naruto entered his house and saw his siblings with their parents, along with the Uchiha family, Hiruzen, Danzo, and several clan leaders. As always, Naruto remained calm, though he noticed a white-haired man exuding a significant chakra with a large scroll on his back. Kurama, sensing Naruto's curiosity, explained that the man was Jiraiya, the Sannin of the Frogs and Minato's teacher, and also a notorious pervert. Naruto nodded, understanding his companion's words. Naruto expressed his gratitude to his furry friend Kurama in his mind. As he entered the room, his brothers approached him with their usual air of superiority, intending to tease him. However, Naruto remained calm, thinking it was all just a game, and offered them a small smile, which only elicited a scoff from them. Minato and Kushina noticed Menma and Mito and turned to Naruto, encouraging him to greet his siblings. Kushina and Minato prompted Naruto to congratulate his brothers on their special day. Naruto felt a twinge of sadness, realizing they had forgotten that it was also his birthday. This made Kurama even more frustrated with Menma and Mito. Naruto wished Menma and Mito a happy birthday, and while Menma responded with arrogance, Mito thanked him, albeit with a hint of pride. After that, Naruto continued on to the Uchiha family, where he received a warm hug from them, except for Suki, who was heading toward Menma and Mito. Hiruzen, Danzo, and surprisingly Kakashi joined in the embrace. Curiously, Naruto asked Hiruzen about Kakashi, who was leaning casually against a wall. Hiruzen explained that Kakashi was one of the most reliable Anbu and had been a student of his father, occasionally looking after Naruto. Kakashi waved lazily in acknowledgement, prompting a few chuckles from those around. Sasuke called out to Naruto, urging him to open his gifts before his brothers could become too spoiled. Naruto agreed with a small smile. Mikoto was the first to present her gift, a small box that she excitedly urged him to open. Inside, Naruto found outfits in his size, as well as some for when he grew older. He thanked Mikoto and hugged her tightly. Itachi then offered his gift, handing Naruto a scroll. Although Naruto was puzzled, he unrolled it to find a contract for summoning crows, with Itachi's name on it. Itachi instructed him to sign it with blood, promising to teach him how to summon them the next day, to which Naruto nodded appreciatively. Next, Danzo gifted Naruto several scrolls containing various jutsu and chakra papers to help him discover his affinities. Hiruzen provided him with a set of kunai and shuriken, along with some anatomy books, knowing Naruto had expressed interest in them. Kakashi gifted him an ocarina, explaining that he could play songs with it to connect with nature. Mikoto then turned to Fugaku, encouraging him to present his gift. Fugaku revealed that he had noticed Naruto admiring a small item in a store and had bought several in case he lost one. He handed Naruto a small box, which contained a pair of earrings. Naruto's eyes lit up with joy, and he thanked Fugaku, asking Mikoto if she could help him put them on later, to which she happily agreed. Sasuke chimed in, presenting his own gift, a small box decorated in blue and black. He explained that he had received help from their mother and Ino to create a special style. When Naruto opened the box, he found 2 bracelets adorned with intricate designs. One bracelet featured a white fish with the sun and blue, white, and black beads, while the other showcased a black fish with the moon, made with beads in white, black, reddish, and silver. Naruto expressed his gratitude to Sasuke and inquired about the meaning behind the bracelets. As he put on the bracelet with the white fish, Sasuke donned the black one, sharing a moment of understanding between brothers. Sasuke expressed with great joy that this moment represented their friendship, now and forever. No matter which path Naruto chose, he would accompany him more than just as a friend. He was like a brother. This heartfelt declaration surprised everyone and brought happiness to Mikoto. However, the beautiful moment was interrupted by the flamboyant Hokage and his wife. Minato called for everyone's attention, urging them to look at him. He announced that they would present gifts to Menma and Mito, prompting applause and cheers from the crowd. The only ones who remained silent were a silver-haired individual, Danzo, Hiruzen, and the Uchiha clan, who were watching Naruto. He seemed calm, but a sense of foreboding lingered in the air. Kushina declared her intention to give Mito and Menma the leadership of the Uzumaki clan, shocking everyone present and angering those previously mentioned. Minato added that he would teach Menma Sage Mode alongside Jiraiya, and they would seek out Tsunade to train Mito so they could become the strongest of their generation. This announcement ignited excitement among the crowd, except for a few. Naruto felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He thought to himself that this meant he was being cast aside. But he was not someone special to them, yet they were family. As he contemplated this, he felt something wet escape his eyes. He wiped his hands across the corners of his beautiful eyes and realized he was crying. This display surprised everyone who knew the usually indifferent and calm blonde. Naruto questioned what was happening as he dried his tears with his hands. Everyone was taken aback. It was an unusual sight. Mikoto was the first to react, embracing the blonde boy, who could only cry more. She comforted him, telling him that it was okay to let it out. Seeing this scene, everyone surrounded Naruto, offering their support to help him calm down. Naruto expressed his feelings of insignificance, realizing that he was not important to them as he watched his family celebrate without him. This revelation broke the hearts of those present. After a while, Naruto fell asleep from all the crying. Mikoto carried him and handed him over to Itachi to take him back to the Uchiha compound. Itachi complied, transforming into crows and drawing the attention of everyone around. They turned to see the Uchiha family, who appeared sad and angry, along with the furious War Hawk and the disappointed third Hokage, while Kakashi looked on disapprovingly at the man he once admired. Fugaku spoke up, telling Minato that they were leaving since Itachi had a medical exam to attend. He lied, being the only one calm enough not to confront the flamboyant Hokage directly. Minato, though confused, granted them permission to leave while the rest continued their celebration. 6 hours later, a blonde boy lay staring at the ceiling of a room, realizing he was in the Uchiha compound. Before getting up, he reflected on what had happened while he was asleep. In a flashback, he saw the adventures of two individuals, one older with the same birthmark he possessed and another younger, who bore a different mark. He watched as they faced what he believed were demons, realizing they could only be defeated by decapitation. The lives of these two surprised him, and when the vision ended, he found himself in the meadow with Kurama, who was analyzing him with surprise, having witnessed the same lives. Kurama exclaimed, questioning what had just happened. Naruto admitted he had no idea but felt a strange familiarity with it all, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. Before they could discuss further, two silhouettes began to form in a ring of light. As the light dissipated, two figures became visible. They were Yoriichi and Tanjiro. Naruto recognized them from the visions in his mind. Kurama, seeing the two strangers, lifted Naruto onto his back to get a better look. The two figures observed the fox and the boy, and Kurama noted that the long-haired individual bore a striking resemblance to Naruto, as if they were two drops of water. He set aside his thoughts as he watched the two begin to speak. Tanjiro expressed his awe at the beautiful landscape while remaining vigilant of the fox, ready for any sudden movements. Yoriichi calmly referred to Naruto Uzumaki, his tone reminiscent of the young ninja, which made Kurama think of Naruto's character. When Naruto heard his name, he dismounted from the fox and thanked it for its protection. He then turned to Yoriichi and Tanjiro, asking what he could do for them. Tanjiro scratched his head, explaining their past lives and how they had defeated the Demon King, Muzan. After that, they were given a chance to be reborn. Yoriichi, with complete tranquility, stated that Naruto was their reincarnation and that their souls needed to unite. As they extended their fists toward Naruto, he was momentarily stunned but eventually reached out to meet them. Kurama observed as a light enveloped Naruto upon the fist bump. When it faded, Naruto appeared slightly taller for his age, and his eyes seemed to reflect more than just indifference. Kurama inquired about what had happened, and Naruto explained that he felt a connection with their memories, recalling every training session, pose, and technique. He suggested they needed to strengthen themselves, smiling at Kurama, who could only laugh at the surprises his host continued to present. When Naruto awoke in the morning, he looked in the mirror and noticed that while his body remained mostly the same, he was a bit taller and had smoother hair. His eyes held a new depth, and as he remembered the events leading up to his sleep, he thought it would be fitting to take Yorichi's surname, feeling a stronger connection to it. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard someone calling his name from downstairs. In a different scene, young Naruto was descending the stairs after being called by Mikoto. Upon reaching the bottom, he saw everyone who cared for him gathered there, and they were surprised to see that his eyes no longer held the indifference they once did. Mikoto asked if he was feeling better, to which he nodded, and she smiled in relief. Grateful, Naruto thanked everyone and then turned to Hiruzen, asking if he could request a favor. The third Hokage, slightly confused, agreed. Naruto explained that since he was no longer part of the Uzumaki clan, he wished to change his surname. Hiruzen assured him he would take care of it. Sasuke, noticing the change in Naruto, asked if he was truly okay. Naruto reassured him, stating that it was time to show more emotions, although he maintained his usual calm demeanor, happiness evident in his expression. After some conversation, Itachi informed Naruto that training would begin the next day, and everyone said their goodbyes. Naruto decided to take a walk before heading to the guest room, feeling out of place in the home of the yondaime and his wife. While walking, a group of 5 children approached him, teasing him. Naruto, not wanting to fight those weaker than him, remained passive. However, a girl nearby, witnessing the scene with anger at the injustice, decided to intervene. She swiftly approached and dealt with the bullies, causing them to leave Naruto alone. Naruto, slightly bewildered, thanked the girl, who introduced herself as Hanabi Hyuga, her expression tinged with sadness as she watched him brush off the dirt. Naruto introduced himself to Hanabi, extending his hand with a smile. He complimented her on her beautiful eyes, which made her cheeks flush with a hint of pink. Hanabi felt shy and thanked him for the compliment, but Naruto insisted she drop the honorifics, saying they were unnecessary among peers. He noticed her sadness and asked what was troubling her. Surprised that her feelings were so evident, Hanabi hesitated, thinking she had hidden her emotions well. She explained that her situation was complicated and lengthy, and she didn't want to bore him with it. Naruto reassured her that he had time and enjoyed listening, hoping to help her feel better. His smile made Hanabi blush even more. She shared that she was the twin sister of Hinata Hyuga and that their family had once been happy. Their father was strict, while their mother was kind and gentle. Hinata had always been sweet and understanding, but everything changed when she started spending time with Menma. Hanabi's expression darkened as she recalled how Hinata's attitude shifted. She became arrogant and treated the Branch family poorly, which was unlike her. Their parents dismissed it as a phase, but Hanabi felt differently. After a disagreement, they had a duel, and Hinata had defeated her. The disappointment in their parents' eyes weighed heavily on Hanabi, prompting her to take a walk to clear her mind. Naruto understood her pain, realizing that Hanabi was the sister of the girl who often accompanied Menma. He sensed her sadness, anger, and helplessness, reminding him of his own struggles. He decided to comfort her, wrapping her in a warm embrace and encouraging her to let her feelings out. Overwhelmed, Hanabi began to cry, and after about 30 minutes, Naruto offered her a place to stay since she had nowhere else to go. She accepted, and upon arriving at his home, she recognized it as the Uchiha complex. Naruto asked her to wait outside while he prepared to let her in. A few minutes later, he tossed a rope made of sheets out the window for her to climb up. With some effort, she managed to reach his room, where he helped her settle into bed while he planned to sleep on the couch. The next morning, Hanabi felt embarrassed when she realized she was in the Uchiha leader's house. As she prepared to leave, a boy with dark hair, around her age, entered, causing her to feel nervous. Moments later, he returned with an older woman, whom Hanabi assumed was the clan leader. They all went downstairs to find Naruto sleeping on the sofa while Itachi was cooking. After waking Naruto and having breakfast, Mikoto playfully scolded him for sneaking girls into the house. Once they were done, Naruto and Hanabi headed back to the Hyuga complex. Naruto thanked Hanabi for standing up for him the previous day, praising her strength and encouraging her not to worry about her parents' disappointment. He assured her that there would be people proud of her efforts. Hanabi could only nod in response as she said goodbye to her new friend, Tsukiguni Naruto. He reminded her that if she ever needed him, she knew where to find him, leaving her at the entrance of the complex. Kurama, the fox spirit, asked Naruto why he had said those things to Hanabi. Naruto replied that he had been waiting for Kurama to wake up and explained that he sensed something might happen to her, so he wanted her to have someone to rely on. He also mentioned that she had helped him, and he was merely returning the favor, adding that she was quite lovely, which made Kurama laugh. A week later, Naruto had spent time with Hanabi and the Uchiha clan, enjoying their company while his own parents remained unaware of his absence. During this week, Hiruzen had completed the necessary paperwork for Naruto to adopt the surname Tsukiguni, which his friends found peculiar but accepted. Everyone was happier, as Naruto was expressing more emotions than before. At that moment he was packing a backpack. While training in the forest with Itachi, who was the only one aware of Naruto's mastery of 4 out of 5 elements, he had discovered a cabin and decided to move there. Hiruzen initially thought Naruto intended to abandon the village since it was on the outskirts of Konoha, but Naruto clarified that he just wanted a place to live and train freely. Mikoto was reluctant to let him go, but after a long discussion and some negotiations, she eventually agreed. This led to the current moment, where Naruto was preparing for his new adventure. Hanabi called out to Naruto, her voice filled with exhaustion as sweat glistened on her skin. He responded calmly, noticing her distressed state, marked by bruises and tearful eyes. Concerned, he asked who had hurt her. In response, Hanabi embraced him tightly, her tears flowing freely. She explained through sobs that she had been expelled from the clan after a confrontation with Hinata. Despite her determination to stand her ground, her parents had sided with Hinata, believing the conflict would end in a draw. When she lost, they dismissed her pleas for help, telling her to leave. As Hanabi trembled in Naruto's arms, he felt an unusual anger towards her family, a feeling he rarely experienced. He suggested they go to a cabin outside of Konoha, assuring her that they would be safe and undisturbed. Hanabi wiped her tears and realized she had no one to stop her from going with her friend, who she secretly admired. Determined, she declared that she would become stronger and prove that Hinata was merely spoiled. Naruto finished packing and created shadow clones to help. Once everything was ready, they headed to the village gates, where the Uchiha family, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Kakashi gathered to bid farewell to the 2 young ones. They promised to stay in touch as they set off for the cabin that Itachi and Naruto had discovered. Time passed as Hanabi settled into the cabin, which was dusty and slightly damaged from years of neglect. Naruto reassured her that they would survive by selling charcoal from the nearby shack and sending a clone to work in a nearby village. This eased Hanabi's worries. As the days went by, Hanabi practiced her gentle fist techniques while Naruto and his clones worked, earning the affection of the villagers they visited. Many assumed they were a couple, though they were just friends. Occasionally, Naruto returned with burned hands from handling the hot charcoal, prompting Hanabi to scold him while she tended to his injuries. Though Kurama could heal him, he found amusement in watching the scene unfold. In his free time, Naruto trained in kenjutsu and physical conditioning to enhance his breathing techniques. 2 months passed, and Hanabi mastered the gentle fist, focusing on the Kaiten technique, while Naruto secretly honed his water-breathing technique. He struggled with the solar breathing technique, as his lungs were not yet accustomed to the effort. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Hyuga family seemed to have forgotten about their youngest member, content with her progress. The elders were pleased with Hanabi's development, while Menma and Minato were away training with the Sannin of the Toads. Mito practiced kenjutsu with her mother and occasionally trained with Kurenai, the village's best genjutsu master, second only to the Uchiha. The Yoidam family remained oblivious to their eldest son's absence, and the Uchiha distanced themselves from the Hyuga as they valued Naruto greatly. The Ichikure family began to treat the Hokage and his wife formally, leaving them confused but unconcerned. 3 months later. A total of 5 months had passed since Naruto and Hanabi left the village, and it was now December 12th. things remained unchanged, except for a red-haired woman who was about to give birth again. Minato was both happy and anxious, as Kushina was gripping his arm tightly during the labor. Naruto was hidden in the shadows, eager to witness the birth of his sibling. He had learned about this from the third Hokage, who had sent him a letter a week prior. To say he was excited was an understatement. Hanabi had never seen Naruto so happy. The only other time she had seen him like this was when he managed to sell all the coal before sunset a month ago. As the birthing process concluded, Naruto caught sight of a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, resembling their father. He heard his parents refer to her as Natsumi. After a brief moment, he quietly slipped away, promising to keep an eye on her to ensure she wouldn't be overlooked. Current time. Naruto arrived in a village to deliver coal, a routine part of his life. However, upon arrival he noticed the absence of people. The air was thick with the scent of blood and suffering, prompting him to approach cautiously. Kurama warned him, advising him to be careful and to use his chakra if he found himself in trouble. The enormous fox had grown fond of Naruto and Hanabi during their time together. Initially, Hanabi had feared Kurama, but over time, she became accustomed to him. With Hanabi's help, Naruto had studied sealing techniques, allowing them to modify the seal so that Kurama could manifest in a smaller form. Naruto reassured Kurama, promising to heed his advice. As he drew closer, he saw burned houses and lifeless bodies. The scent of several people gathered in one place urged him to run as fast as his physical condition allowed. When he arrived, he spotted a rogue ninja poised to harm many innocent people. Gripping the stick he used for practice, Naruto charged forward to defend them. He executed a water technique, swiftly moving against the rogue ninja, whom he deduced was a renegade. The technique created a powerful cut, generating a wave from the motion of his weapon, capable of decapitating an opponent. Unfortunately, he was up against someone more experienced and without a real sword. The rogue ninja, irritated, remarked that Naruto had come close to striking him, taunting him about his lack of a real weapon. Undeterred, Naruto tightened his grip on his makeshift weapon. He then performed another water technique, launching himself at the rogue ninja with a series of rapid cuts, fluidly mimicking the ebb and flow of the tide. In response, the rogue ninja used a technique to block Naruto's attack. Despite the boy wielding a stick, he felt an immense danger emanating from each of Naruto's strikes. The onlookers were astonished, witnessing a child of no more than 6 years old fighting to protect them. Some seized the opportunity to hide, while others fled. A blacksmith, noticing Naruto's struggle with the stick, decided to help. He tossed a katana he had been working on, a mere prototype, to the young fighter. The blacksmith shouted for Naruto to catch it, and the boy quickly grasped the sword. As the rogue ninja's defenses began to falter, Naruto took a deep breath, entering a state of calm to recite a technique that would be etched in the memories of all who witnessed the immense power of the sun. He performed the solar breathing technique, and the result left everyone in awe. The rogue ninja's head fell to the ground like a leaf, the katana piercing through him and releasing an intense burst of flames. When the technique concluded, the katana shattered into pieces. Kurama praised Naruto, expressing his surprise at witnessing such a display of power firsthand, noting that it was even more impressive than watching from the sidelines. Despite having taken a life, Naruto wore a serene expression, embodying a sense of calm. Naruto expressed his regrets to the blacksmith, feeling remorseful about the damaged katana. A heavy silence enveloped the area as people began to kneel in respect towards the blonde, who simply told them it was unnecessary. He was born to protect those who could not protect themselves, and this sentiment moved the crowd. The blacksmith reassured Naruto not to worry about the katana, explaining that it was merely a prototype and that no one in the village practiced kenjutsu except him. He introduced himself as Haganazuka, bowing slightly towards Naruto. Naruto introduced himself as Tsukiguni Naruto, to which the older man nodded in acknowledgement. Haganazuka then declared that as a reward for Naruto's help, he would forge the best katana for him, expressing confidence that Naruto would become the greatest swordsman of all time. Naruto, feeling a bit shy, asked if he could request a favor. Could Haganazuka make 2 katanas? He explained that he had someone waiting at home who would benefit from one. Haganazuka happily agreed, promising to have both katanas ready in a week. As Naruto made his way home, he heard a soft crying sound. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a baby with black hair wrapped in a blanket, accompanied by a note that read, Aurora. Understanding that this was the baby's name, Naruto decided he could not leave her alone in the woods. He told Kurama, his furry companion, that he would take the baby with him, as it was not right to abandon her. Time passed, and upon arriving home, Naruto was greeted by a very worried Hanabi. She first scolded him for being late, then embraced him tightly, relieved to see him safe. Once inside, Naruto explained everything that had happened, including finding the baby on his way back. Hanabi was both surprised and furious, leading her to hit Naruto again before he could finish his story. He assured her that although it would be complicated, they could all live together. With a smile, Naruto shared that the baby's name was Aurora, and since she had no last name, she would take his surname, Tsukiguni. His joy was infectious, and Hanabi couldn't help but smile at his kindness. In the distance from Konoha, 4 figures could be seen, 2 12-year-olds, one with long blonde hair and a mark on his forehead, carrying a katana at his side, and a 5-year-old girl with black hair on his shoulder. Beside them stood a girl with pearl-colored eyes, slightly shorter than the blonde, also wielding a katana. She held the hand of a blonde girl. These 4 were Naruto Tsukiguni, Aurora Tsukiguni, Hanabi Hyuga, soon-to-be Tsukiguni, and Natsumi Uzumaki. To understand how Natsumi came to be with them, we must travel 2 years into the past. In a flashback, a 4-year-old blonde girl walked through the village, ignoring the murmurs of the villagers. Her mother had taught her not to pay attention to the comments of strangers. Natsumi wandered while her brothers trained for an important responsibility, as their parents had told her. In her early years, Minato and Kushina had given her more attention than her brothers, Menma and Mito. However, that changed when she began training with them. They were often rough, and she ended up hurt more than once. Kushina dismissed these injuries as accidents, believing her sons meant no harm. Natsumi initially accepted this, but after several incidents, she realized they were intentional. When she told her parents she no longer wanted to train, they were confused but accepted her decision. After that, they began to neglect her, providing only occasional meals. Natsumi had met the 3rd Hokage, whom she referred to as the old man. He told her that someone very important was always watching over her from the shadows. On most of her birthdays, she received only a cake, yet for some reason her room was always filled with gifts and notes addressed to her. Natsumi had been so lost in her thoughts that she didn't realize she had wandered into a dead-end alley until she bumped into a wall. Turning her head back, she saw a group of 6 drunken men approaching her, which made her quite nervous. Just as one of them was about to say something, a flash of green appeared between her and the men. In an instant, the newcomer knocked them all out, leaving Natsumi utterly surprised. The stranger expressed concern for her, asking if she was okay. His tone was filled with genuine worry, which confused Natsumi. She managed to thank him for his help, introducing herself as Natsumi Uzumaki with a slight bow. The stranger revealed that he already knew her and had secretly sent her gifts. He introduced himself as Naruto Tsukiguni, her older brother. Upon hearing those words, Natsumi was in shock. Before her stood the person her grandfather had told her always watched over her from the shadows. She had thought it was a lie, but it seemed the one who had been leaving her gifts truly existed. She hesitantly asked if he was really her brother, immediately regretting the question. Naruto laughed gently, confirming that he was indeed her older brother. He expressed his regret for not having appeared sooner and inquired about her parents, Minato and Kushina, in a more serious tone. Natsumi explained with sadness that her parents wouldn't have done anything to help her. She shared how the villagers treated them like royalty, but she felt completely different, as if she were lying when she said so. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. Naruto understood her pain but wanted to hear her story completely. It seemed that not only had they forgotten him, but they had also forgotten their little sister. This realization angered him. He couldn't believe they could make the same mistake twice. He reassured her, promising to take care of her from then on. Suggesting they leave the alley, he mentioned he had a house on the outskirts of the village. Natsumi nodded in agreement, tears still streaming down her face. It had been a long time since her father had hugged her, and she broke down in Naruto's embrace. After a long journey, they arrived at Naruto's cabin. He explained that he didn't live alone. There were two special people in his life. Inside, Natsumi spotted a girl with black hair and pearl-like eyes, holding a small child of the same age as herself. Naruto introduced them as Hanabi Hyuga and Aurora Tsukiguni. He explained that he had found Aurora as a baby and decided to take care of her. After hearing the situation, both Hanabi and Aurora welcomed Natsumi into their family. Aurora saw Naruto as her father and Hanabi as her mother. Not long after, Naruto sent a letter to the old Sarutobi, assuring him not to worry about Natsumi. Months passed, and Naruto and Hanabi trained the two girls. Hanabi focused on taijutsu for both offense and defense, while Naruto taught them kenjutsu, using wooden swords due to their young age. Over time, Natsumi began to see Naruto as the father figure Minato had not been, and she viewed Hanabi as her mother, as she cared for her whenever she was hungry or hurt. Aurora looked up to Natsumi as her older sister, even though Natsumi was only 3 months older. As they approached the gates of Konoha, Hanabi glanced at Naruto, the girls, and her katana. She remembered that a week after Naruto had helped an entire village, he had brought her to the same place where she met Haganezuka, who gifted them 2 katanas. Although Hanabi was more skilled in taijutsu, after a lengthy discussion, she accepted a katana, much to Haganezuka's delight. Naruto attempted to teach her the solar breathing technique, which was quite complicated. With a bit of help from both Naruto and Haganezuka, she created her own breathing style, which she named flower breathing. As Hanabi emerged from her thoughts, she noticed they had about 10 minutes left before reaching Konoha, prompting them to slow their pace for a more relaxed arrival. Meanwhile, in Konoha, specifically in the Hokage Tower, Minato was feeling stressed, sad, and nervous. Beside him stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, who remained calm, knowing that Naruto and Hanabi would be returning today. Minato, however, had no idea when his children would come back. A year ago, the Hokage family was gathered in their large home, all having breakfast together. Yet they felt a sense of emptiness. Mito, with her red hair, suddenly mentioned a name that triggered a realization in everyone's minds. Mito asked when they would start training Naruto, expressing her desire for strength within the family. Minato and Kushina were taken aback, surprised to be reminded of their eldest son, as they struggled to recall the last time they had seen him. Menma, dismissively referring to Naruto as a loser, suggested he would merely be cannon fodder for whatever team he was assigned to. This horrified both parents, who looked at Menma in shock at his words about his brother. Kushina scolded Menma for his disrespectful attitude and decided to send Natsumi to find Naruto. However, a wave of memories hit her as she realized she hadn't seen him in over a year. Minato turned to Kushina, asking if she had called Natsumi, but she didn't respond. Instead, she dashed upstairs to the rooms. Seeing this, Minato, Menma, and Mito followed her, arriving at a door covered in cobwebs and dust, suggesting it had been abandoned. Kushina called out for Naruto, knocking on the door, but there was no answer. After several minutes of knocking, Menma, frustrated, kicked the door open. A look of surprise crossed his face as he took in the gray room, its floorboards in disrepair, and the bed barely standing. Kushina and Minato were horrified, while Mito looked on with a hint of pity. After recovering from the shock of Naruto's room, they headed to Natsumi's room, where Kushina repeated her earlier actions. This time, Mito kicked the door open. Natsumi's room was dusty, and the paint was peeling, which surprised Mito. Minato and Kushina felt increasingly distressed. Their 2 children had vanished. Natsumi's room seemed to have been abandoned recently, while Naruto's room appeared to have been untouched for years. Menma felt a pang of sympathy for his little sister's room. Eventually, when the family regained their composure, Minato went to the Hokage Tower to seek information. He asked the 3rd Hokage if he knew anything, but received a negative response. The Hokage dispatched Umbu and ninjas to search for Naruto and Hanabi. Meanwhile, Kushina approached her best friend Mikoto, who merely gave her a cold look before shutting the door. This left Kushina feeling confused, sad, and angry. Thus, The family continued their search for a year without success. Back in the present, Aurora asked her father if they had arrived home, looking up at him as he smiled down, lowering his head. Naruto replied that home was wherever they were, as they were important to both him and Hanabi. Aurora giggled as he ruffled her hair. Hanabi expressed her happiness about returning after such a long time, eager to see their family. She noticed Natsumi's lack of enthusiasm and, sensing her confusion, picked her up, surprising her. Natsumi hesitantly asked what Hanabi was doing, struggling to find the words. Hanabi reassured her, promising that there were good people in the village and that she would meet the entire family. She playfully suggested that Natsumi should call her Mom, like Aurora, as they were like sisters. As Hanabi laughed, Naruto mirrored her joy, watching Natsumi's shy reaction. Chapter 6: Genin Exams, Demonstration, Broken Family. As they entered Konoha, two blonde figures accompanied by two dark-haired ones walked through the gates, unnoticed by the sleeping guards. They made their way toward the Hokage Tower, drawing curious glances from the villagers due to their unusual attire. The women admired the man with their eyes, much to the annoyance of his companion. He wore a red haori with a white interior, paired with a khaki kimono, white and black undergarments, and matching hakama. The dark-haired woman, with pearl-like eyes, donned a black jacket with purple stripes, black hakama pants tucked into butterfly-patterned fabric around her legs, and purple zori sandals. The two young girls with them wore matching outfits, with Natsumi in a white jacket and Aurora in black, both sporting wide pants with pockets on either side. These were Naruto, Hanabi, Natsumi, and Aurora. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, they knocked on the door, waiting for permission to enter. After a brief pause, they heard a voice from the other side. Naruto greeted the Hokage calmly, while Minato acknowledged him without looking up from his paperwork. They had come to take the Genin exam. Minato suggested they consult with the third Hokage, who was in charge of such matters, mentioning that the exam was scheduled for later that day. Hanabi confidently assured him of their capabilities, glancing at Hiruzen, who looked pleasantly surprised. Hiruzen stood up, ready to fetch the necessary paperwork for their entry into the academy, leading the four mysterious figures out of Minato's office. Once outside, they headed to Danzo's office, where he was pleased to see the children, though he was puzzled by the younger dark-haired girl. Naruto explained that she was Aurora Tsukiguni, his adopted daughter. After some introductions and light-hearted teasing from the older men about not wanting to become great-grandparents soon, Naruto appeared confused, as did the two young girls, while Hanabi blushed. Natsumi expressed her desire to change her surname to that of her new father, feeling a bit shy. Hiruzen, realizing the significance of her words, nodded in understanding. He advised Naruto and Hanabi to head to the academy, and as they prepared to create clones to stay with the girls, Danzo interrupted, offering to take care of them during the exam. Grateful, Hanabi and Naruto departed. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the academy, greeted by a chunin with a distinctive scar on his nose, black eyes, and light skin. Irika kindly asked what they needed, and the children presented the paper given to them by the third Hokage. Understanding their situation, he instructed them to wait while he called for them, introducing himself as Irika Yumino. As he entered the classroom, he was met with an unusual silence from his students, which surprised him since they were usually quite rowdy. Noticing that all eyes were on him, he addressed the class. He informed them that they had two new students, explaining that they had permission from the third Hokage for a training trip, preemptively addressing any potential protests from the students. After his explanation calmed their concerns, he opened the door, revealing a strikingly handsome man, admired by the girls, and a stunning woman, who caught the attention of the boys. Only a few recognized who they were. Irika encouraged the newcomers to introduce themselves, and they nodded in response. Naruto expressed his pleasure in meeting everyone, introducing himself as Naruto Tsukiguni with a slight smile. His friend, Sasuke, was visibly happy to see him, while two red-haired individuals watched their brother with a mix of arrogance and annoyance for using a different surname. Hanabi also introduced herself, stating her name was Hanabi Hyuga, as her older sister looked on with a sense of superiority. Irika instructed them to sit next to Suki and Sasuke Uchiha, to which the duo complied. The scene shifted. The intention was to complete the chapter in one part, but it was decided that it would be too lengthy, so it would be split into two. Menma and Mito would be troublesome, and Minato and Kushina would face some challenges. Before departing, a question arose about whether Naruto should have another partner in addition to Hanabi. The story resumed with Naruto and Hanabi taking their seats beside the Uchiha as Iruka had instructed. Sasuke acknowledged them, expressing it was good to see them again. He extended his hand in greeting, which both Naruto and Hanabi mirrored. He mentioned that their mother would be upset for their late arrival. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down both Naruto and Hanabi's spines. Suki observed the interaction with curiosity, wondering where her brother had met these two. Just as Menma and Mito approached their brother, Iruka informed them that the written exam was about to begin. Mizuki, Iruka's partner, passed out the exams to each student. Iruka announced they had 1 hour to complete the exam, encouraging them as the first part commenced. Meanwhile, outside the academy, the parents of the clan heirs gathered with the civilians, Hokage and his wife. The Uchiha family conversed among themselves while waiting for Danzo and Hiruzen. Mikoto felt anxious, as Naruto and Hanabi were supposed to have arrived the day before. In the distance, Fugaku spotted the two elders approaching and informed his wife, who was surprised to see two small girls following them. Kushina turned her head to see what had caught her friend's attention. Upon recognizing one of the girls as her long-lost daughter, Natsumi, Minato's heart sank as he realized their daughter, whom they had forgotten, was there. The little girl noticed her parents' gaze but chose to ignore them, continuing her path alongside Hiruzen. Aurora, the older sister, was left confused by her siblings' actions. Mikoto expressed her happiness at seeing Hiruzen and inquired about the two girls with genuine curiosity, noting the blonde resembled Naruto. Hiruzen revealed that they were the daughters of Naruto and Hanabi, surprising both the fourth Hokage's family and the Hyuga family upon hearing their daughter's name. Danzo explained the entire story that the children had shared while Aurora played with Itachi, and Natsumi observed Mikoto with curiosity. Mikoto felt guilty for not having taken care of Natsumi, as she had distanced herself from the Uzumaki and was unaware of the blonde's birth. Mikoto apologized sincerely to Natsumi, feeling remorseful while Fugaku offered her support. The little blonde, unsure of why Mikoto was apologizing, sensed her sadness and embraced her, offering words that brought joy to the Uchiha family but caused deep pain for Minato and Kushina. Natsumi reassured Mikoto, saying that her father considered her like a mother, making her a grandmother to Natsumi, and that she was not to blame for anything. This prompted Mikoto to embrace her tightly in happiness. Aurora asked her older sister if that meant they were their grandparents, pointing at the Uchiha matriarch and patriarch. Natsumi confirmed with excitement that they were indeed their other grandparents. Minato and Kushina were devastated by this revelation. They were Natsumi's parents, and hearing her refer to Naruto as a father hurt them deeply, even as they felt joy that he had returned to the village. Just as they were about to speak, the doors of the academy opened. When Mizuki finished collecting all the exams, Hanabi and Naruto reviewed each question, realizing how easy it was. They deduced that the simplicity was due to the presence of many civilians in the academy, so a part of the exam had to be straightforward for them. After about 6 minutes, they completed the exam and approached Iruka, who thought they had questions. Instead, they handed in their exams and asked if they could wait outside. Menma arrogantly remarked that they probably couldn't finish the exam and had given up. Iruka, with tears reminiscent of anime, assured everyone that everything was perfect, surprising the younger siblings of the two. He allowed them to wait outside. After Iruka's statement, Naruto and Hanabi left the classroom but waited outside for their friend Sasuke, who finished 4 minutes later, much to his sister's jealousy. The four of them then headed to the academy courtyard, where the leaders, civilians, and the Hokage were gathered. As the doors opened, the civilians saw the two children who had recently entered the village, along with one of the Uchiha twins. The clan leaders were confused, having never seen those two in the village before, while the Hyuga were surprised to see Hanabi, as they did not recall enrolling her in the academy. Minato and Kushina were delighted to see their eldest child and were surprised that he had finished the exam before his siblings. The Uchiha were pleased, although Mikoto felt annoyed that they had arrived a day later than planned, but she decided to let it slide this time. Meanwhile, Natsumi and Aurora cheered joyfully at seeing their parents emerge first, surprising everyone since they were children with children. Sasuke muttered about blondes and dark-haired individuals who didn't take things slowly as a couple. After that scene, Naruto, Hanabi, and Sasuke sat under a tree as time seemed to pass slowly. Naruto took out the gift Kakashi had given him and began to play a beautiful yet melancholic melody. As he played, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Civilians, clan leaders, and everyone who listened felt a sense of calm wash over them. Hanabi rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, enjoying his music, while the wind rustled the leaves, giving the impression of a happy couple. Sasuke sat meditating, listening to his brother's beautiful melody, but everyone couldn't help but notice a deep feeling of sadness lingering in the air. After 50 minutes, the other students emerged, some nervous, others lethargic, and a few confident. Once outside, the heirs of the clans observed the trio who had finished the exam first, 2 of them asleep and the dark-haired one meditating. Suki went to wake her twin, while the others roused the 2 sword-wielders. As Shikamaru pointed out, they had katanas at their waists. Upon arriving, they nudged them a bit. When Hanabi and Naruto woke up, they saw 5 people in front of them, who introduced themselves as Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Ino Yamanaka, Kiba Inazuka, and Shino Aburame. Naruto and Hanabi also introduced themselves, and the 7 of them chatted for a while until Irika announced the start of the second test, which involved throwing kunai and shurikens. Irika stated that they would proceed with the accuracy test, but first, he would announce the results of the written exam, as Mizuki handed him the sheets with the results. Civilians, 60-100. Shikamaru, 80-100. Choji, 76-100. Mito, 85-100. Ino, 75-100. Kiba, 80-100. Hinata, 79-100. Sakura, 90-100. Menma, 70-100. Shino, 82-100. Sasuke, 98-100. Suki, 97-100. Hanabi, 100-100. Naruto, 100-100. After announcing the results, Inazuka shouted at Kushina, claiming her son barely passed with the minimum, mocking the situation, which made Kushina angry. Minato, however, felt proud of Mito and Naruto, though he also felt a twinge of sadness for not having taught Naruto anything. The Uchiha were pleased, as the twins had demonstrated intelligence worthy of their clan, while the Hyuga were astonished that their daughter, whom they had never taught anything, had surpassed her older sister. Menma and Mito were furious about their brother's score but believed they would crush him in the other tests. The civilians proceeded to the kunai and shuriken test, where most scored between 4 and 3 hits at best, except for a civilian named Sakura Haruno, who hit 7 kunai and 6 shurikens. Kiba scored 8, 10 and 9. Hinata scored 9, 9 and 9, 9, glancing at Hanabi with superiority, but Hanabi merely gazed at the sky, irritating the older Hyuga. Shino scored 7, 7 and 7. Ino scored 7, 10 and 8. Shikamaru scored 8, 8 and 8, 8, opting not to throw more as it seemed troublesome. Choji scored 7, 10 and 7. Menma scored 9 in both, looking at Naruto with arrogance, but Naruto remained unfazed, watching a bird in the sky. Mito also scored 9 in both, casting a superior glance at Naruto, who continued to ignore them, further frustrating the 2 red-haired siblings. A week had passed since the academy exam. During this time, the Hyuga family, like that of the 4th Hokage, tried to engage with the young ones, but they were mostly ignored. The 2 children spent time with the Uchiha clan, where most were happy to see them back. Sasuke trained with them or listened to the songs Naruto played. Suki occasionally watched their training, feeling a slight interest in the blonde, though she assumed the Hyuga did too, as they often stayed together. Sasuke teased his sister, noting that Naruto didn't like arrogant girls, and she fit that description. Hanabi and Naruto's daughters spent a lot of time in the Uchiha compound, where even the elders held a certain fondness for them. Some would teach them things from time to time. Natsumi was very energetic, while Aurora was calm and often went to read in the library. They also spent time with their parents, and at night, They watched Naruto dance, something they wanted to learn, but he told them it wasn't the right time yet. The day of team assignments arrived quickly, much to the excitement of the students. Naruto and Hanabi left their daughters in the care of Mikoto, who assured them everything would be fine. On their way to school, they encountered Menma, Mito, and Hinata, who tried to annoy them, but Naruto and Hanabi simply ignored them and continued on their way. Once they arrived, they greeted the other heirs and sat next to Shino while waiting for their teacher. Iruka expressed his pride in the students, noting that after so many years of learning, they were just a step away from becoming genin and having their own teams. This would be the last time they would see each other. As he spoke, Naruto and Hanabi paid more attention to the others than to Iruka's words. Iruka announced Team 7, which consisted of Menma Namikaze Uzumaki, Mito Namikaze Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Suki Uchiha, with their sensei being Kakashi Hatake and Kushina Uzumaki. Everyone was surprised by the formation of a team with 4 genin and 2 jounin, which was quite rare. Sasuke silently complained about not being paired with Naruto and Hanabi, as they were less bothersome than the team he had. Mito and Menma regarded Naruto with arrogance, but he remained calm. Hanabi rested her head on Naruto's shoulder with a small smile, while Suki was happy to have 2 senseis and to be with her brother, though she also wanted to know more about the blonde swordsman. Iruka then announced Team 11, which would consist of Naruto Tsukiguni, Hanabi Hyuga, and Sakura Haruno. As he finished speaking, the swordsman glanced at the pink-haired girl, who felt nervous under the calm gaze of the blonde. Hanabi watched her with curiosity, thinking she might be a fangirl like many kunoichis of that year. Iruka mentioned that their sensei would be Anko Mitarashi, and upon hearing this, a chill ran through the ninja, who felt sympathy for the 3 children. Minutes passed as some teachers arrived for their teams. Naruto and Hanabi played cards while Sakura watched nervously, unsure of what to say. Team 7 grew impatient waiting for so long. Naruto asked Sakura what her specialties were, explaining that he was a swordsman with good ninjutsu skills, while his wonderful companion was an expert in taijutsu. Sakura, surprised by the question, responded that she had a good knowledge of history and medicine, as well as decent physical strength. Hanabi suggested that with her knowledge, Sakura might become the medical ninja of their team, while Naruto would handle quick attacks and she would focus on close combat. She introduced herself to Sakura with total naturalness, while Sakura nodded, a bit surprised by their behavior. She was curious if Hanabi really knew how to handle a katana. As if Naruto could read her thoughts, he mentioned that Hanabi also knew how to use the katana, though not at his level, but she was quite good with it. Before anyone could continue speaking, a kunai flew past the window with a sign attached that read, the CC, SSL, and single Anko Mitarashi. Upon reading the name, Team 11 recognized her as their sensei, a woman wearing a mesh shirt, a brown coat, and an orange skirt, with purple hair. Team 7 was impressed, as none of them had seen her before, but Menma looked at her with inappropriate interest. Anko announced her arrival, telling her young genin to hurry to training field N44, giving them half an hour before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Sakura then suggested they get going. The duo of swordsmen nodded in response to the question as they bid farewell to Sasuke and made their way to the designated location. About 10 minutes later, Team 7 continued to wait. Just as Menma was about to speak, a silver-haired man and a red-haired woman arrived. They were Kakashi and Kushina, who had taken longer than expected because Kakashi had been wandering around the village, hoping to become the mentor of Hanabi and Naruto, but Hiruzen had other plans. Kushina understood the reason immediately and decided to let it go. She apologized for the delay and, before continuing, noticed that her blonde son was missing. Concerned, she asked her genin team where Naruto was. Sasuke spoke up, informing her that a woman named Anko had taken them, stating they needed to go to field number he mentioned that they had left about 10 minutes ago. As he finished speaking, Kushina felt a surge of worry. In one of her eyes, a glimmer of determination shone as she addressed the 4 genin who would also be joining her. Meanwhile, Kakashi was engaged in a discussion with her, as they were supposed to head to the rooftop for introductions. However, a single glance from the red-haired woman made him reconsider his words. Their group arrived at the designated location set by their sensei and realized they had reached the Forest of Death, sending a chill down their spines. Naruto and Hanabi reassured her that nothing bad would happen, helping to calm her nerves. Upon reaching the training ground, they spotted their sensei leisurely enjoying a dango while waiting for them. Anko acknowledged their arrival and quickly informed them of the task ahead. She explained that they would face a test, with only 1 hour to reach the tower at the center of the forest. Additionally, they needed to retrieve 2 scrolls. Anyone who failed to secure a scroll would face elimination from the test. At the academy, ready or not, the test began. As the instructor finished speaking, she vanished into a swarm of serpents. Naruto sensed something was off with the time limit. He wondered if there was another intention behind the test as he entered the forest with his team. Hanabi expressed her concern about the short time to collect the scrolls, questioning the logic of one of them failing. Sakura, feeling something was amiss, suddenly had a realization that caught the attention of her teammates. She concluded that the test was about teamwork, and there was no way they could complete it quickly. She also suspected that their teacher would complicate matters further. Hanabi agreed with Sakura, noting that there were no teams of 2. Naruto praised Sakura for her deduction, which made her blush slightly. He then sent 4 clones to scout for the scrolls. As they moved through the forest, they encountered various creatures like snakes, wolves, and bears, which they skillfully avoided, leaving them incapacitated only when necessary. After a while, Naruto's clones returned to the team, delivering the scrolls before disappearing. Just as they were about to continue, a massive serpent and a barrage of ninja weapons launched toward the trio of genin. With no room to escape, Naruto quickly drew his katana and prepared to execute one of his best techniques. He unleashed a powerful water technique, creating enormous waves that deflected the incoming weapons and redirected the serpent. Hanabi sighed in relief, grateful for Naruto's timely intervention. Sakura was amazed by Naruto's unexpected skill with the katana, expressing her surprise while he simply smiled back at her. However, the giant serpent was not finished. Once it regained its composure, it lunged at the trio of genin. This time, Hanabi reacted first, performing the Kaiten technique. Sakura was taken aback, as both Naruto and Hanabi seemed to have perfect defenses. But the serpent didn't give them time to think. Frustrated, Sakura infused chakra into her feet and struck the ground, causing chunks of earth to rise and hurling them at the giant serpent, which vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto deduced that it was a summoning technique. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at the tower, displaying 2 scrolls. Anko, with a sarcastic tone, remarked on their impressive timing, hoping her summons hadn't caused them any harm. Hanabi responded with equal sarcasm, suggesting that the summons had greeted them politely. Naruto urged them to move on, asking if they had all passed. Sakura confirmed that the test was about teamwork. Anko was surprised by their deduction but confirmed that they had indeed passed. Being honest, Anko shared that she hadn't wanted to take on the role of a teacher, having been informed just a day prior. A flashback revealed the 4th Hokage alongside the 3rd, surrounded by Jounin sensei who were to take teams that year. Kakashi expressed his desire to choose Naruto, Hanabi, and before he could finish, Hiruzen interrupted, stating he couldn't select that pair. Kushina, present, felt relieved, thinking she might get to choose them instead. Hiruzen explained that Naruto, Hanabi, and Sakura would be a team led by a newly promoted Jounin, surprising everyone, including Minato and Kushina. Hiruzen then allowed Kakashi to choose from the remaining 4 along with Kushina since there were no more teams available. Kakashi accepted, but Kushina was not pleased. Before they could argue, the door opened to reveal Anko Mitarashi, shocking everyone. Kurinai exclaimed her surprise at seeing Anko as a Jounin, as she was not known for teaching. Anko explained that the 3rd Hokage had suggested she might find the role interesting and alleviate her boredom, though she felt uncertain about her own words under Kushina's fierce gaze. Returning to the present, Anko admitted she had initially wanted to fail them, but found them interesting, especially Naruto, whose water technique had impressed her. Hanabi frowned at the nickname Anko used for Naruto, which made Anko chuckle. They acknowledged that they were now a genin team, and Sakura expressed excitement about finally being able to take on missions. Hanabi reminded them they would have to start with lower-ranked tasks. Anko, feeling a bit nervous under her genin's gaze, suggested they head outside the field for introductions, which she had intended to do first. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Forest of Death, they noticed Team 7 engaged in conversation with Kakashi. Anko wondered why they were waiting for them. Kushina felt a mix of joy and anger upon seeing Naruto, especially as she noticed Anko emerging from the Forest of Death alongside him. Kakashi was surprised, realizing they were just genin to be in such a place, while Mena and Mito regarded their brother with arrogance. Suki watched with curiosity, and Sasuke greeted Team 11 and their sensei. Kushina calmly inquired about their early exit from the Forest of Death, though inside, she was seething. Anko nervously laughed, explaining that she had conducted the test ahead of schedule. Kakashi observed the exchange with amusement. Kushina, with a hint of irritation, reminded Anko that the test was supposed to take place the following day. She had intended to ask Anko to conduct the test together, but Anko had jumped the gun. Anko defended her decision, claiming she believed her genin were ready, while Kakashi chuckled at the excuse. Hanabi accused Anko of wanting them to fail, prompting Anko to silently curse the Hyuga. Kakashi then announced that they were leaving, having already introduced themselves and waiting for the arrival of Team. He advised them to skip breakfast to avoid any unpleasantness during their test the next day, disappearing in a flash that left Sakura, Mito, and Suki impressed, while Mena, Naruto, and Sasuke remained unfazed. Kushina suggested they leave, turning to Shochi with hope, but he kindly declined, stating that he and his team still needed to introduce themselves. This saddened Kushina, who left with Mena and Mito, who grumbled about Naruto for upsetting their mother. Following this, Team 11 began their introductions. Anko declared that she would go first as their sensei. She introduced herself as Anko Mitarashi, sharing her fondness for dango, torture, and interrogation, while expressing her disdain for perverts and a certain snake. She concluded by hinting at a desire to rid herself of a burden, subtly touching her neck, which Naruto noticed but chose not to comment on. Anko then called on Hanabi to introduce herself. Hanabi stated her name and shared her interests, including spending time with Naruto and two girls she considered like daughters. She expressed her love for food with a hint of banana, her dedication to training and improving her techniques, and her disdain for a certain clan and family. She concluded her introduction by mentioning her dream of becoming a great kunoichi and possibly marrying someone, glancing at Naruto, who remained oblivious, though Sakura and Anko took note. A week had passed since Team 11 began the missions assigned by the Hokage. During this time, Naruto's and Hanabi's families had tried to get closer to them, but they were often ignored or simply vanished from sight. Naruto's and Hanabi's daughters were quite happy, although occasionally Natsumi felt anger when she saw Kushina and Minato. She still held a grudge against them, unlike Naruto, who had forgiven them but could never forget the feelings they had caused her. Natsumi often made jokes and spent time with Mikoto, earning a few scoldings from Hanabi and laughter from Naruto. Aurora, on the other hand, was calmer and always looked for ways to help the Uchiha she encountered, which made her seem sweet in Hanabi's eyes and very kind in Naruto's opinion. So, what was Team 11 up to at that moment? Anko announced that they would be going on an A-rank mission, having completed several D, C, and B-rank missions already, and she felt they were ready. Sakura expressed her hope that they wouldn't be asked for something too advanced, still amazed that Hanabi wielded a katana just like Naruto. Hanabi explained for the fourth time that Naruto used different breathing techniques while she only used one. Anko found it strange how Naruto could make water appear from his sword. Naruto considered it normal and suggested that he could teach them how to use breathing techniques or help them create their own. Anko declined, saying she was used to her style and preferred her students to have fabulous techniques, which earned her a few eye rolls from the team. Sakura expressed her desire to learn if it wasn't too much trouble, and Hanabi assured her that it was no problem. They arrived at the Hokage's tower and knocked on the door. After a few minutes, they were granted entry. Anko informed the Hokage that Team 11 was requesting another mission. Minato acknowledged that they were ready for an A-rank mission, which involved investigating a village in the south where many renegades had been spotted. Their task was to gather information, and if things got complicated, they were to retreat. He looked at the team seriously, but his gaze lingered on Naruto, revealing his concern, though Naruto appeared unfazed. Anko, in a serious tone, encouraged the team to get moving as this mission was important. Before they left, Minato asked to speak with Naruto privately. Naruto told the others to go ahead, instructing Hanabi to inform the girls and to have Mikoto keep an eye on them. Minato got straight to the point, asking Naruto if he hated them. Naruto replied that he didn't hate anyone. He had been angry in the past because they had forgotten him, but that feeling faded over the years. What bothered him was that they had neglected Natsumi, who now saw him as a father. He smiled calmly, stating that while he didn't hate them, they were not his family. Minato expressed his regret, acknowledging their mistakes and hoping to be seen more as a friend. He asked Naruto to take care during the mission. Naruto suggested that perhaps they could try to be friends, but only time would tell. As Naruto walked toward the village gates, his furry friend Kurama spoke up. Kurama couldn't understand how Naruto could hold no hatred toward them. Naruto explained that it made no sense to harbor hatred. Anger and resentment only led to more pain and revenge, and what he truly wanted was peace. Kurama remarked that he had never seen anyone so kind, recalling how the foolish Hashirama believed that distributing the bijus would bring peace. Naruto chuckled, teasing Kurama about his lack of respect for anyone. Kurama retorted that as the most powerful beast, he didn't owe respect to anyone. Finally, Naruto focused as they arrived with his team. He thanked Kurama and ended the connection with the fox before greeting his teammates. He turned to Hanabi and asked if Mikoto would take care of the little ones, his concern evident as he looked at the dark-haired girl. Anko playfully interrupted, reminding them that while they were discussing their daughters, they had a mission to complete. She noticed the slight blush on both Naruto and Hanabi's faces, though Naruto seemed less affected. Sakura expressed her nerves about the mission, mentioning that they were dealing with renegade ninjas in a village. As they leaped from tree to tree, Hanabi reassured her, explaining that they were sent because they were a balanced team, so there shouldn't be any issues. Their task was simply to gather information, not to confront anyone. Naruto added that they complemented each other well, and if things got complicated, Anko-sensei would take things more seriously. Anko acknowledged Naruto's confidence in her but admitted she couldn't shake a bad feeling. After half an hour of jumping through the trees, the team arrived at the village, only to find it eerily quiet, resembling a ghost town. The streets were silent, and the houses were dark. Suddenly, they heard an unfamiliar voice, but one that was all too familiar to Anko. A pale-skinned ninja laughed as he spoke, revealing plans to deal with the renegades and mentioning that they had several ninjas and bodies to experiment on. Anko clenched her fists at the mention of Orochimaru. Naruto, confused, asked his teammates about Orochimaru. Kurama warned him that Orochimaru was another of the Sannin and that Naruto didn't have the experience to defeat him, though he might be able to hold his own for a few rounds. Naruto realized they needed to leave. None of them had the strength, experience, or power to face Orochimaru, the Sannin of the Serpents. Hanabi noted that it made sense why the village was deserted, despite the expectation of encountering renegade ninjas. Sakura urged Anko-sensei to leave, insisting that the mission was no longer viable, but Anko remained silent, her focus fixed on the pale figure. Anko suddenly shouted Orochimaru's name, stepping out of hiding to confront him. Orochimaru recognized her and remarked on her being his former student, asking how she had been. As Anko attacked, Orochimaru deftly dodged her strikes. When Kabuto moved to assist Orochimaru, he was unexpectedly struck in the abdomen, looking down to see Sakura standing before him. Sakura declared that fleeing was no longer an option, and her sensei and teammates quickly joined her side. Naruto agreed, instructing Sakura and Hanabi to handle Kabuto while he rushed to help Anko-sensei, drawing his katana as he charged toward the two older ninjas. After Menma and Mito, Kushina was proudly boasting that her babies had the best scores, while Tsum felt proud of Kiba's results. Suki Uchiha received a score of 9 out of 9 in both categories. She returned to her seat with an air of grandeur, celebrated by her fan club. Sasuke Uchiha scored a perfect 10 in both categories, surprising everyone since no other ninja had hit all the targets until that moment. The Uchiha clan was delighted with the performance of the twins. Irika announced the next participant, Hanabi Hyuga. Murmurs spread through the crowd, suggesting she was merely living in the shadow of her older sister. However, two enthusiastic voices rang out. Natsumi and Aurora cheered for her. Hanabi advanced calmly, encouraged by the cheers of the two little girls. When she reached the launching area, she carefully picked up the kunai and shurikens, launching them all at once. They collided mid-air, hitting every target and leaving the audience in awe. Irika, visibly impressed, declared that it was a perfect score. He then announced the next participant, Naruto Tsukiguni. Upon hearing this, Minato and Kushina felt a mix of sadness and frustration because their eldest son did not carry either of their last names. Menma shouted that Naruto was a loser, while Mito expressed hope that he wouldn't embarrass the family. Ignoring the comments, Naruto appeared in the launching area in a blur, surprising both civilians and some ninjas. Natsumi and Aurora watched with stars in their eyes, believing their father would silence everyone. When Naruto arrived, he mimicked Hanabi's actions but added a twist. He jumped before launching the shurikens and kunai, creating a spectacular display. Afterward, Irika awarded him a perfect score. Hiruzen, Danzo, and the Uchiha clan were immensely proud of the two children. Meanwhile, the little blonde and the dark-haired girl cheered that their parents were fantastic. Minato and Kushina felt proud of Naruto but increasingly heartbroken, realizing they had never taught him any of this. 15 minutes later, Anko addressed the group, wishing them good luck with the final part and pointing to Sakura, who frowned slightly at the nickname. Sakura introduced herself as Sakura Haruno, sharing her interests in medicine and reading, her love for Anmitsu, and her dislike for spicy food, perverts, and arrogance. She dreamed of surpassing Tsunade Senju as a kunoichi. This dream surprised everyone, as surpassing a Sannin was quite a challenge, if not impossible. However, Naruto encouraged her to pursue her dream regardless of the obstacles. Anko acknowledged that Sakura's dream was complicated but encouraged her nonetheless. She then turned to Naruto, who was puzzled by the nickname, while Hanabi looked annoyed and Sakura laughed. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Tsukiguni, sharing his love for reading, training with his katana, and spending time with those he considered his daughters. He enjoyed all types of food and admitted he didn't harbor hatred towards anyone, perhaps just some anger, but not hatred. His dream was to achieve peace. If Sakura's dream was complicated, Naruto's seemed impossible. Yet Anko, as their teacher, would support him. Hanabi smiled at Naruto, knowing he had always held that goal. Sakura was surprised and now convinced that she had the best team possible. Anko concluded by telling the group they would meet the next day at the Hokage Tower for a mission before disappearing in a swirl of snakes. Afterward, Naruto, Sakura, and Hanabi talked for a while until Sakura left, leaving Naruto and Hanabi to head to the Uchiha complex for their daughters. Later, as Hanabi and Sakura faced Kabuto, Naruto rushed to assist the snake charmer, who was struggling due to her anger. Orochimaru exclaimed mockingly that he couldn't believe his beloved student had weakened so much. Anko, filled with notable fury, retorted that she would kill Orochimaru. In her anger, she failed to notice a clone of Orochimaru sneaking up behind her, but their favorite blonde hero arrived just in time. Naruto advised Anko to calm down, explaining that her current state wouldn't help her. He skillfully blocked Orochimaru's various attacks with his katana. Kurama expressed concern, suggesting that Naruto should use his chakra, even if it wasn't fully recovered yet, as it would be helpful. Naruto thanked Kurama for the suggestion but insisted that it was Kurama's power, and he didn't want to take something that belonged to him. Orochimaru taunted Naruto, questioning whether the Hokage's forgotten son thought he could make a difference. Naruto found it flattering that a Sannin knew him but declared that he didn't care about Orochimaru's words. As he prepared his technique, lightning began to crackle around his sword. In an instant, Naruto vanished, reappearing behind Anko, Orochimaru, and the clone, delivering 5 simultaneous strikes that caused the clone to disappear. Orochimaru remarked that it was impressive and now understood why Anko was a sensei. Meanwhile, Kabuto, Hanabi, and Sakura seemed to be gaining the upper hand against Orochimaru's tool. However, When Naruto executed his technique, Sakura became distracted, allowing Kabuto to sever the nerves in her arms. Hanabi attempted to help her but was blocked by Kabuto. Just as Hanabi was about to use her technique, Kabuto vanished and appeared behind her, striking her back with a ninja blade, causing her to cry out in pain. Naruto felt a surge of panic and anger upon hearing Hanabi scream. He didn't fully understand his emotions but feared losing her and felt rage toward Kabuto for hurting her. Without hesitation, he created 2 clones to carry a weary Enko and Sakura back to the village while he appeared in a flash beside Hanabi, surprising both Kabuto and Orochimaru. He expressed clear concern for Hanabi, asking if she was alright. Hanabi managed to say she felt dizzy and that her chakra was fading. She couldn't finish her sentence before coughing up blood, which alarmed Naruto. He whispered for her not to leave him as he watched her faint. Creating another clone, he instructed it to take her back to the village as quickly as possible. Kabuto commented on the touching moment to Orochimaru, both watching as Naruto raised his head toward them, focusing intently on the bespectacled man. Naruto demanded to know what Kabuto had done to Hanabi, his tone serious. Kurama sensed a deep anger within Naruto that he had never seen before. Kabuto casually mentioned that the medical knife he used on Hanabi was poisoned, smiling as he observed Naruto's reaction. Orochimaru taunted Naruto, stating that they were 2 against 1 and stronger than him, while Naruto gripped his katana once more. Naruto declared that Kabuto would die for hurting Hanabi. He unleashed his technique, creating a creature resembling a dragon that emitted fire and lightning, directing it toward Kabuto. Orochimaru barely managed to evade the attack, but when the creature vanished, Kabuto was left with numerous cuts, most notably missing an arm. Kabuto cursed, stating he would have to leave, while Orochimaru looked on in surprise at the damage inflicted by the technique. Naruto vowed that he wouldn't rest until he dealt with Kabuto, gazing up at the sky. Kurama watched in astonishment as Naruto felt a hatred toward Orochimaru's companion, an emotion he had never experienced before. Meanwhile, in the village 10 minutes later, as Naruto faced off against Kabuto and Orochimaru, the clones he had created arrived at the Hokage Tower. Minato and Hiruzen looked on with concern as the clones appeared, but before they could ask questions, the clones vanished, increasing the worry of both Hokages. When they saw Enko struggling to stand, they inquired about her condition. She mentioned a name that struck fear in Minato and disappointment in Hiruzen. Enko called out Orochimaru's name as unconsciousness began to take hold of her. Minato summoned a few Umbu to take the 3 girls to the medical facility for priority attention. From what he observed, their injuries were not severe, with the most serious being Hanabi, who was always with Naruto. Minato felt a sense of dread wash over him, regretting sending Naruto's team on this mission. Hiruzen urged him to calm down, explaining that they needed to act quickly. Naruto was not present, which meant he was still fighting Orochimaru. They had to go help him, even though Hiruzen was also worried about his grandson. Just as Minato was about to call all available jounin, Mikoto entered with the 2 little girls, both wearing worried expressions. Aurora asked where their parents were, expressing a feeling that something bad had happened. Natsumi echoed her sister's concern, pleading for reassurance that their parents were safe. Hiruzen remained silent, unable to provide the comfort they sought. Mikoto, equally anxious, inquired about Naruto and Hanabi. Minato responded with a heavy heart, explaining that Hanabi was currently being treated at the medical facility after taking on an A-rank mission that escalated to S-rank. Enko, Hanabi, and Sakura were already receiving care, but Naruto had stayed behind to buy them time against Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin. The news left Mikoto shocked, while Aurora fell to her knees, realizing that the 2 people who had raised and supported her were in grave danger. Before anyone could speak, the 2 girls rushed to the medical facility to check on Hanabi. Afterward, Mikoto stayed behind at Minato's request while he called all available jounin. Hiruzen went to find Asuma. When word of Orochimaru spread, chaos erupted as many were stunned to learn that the Sannin was near the village. The disorder delayed their departure by 20 minutes, but once everyone calmed down, they headed toward the location where renegade ninjas were expected to be. Meanwhile, 30 minutes earlier, Orochimaru taunted Naruto, suggesting he should join him to gain more power and perfect his techniques. Naruto remained calm as he parried Orochimaru's sword with his katana. He firmly declared that he would never join someone like Orochimaru, especially after what his associate had done to Hanabi. As he dodged a horizontal slash from the Sannin, he countered with a vertical cut, which Orochimaru easily evaded. Orochimaru mocked the bond between Naruto and Hanabi, managing to nick Naruto's Haori, but Naruto remained unfazed as he attempted to stab Orochimaru in the shoulder. The Sannin vanished into mud, reappearing behind Naruto and striking him in the side. Orochimaru questioned whether Naruto truly believed he could defeat him, observing as the wound began to heal. He called out to the Kyuubi. Naruto acknowledged that he still lacked the experience to win but was determined to buy time. He executed his technique, leaping toward Orochimaru and delivering a precise horizontal cut that seemed to split him in half. However, Orochimaru opened his mouth in an unnatural manner, revealing another intact body. They continued to fight for about 20 minutes, during which Orochimaru performed a 5-point seal, preventing the Kyuubi's chakra from healing him. Both were exhausted, but Orochimaru had the advantage, his body unscathed while Naruto bore superficial cuts and a deep wound on his left side. Orochimaru lamented having to end the life of such a skilled swordsman, wiping sweat from his brow. Yet he noticed Naruto smiling. Naruto announced that help had finally arrived. At those words, Orochimaru turned to sense multiple ninja approaching, realizing too late that Naruto had only aimed to buy time. Cursing his luck, he vanished using a reverse summoning technique. Minato shouted Orochimaru's name, but all he saw was the Sannin disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto remarked that they had taken their time, the exhaustion finally catching up to him as he collapsed. The first to reach him were the Uchiha family, followed by a red-haired figure, all of them concerned for his condition. Minato noticed the seal Orochimaru had placed on Naruto and asked Kushina to remove it. Without hesitation, she complied, and everyone watched as a reddish chakra began to heal his wounds. Kurama asked if Naruto was alright, noticing his container lying in the meadow. Naruto, feeling exhausted, gazed at the sky in his mental landscape and expressed his concern for Hanabi. The fox laughed heartily at Naruto's worry, prompting Naruto to question Kurama's amusement. He felt a deep sense of anxiety, fearing he wouldn't forgive himself if something happened to her. Kurama pointed out that what Naruto felt was love, teasing him about how he referred to Hanabi when he nearly confronted that four-eyed opponent. This revelation surprised Naruto, who realized he had spoken of her possessively, causing him to blush deeply. As Naruto contemplated his feelings, he closed his eyes to rest. 3 days had passed since Team 11 faced Orochimaru, and Menma and Mito were both jealous and amazed that their brother had stood up to a Sannin. The Hyuga family shared similar sentiments, astonished that Hanabi, who had never trained, had confronted a companion of a Sannin. Their parents felt a mix of pride and sadness. Hinata, feeling both jealous and incredulous, knew she wasn't at the level of a Sannin. It took 2 days for Hanabi and Sakura to recover, while Anko, simply fatigued, left the hospital the same day she entered. Naruto, however, remained in the hospital bed, having asked Kurama to stop healing him so he could rest. The Hokage's family visited him frequently, though they were often sent away by the Uchiha family. Sasuke expressed pride, declaring he would become strong enough to face a Sannin as well. Hanabi stayed with Naruto every night, watching over him. As Naruto paced back and forth, he wondered if he should confess his feelings to Hanabi, feeling like a mess and unsure if she felt the same way. Kurama teased him, reminding him that he had faced Orochimaru without hesitation but was now nervous about expressing his feelings. He reassured Naruto that Hanabi felt the same way. Naruto hesitated, worrying about the implications of his feelings, especially since they lived in the same house and the girls saw her as a mother. Kurama urged him to speak up, noting that Hanabi was waking up and had brought the 2 girls with her, who were concerned for him. As Hanabi greeted him with a gentle touch on his cheek, Naruto smiled back, surprised to see her awake. In an instant, she embraced him tightly, expressing her worry and frustration that he hadn't escaped with them. Naruto felt her shoulder dampen, realizing she was crying. He explained that when that man had attacked her, He only wanted to end his life, fearing he would lose her forever. Hanabi, moved by his words, scolded him for putting himself in danger, revealing that the girls had cried for 3 nights straight and that she couldn't imagine life without him. Naruto acknowledged her concern, suggesting they take the girls home since they had been sleeping in the hospital. He turned to look at Natsumi and Aurora, who were sleeping on a couch, before focusing back on Hanabi, who was still holding him closely. Hanabi smiled at the nickname he had given her, curious about what he wanted to say. Naruto felt a rush of emotions as he held Hanabi's hands, his heart racing. After everything they had been through, he found the courage to express his feelings. He reflected on how close he had come to losing her and realized that he loved her more than words could convey. Her bravery, strength, and kindness had always inspired him. He recalled the night she defended him without even knowing him, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. When Kabuto had attacked her, he thought he would never see her again. As he spoke, he gently squeezed Hanabi's hand, which was flushed with color as she looked into his concerned eyes. He wanted her to know that he would always be there to protect her and, if she allowed it, to make her happy. He asked Hanabi Hyuga if she would let him, Naruto Tsukiguni, be her partner. As he finished confessing his feelings, he placed a hand on her cheek. Unbeknownst to them, the Uchiha family was listening from the doorway, touched by Naruto's heartfelt declaration. The 2 little girls, who had just woken up, watched in silence, filled with excitement. Hanabi called Naruto a fool, reminiscing about their childhood when she felt small and insignificant beside him. He had always been so bright, full of energy and determination. Tears began to flow from her eyes, causing Naruto to worry. He was about to apologize, but Hanabi continued, expressing how, over time, he had helped her trust in her abilities. She no longer saw herself as inferior. For a while now, her heart had been bursting with happiness whenever they were together. She playfully called him a fool for taking so long to realize her feelings, and then she accepted him, declaring her love. She embraced him tightly, and Naruto felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. He gently lifted her chin and shared a sweet, innocent kiss, both feeling the love they had for each other. The Uchiha family was overjoyed that Naruto and Hanabi were finally a couple. Sasuke felt happy for his brother, while Aurora and Natsumi embraced each other, knowing they would now be a family. The Hokage's family watched the scene through Hiruzen's crystal ball, feeling a mix of happiness and sadness. Menma remained upset, but a nurse entered the room to inform Naruto that he would be discharged the following day. Grateful, Naruto welcomed the 2 little girls as they rushed to hug him. The Uchiha family entered to congratulate him, only to receive a gentle reprimand from Mikoto, reminding him not to face a Sannin again. Everyone was filled with joy. An hour later, after everyone had left, Naruto lay back down, having played with Natsumi and Aurora while Hanabi checked for any serious injuries and brought him lunch. Anyone who saw the 4 of them in the room would say they looked like a happy family. Sakura and Enko also visited, relieved that he had not sustained any serious injuries. The purple-haired Kunoichi apologized for her earlier anger, which had almost led to disaster. Naruto dismissed her concerns, assuring her he would find a way to remove the cursed seal. Enko was surprised but remembered that Orochimaru had been his teacher. While Enko, Hanabi, and Sakura were training in Field N44, an ANBU appeared, summoning them to the Hokage's office. They arrived within half an hour. Enko asked if Hokage-sama had called for them. Her curiosity piqued as her students bowed in greeting. Minato confirmed that the Team 7 had been on a mission in the Land of Waves, where they encountered the Demon Brothers, whom Kushina and Kakashi could handle easily. However, they later faced Zabuza Momochi and Raiga, barely managing to survive. As a result, their mission was upgraded to Rank A. He assigned Team 11 to assist Team 7 in case things became complicated, noting that Naruto was still recovering, so only the girls would go. Enko agreed, stating they would depart in 20 minutes. With a flick of her wrist, she vanished in a swirl of snakes. Sakura went to prepare, while Hanabi headed to find Natsumi and Aurora, leaving them with Hiruzen and Danzo as Naruto continued to rest. Kurama and Naruto conversed, sensing that soon his help would be needed. The scene unfolded in a small cabin where Team 7 had gathered in what appeared to be a living room. A woman resembling Mikoto Uchiha was present, and the team discussed the recent confrontation they had with Zabuza and Raiga, who had overwhelmed their senseis. Kushina was feeling better and was with the genins while Kakashi rested, visibly exhausted. Kushina was troubled by the fact that the Anbu hunter who had appeared at the last moment had not disposed of the bodies, which concerned her. She decided to wait for the copy ninja to wake up. In the distance, 3 figures, a purple-haired girl, a pink-haired girl, and a black-haired girl, were leaping from branch to branch, heading toward the location indicated in the letter from the Hokage. Although the Hokage had stated that it was a very important mission, Hanabi sensed that he was genuinely worried about his precious children. As they arrived, Anko announced that they had reached the house, descending from the tree branch with her 2 genins. Sakura expressed her disappointment that Naruto could not join them, noting that he would have liked to see Sasuke. Hanabi calmly reassured her that Naruto needed to rest, as they owed their lives to him. Anko knocked on the door, which was opened by a woman identical to the Uchiha matriarch. The woman inquired how she could assist them, and Anko explained that they were the support team sent from Konoha for Team. The woman introduced herself as Tsunami and welcomed them inside. The team introduced themselves and made their way to the living room, where they found Team 7 gathered, except for Kakashi, who was still resting. Anko greeted Kushina and asked if she could provide an update on the situation. Kushina explained that they had initially faced the Demon Brothers, which had not posed much trouble. However, Zabuza's arrival changed things, and although she and Kakashi could have won, they had not anticipated Raiga's involvement. Anko noted that Kushina could have defeated Raiga unless she had been distracted, which caused Menma to look away in embarrassment, revealing to Team 11 what had transpired. Kushina continued, stating that they had barely managed to win, but something felt off. Before anyone could respond, Kakashi appeared, slowly descending the stairs. He acknowledged Anko and the others, confirming that they were indeed the reinforcements. Kakashi then dropped a bombshell. Zabuza and Raiga were still alive. This revelation shocked Team 7, and Kushina confirmed her suspicions that the ANBU operative was working with them. Menma and Mito expressed their disbelief, recalling how they had witnessed Zabuza's apparent defeat. Sasuke clarified that the weapons they had seen were senbons, explaining that if thrown at specific points, they could simulate death. This revelation surprised everyone, as they had not expected such a tactic. Anko, recognizing the urgency, instructed Hanabi, Sakura, and herself to protect the bridge builder and his family while the others trained. Kakashi and Kushina agreed to this plan. Sasuke then inquired about Naruto's condition, and Hanabi reassured him that Naruto was improving and should be discharged later that night. They had come to avoid any further injuries. As they conversed, they met Tazuna, the bridge builder, who was initially surprised to see an all-female team. However, once they explained that their 3rd member was resting due to an exhausting mission, he understood. Tsunami called everyone to the table for a meal, where they noticed a dark-haired boy with dark eyes wearing a fishing overall. Tsunami introduced him as Inari, her son. While they ate, Inari watched the girls with a look of annoyance. Inari finally expressed his frustration, questioning why they were still there. Menma asked what he meant, and Inari retorted that they should return to their village instead of staying there, declaring that they were not heroes. His outburst saddened Tsunami and Tazuna, while Kushina and Kakashi remained unfazed. However, the genins were visibly upset, especially Sakura and Hanabi, as they viewed Naruto as a hero. Mito arrogantly challenged Inari, suggesting that they would defeat the so-called cat he referred to, proving that heroes did exist. Inari, growing more upset, cried out that they were not heroes and had always lived comfortable lives. Before Mito or Menma could respond, Hanabi stood up and embraced the boy. She acknowledged that he might be right, as some people did not understand suffering, but others did. She shared that while heroes might not exist in his eyes, they did in hers. If it weren't for a warm-hearted boy with blonde hair, her team and she would not be alive today. Inari reflected on how suffering could sometimes lead to personal growth, depending on one's perspective. He believed that the cat would pay for its actions. As he spoke, he continued to embrace the boy, who cried like never before at those words. The people from Konoha understood he was referring to Naruto. While they had faced Orochimaru, admitting that they might not have survived without him struck a chord. Kushina felt a growing pride for her son, mixed with sadness. Inari expressed his gratitude, separating from the Hyuga girl. Sasuke then addressed the boy, acknowledging Hanabi's point about the suffering of others. He admitted that while he himself did not suffer, many did. He understood Inari's reasons for feeling down, but he presented two choices: to remain in despair or to overcome it and learn from the experience. The Uchiha ruffled Inari's hair as he spoke. The boy's grandfather and mother were surprised, sensing that these words came from someone truly special. Kushina and Kakashi watched with smiles, while Mito and Menma felt a bit annoyed. Suki was taken aback by her twins' words. As dinner concluded, everyone went off to sleep. The sun and the moon were finally together, feelings blossomed, and relationships strengthened. The path ahead would be complicated, and they would have to endure hardships to achieve peace. Only Naruto and Hanabi would decide what would happen with their lives. A week had passed since Team 11's arrival. During this time, Team 7 had been training to defeat Zabuza and Raiga, while Team 11 helped the village by dealing with some troublemakers. Inari looked up to Hanabi as an older sister. The two teams had not interacted much, although Suki and Sasuke spoke with them occasionally. Kushina tried to engage Hanabi in conversation, but unfortunately, Hanabi was always busy. Meanwhile, Naruto had been discharged from the hospital and was spending time with his daughters, occasionally visiting the Uchiha compound, where everyone respected him for having faced the Sannin of the Serpents. Mikoto explained to Naruto that her team had gone on a C-rank mission, unaware that the mission had been upgraded in difficulty, and Minato had yet to inform them. Naruto demonstrated the steps of the Fire God Dance, as he named it, but he was not ready to teach the girls with katanas yet. Aurora and Natsumi always tried to mimic their father's movements, but they struggled, especially when it came to breathing. Returning to the Land of Waves, the bridge was nearly complete, and both teams were set to guard Tazuna. Kakashi mentioned that an attack was likely to happen today. Anko created 2 shadow clones to protect Inari and Tsunami. Upon arriving at the bridge, both teams and the builder found it empty, but suddenly a thick mist enveloped the area. Zabuza emerged from the mist, declaring that he and Kushina would meet again, but this time, someone would die. Raiga, standing beside him, expressed his hope for a good Kenjutsu battle with Kushina, who summoned a katana in response. Kushina instructed Anko to assist Kakashi while she faced Raiga, warning the others to be cautious of the Umbu. Anko ordered Sakura and Mito to protect the builder, even though Mito was reluctant to stay back. However, she accepted, knowing that the battle was beyond her level. Meanwhile, Menma, Sasuke, and Suki confronted the Umbu and seemed to be gaining the upper hand until they were suddenly trapped in a dome of ice mirrors. Hanabi, noticing the ice, found it intriguing. She executed a graceful technique, striking the mirrors 9 times in a fluid motion, which distracted the Umbu. The Uchiha twins seized the opportunity to launch a fire jutsu, but the mirrors regenerated quickly and ensnared Hanabi as well. Frustrated, Sasuke asked if anyone had a plan, as he dodged a barrage of senbons from the Umbu. Menma proposed exhausting the Umbu's chakra, while Suki pointed out that Menma was the only one with reserves higher than the Umbu's. Hanabi remarked that if Naruto were there with his technique, they would have already broken the mirrors, deflecting some senbons with her katana. Suddenly, the Umbu appeared in all the mirrors, prompting Hanabi to position herself in the center and use Kaiten, saving them from further attacks. However, the Umbu continued to launch more senbons, and Hanabi struggled to maintain Kaiten as her energy waned. Meanwhile, Kushina and Raiga were locked in an intense Kenjutsu battle. Raiga used water and lightning to his advantage, complicating matters for Kushina, who was facing difficulties due to her lack of training. Although she wielded her chains, Raiga moved his katana with incredible speed. Kakashi and Zabuza were engaged in taijutsu, evenly matched until Kakashi summoned several dogs, which Zabuza did not notice until he felt his limbs becoming immobilized. All combat paused as they sensed an overwhelmingly powerful chakra approaching. Moments before in the ice dome, Hanabi had exhausted much of her chakra and could no longer maintain the kaiten. However, everyone witnessed another burst of energy as Hanabi, with her last reserves, assumed her second stance, the honorable shadow of the plum. Gripping her katana tightly, she unleashed rapid spinning cuts, managing to protect her team before collapsing unconscious. Seeing this, Sasuke stopped being passive and began to attack the Umbu swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes had changed. Suki, observing her twin, also started to fight. They narrowly avoided shattering a mirror, but the Umbu reinforced it and began to move faster. Sasuke perceived everything in slow motion, and while Suki also experienced a slight delay, she noticed several Sunban heading toward Hanabi and moved to shield her. Sasuke realized that Menma wouldn't be able to dodge so many Sunban, so he used his body to protect him. Menma looked at Sasuke, astonished, and asked what he had done, noticing that his brother now resembled a porcupine. Sasuke, in pain and on the verge of fainting, exclaimed that he would believe Menma if he told him his body had moved on its own. He then collapsed, but he saw that his twin had covered Hanabi's body, which worried him, yet he could do nothing. Menma reflected on his feelings of inadequacy, thinking about how he always boasted of being strong, a prodigy, but that Sasuke was stronger than him. He wondered what his brother would do in that moment, thinking of Sasuke, Hanabi, and Suki, feeling truly weak. Suddenly, a reddish-orange cloak began to envelop him, sprouting 2 tails of chakra. Menma declared his intent to kill, moving at a speed that surprised the Umbu. Everyone turned to see the red-haired boy surrounded by the chakra of the fox. However, Raiga didn't give Kushina time to check on her son, quickly launching consecutive slashes with his katana. Menma was determined to finish off the Umbu, disregarding the fact that his mask had shattered. Mito and Sakura rushed to assist Hanabi, Suki, and Sasuke, with Sakura healing them as quickly as possible alongside Mito. Kakashi formed hand seals at rapid speed, creating the Chidori, and dashed forward to finish off the bandaged ninja. However, the Umbu who had been with Menma appeared in front of Zabuza, taking Kakashi's Chidori directly. Zabuza remarked that Haku had been an excellent weapon, glancing at the fallen Umbu. He turned his head as Raiga appeared beside him, expressing regret that battles had to end, but they were being paid for this. He noted that all the Konoha ninjas were injured, with some low on energy, except for 2 who were focused on healing the wounded. Zabuza pointed out that Kakashi's mission had failed, and they would now kill the contractor. The injured purple-haired girl stepped in front of Tazuna, while Enko had fought against some clones while Kakashi faced the original. She had counted only 4 clones when there were actually 6, leaving her in a poor state. Raiga taunted them, questioning if they would give their lives for a contractor, calling them great warriors but lamenting that they would die there. He quickly appeared next to Menma, who was fatigued from using the Kyuubi's chakra, and noticed that Menma was no longer there. Naruto arrived, apologizing for being late. He surveyed both teams, seeing their injuries, and was troubled to find Hanabi unconscious. He was carrying Menma, who looked at his older brother in surprise. Naruto instructed Mito and Sakura to also take care of Menma, asserting that he would handle the situation. As he placed Menma on the ground, he drew his katana, declaring that it was time to end this. Before Naruto reached the bridge, he had been at the Uchiha complex playing with his daughters. Yet, he sensed that something was wrong with his team. He understood they were merely escorting a contractor, so he wondered why there was such a delay. His concern deepened when he saw Natsumi and Aurora, who wore worried expressions. They told their father that they felt their mother was in grave danger, confirming Naruto's bad feeling. He quickly gathered the girls and took them inside, disappearing in a shunshin before Mikoto could ask what was happening. The look on the girls' faces mirrored the one they had worn when Naruto's team faced Orochimaru. Naruto appeared outside the Hokage's office, entering without knocking and finding Minato and Hiruzen busy signing papers. Naruto approached the Hokage with a serious expression, observing the man who had once been his father, who was now sweating nervously. Minato explained that they had sent Naruto's team on a mission, which was why they had not returned yet. He was unsure why Naruto seemed so tense. As the sun began to set, Naruto insisted that his team should have arrived an hour ago. He was determined to go after them, especially since his girlfriend was with them. Hiruzen calmly suggested that Minato let Naruto go, noting that his stubbornness indicated something more was happening. Minato reluctantly agreed, reminding Naruto to be careful as he handed him a map. Naruto expressed his gratitude and vanished in a flash, leaving both men astonished. Outside the village, Naruto called upon Kurama, asking for a boost of chakra to reach his team faster. The fox, pleased that Naruto was finally willing to use his power, shared some chakra, enveloping Naruto in an orange aura. With this newfound speed, he arrived in half an hour at the Land of Waves. Upon arrival, he spotted a bridge and overheard someone mention that the mission had failed. He stealthily positioned himself on a tree branch and saw his team and Team 7, injured and exhausted, facing 2 rogue ninjas and a fallen Umbu. Just as he was about to search for Hanabi, he noticed one of the attackers lunging at Menma and quickly intervened. In the present moment, Kurama questioned why Naruto wasn't using his full power, suggesting it would make things easier. Naruto replied that while it would be simpler, he preferred to avoid unnecessary questions. Sakura, recognizing Naruto, expressed her surprise at seeing him. He reassured her to take care of the others while he handled the situation. With a confident smile, he turned slightly before disappearing just as Raiga attempted to strike him with his sword. Raiga, surprised that one of them was still standing, looked forward to a good fight. He saw Zabuza rushing toward Naruto, but the young ninja vanished again. Naruto assessed the situation, realizing it was 2 against 1 but still felt they were at a disadvantage. He unleashed a wind technique that cleared the mist, allowing everyone to see clearly. Raiga and Zabuza charged at him simultaneously, but Naruto reappeared behind Raiga, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Naruto then vanished again, appearing above Raiga and using the hilt of his katana to slam him down. Zabuza watched in frustration as a child seemed to effortlessly overpower them. Remembering their mission, he focused on the task at hand, but was soon met with Naruto's fist in his stomach followed by a spinning kick. Naruto playfully taunted Zabuza, revealing his shadow clones. The real Naruto was not the one fighting Zabuza, which only fueled the swordsman's anger. Zabuza, infuriated, demanded to know who Naruto was. The young ninja confidently introduced himself as Naruto Tsukiguni, stating that it was his duty to handle them both. He then blocked Raiga's sword with his katana, and in an instant, both Naruto and his clone vanished, forcing Raiga and Zabuza to stand back to back. Onlookers were astonished by Naruto's skill, as he fought evenly against seasoned assassins. Hanabi, just waking up, saw Naruto seemingly toying with them. Mito and Menma were shocked. Their brother, whom they had thought of as a loser, was now effortlessly winning. Suki viewed Naruto as a prince come to save her, while Kushina worried for her son. Sakura felt immense gratitude, having been saved by Naruto twice now, hoping it wouldn't become a habit. Naruto declared that he didn't enjoy hurting people, but anyone who harmed those close to him would not go unpunished. He prepared to unleash a powerful technique, and as he spoke, his katana ignited in flames. He ascended above Raiga and Zabuza, spinning in a 360-degree cut as he descended. The spectators were left in awe as the heat intensified, feeling as if the sun itself was present. Kakashi wondered if he could replicate such a move with his Sharingan. Mito and Menma were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the transformation of their older brother. When the flames subsided, a body fell, split in 2. It was Raiga, while Zabuza was left without hands. Naruto calmly remarked that the demon of the mist had survived as he tossed his hair back, which Suki, Sakura, and Hanabi found quite appealing. Zabuza, trying to ignore his injuries, questioned who Naruto was, stating that no genin would kill without remorse in this era. Naruto explained that he was just a ninja, and it was their job to protect innocent lives, which is why he had to take action against those who threatened them. He approached Zabuza slowly. Zabuza, resigned to his fate, expressed that it would be an honor to die at the hands of such a swordsman. Suddenly, applause erupted around them. The wealthy man, Gato, taunted Zabuza, stating that neither he nor Raiga could defeat a mere child. He dismissed their failure, revealing that he had hired a group of thugs to eliminate everyone and bring him the girls. As he spoke, a massive image of a nine-tailed fox appeared behind Naruto. Naruto told Zabuza that he would have to wait. Zabuza, with a hint of a smile visible through his bandages, requested a kunai in his mouth, ready to take a few with him to the grave. Naruto obliged, and a fierce battle ensued. In less than 5 minutes, the area was silent, with Zabuza collapsing from blood loss and Gato trembling in fear. Naruto observed that it would be a waste of time to kill Gato himself, so he pointed behind him to the villagers, who were shocked to see the injured ninja teams. They were worried, but upon seeing the defeated thugs and the young man with long blonde hair in front of Gato, they were taken aback. Gato attempted to flee, but Naruto vanished and reappeared holding Gato. He addressed the people of the Land of Waves, presenting Gato as the man who had caused them suffering. He calmly stated that he was not the one to execute him, so he handed Gato over to them as he pleaded for mercy. Inari approached the ninja team, relieved to see that everyone was okay, though Kakashi and Enko still felt the effects of their injuries. Sasuke, who had just awakened when the battle began, noted that Inari had called the entire village. Hanabi praised Inari for his bravery, while Sakura continued to use medical chakra on herself and Enko. Inari acknowledged that he didn't want to remain the same as before and noted that the blonde was considered a hero by them. As Naruto sheathed his katana and walked closer, Sakura nervously mentioned that he had saved them twice now. Naruto checked on everyone, and upon receiving nods of affirmation, he reassured Kushina that he was fine. He expressed happiness that everyone was safe and mentioned that the girls had been worried about Hanabi, sensing she was in danger, which prompted him to come as quickly as possible. He knelt in front of Hanabi, who smiled warmly at him and gave him a brief kiss. Hanabi thanked him for saving them and introduced Inari and Tazuna. The day passed as the senseis recovered and the village celebrated. As Team 7 and Team 11 prepared to leave, the villagers gathered on the bridge to bid them farewell. Inari fought back tears, believing that crying was for the weak, but Naruto reminded him that even the strong could cry. Tsunami asked Tazuna what they would name the bridge, and Inari suggested the Bridge of Flower and Sun, in honor of Naruto and Hanabi, as he believed they had played the most significant roles in the battle. Tazuna agreed that it was a fitting name. A week passed since the mission in the Land of Waves concluded. Upon returning to the village, Naruto and Hanabi visited the girls, who were reluctant to part from their mother. Naruto shared everything that had happened, as both he and Hanabi had promised never to lie to them. Mikoto embraced Hanabi upon learning how close they had come to danger, grateful that Naruto had saved them once again. The Hyuga family was relieved that Hanabi was safe, but she was indifferent to their opinions, as she planned to take the Tsukiguni surname, just like her beloved blonde. The week went by normally. Naruto, Hanabi, Aurora, and Natsumi formed a perfect family, and anyone who saw them smiled, recognizing their happiness. This brought pain to Kushina and Minato as they watched. Mito and Menma trained hard, determined not to let a perceived loser become stronger than them. Team 11 also trained diligently, with Sakura managing to develop her own breathing technique, though it was challenging for her to maintain 5 postures in a single day. Enko improved her skills and taught her team how to hide better than anyone else. Meanwhile, Naruto and Hanabi enjoyed their dates, with Naruto always planning everything to ensure it went perfectly. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the rising sun. He had just finished his dance and felt exhausted. Hanabi, sitting on the steps of their apartment, expressed her confusion about why he performed that dance if it was just for his breathing. Naruto explained that he found it relaxing and believed that if their daughters wanted to, they could continue the tradition of the dance for generations, even though they were still very young. Hanabi, with a gentle smile, reminded him that the girls loved to watch him dance, but he sometimes danced until dawn. She suggested he do it less frequently, as they were young and needed their rest. She embraced him, and he nodded in agreement, giving her a tender kiss. As morning arrived, Naruto, Hanabi, and the girls enjoyed pancakes he had prepared. Although he was an expert cook, Hanabi usually took charge of the kitchen, insisting it was her responsibility to cook for him. This often made him sweat, but he found it amusing. Natsumi and Aurora were always cheerful, and lately, they had been exploring various forests together. Watching the two girls was like seeing true sisters even though they weren't related by blood. After breakfast, the four of them headed to the Uchiha complex. Upon arrival, they greeted Sasuke and Mikoto. Suki was coming down the stairs and paused when she spotted Naruto. He asked Mikoto if she could watch the girls while he and Hanabi trained, which she gladly accepted. The girls viewed Mikoto as a beloved aunt, and she cherished that bond. After leaving the Uchiha complex, they sought out Sakura, as Naruto sensed her chakra along with others, including his sister. When they arrived, they saw a catboy and a blonde girl with a large fan on her back. The catboy was holding a boy whom Naruto recognized as the grandson of Hiruzen. He exchanged a glance with Hanabi, who nodded in understanding. Mito, the red-haired girl, was frustrated that no one was listening to her and demanded they bring Konoha down. Sakura, trying to intervene, reminded them that he was just a child and didn't deserve to be hurt. The blonde girl, Temari, urged her brother Kankuro to let it go, explaining that the boy had merely bumped into him. Kankuro, however, was determined to teach the boy a lesson, but he didn't finish his sentence. He felt a cold blade at his throat and turned to find Naruto standing behind him, his icy blue eyes fixed on him. Everyone was taken aback, not having noticed his approach. When Temari attempted to assist her brother, she felt a blade against her back. Hanabi, with a calm demeanor, warned Temari not to move, her gaze cold. Temari thought to herself that they hadn't seen the newcomers arrive and regretted getting involved in trouble. Naruto demanded Kankuro release the boy or face dire consequences. His menacing aura instilled fear in both Temari and Kankuro, even more than their brother. Slowly, the catboy set the child down, and Naruto and Hanabi appeared in front of Sakura. Hanabi asked Konohamaru if he was all right, her smile reassuring him despite his astonishment. He stammered his gratitude, bowing slightly. He occasionally visited his grandfather but had never spoken to Naruto before. Naruto assured Sakura that they would get her a katana today to prevent such incidents in the future, his demeanor calming as he retracted his intimidating presence. At that moment, two more dark-haired figures appeared. Sasuke remarked that Naruto had been quicker than usual, observing the situation with interest. Suki, with a serious yet composed expression, noted that based on their attire, they were ninjas from Sunagakure. She explained that if they had harmed the boy, it could have led to conflict, reminding everyone that he was the grandson of the third Hokage. She spoke with a hint of annoyance at the mention of the Hyuga name, causing Hanabi to huff in irritation at being referred to that way. Temari expressed her apologies, stating that they had come to participate in the Chunin exams, and urged her brother to do the same. Everyone watched as a red-haired figure appeared in a whirlwind of sand, marked with a kanji symbol for love, observing the blonde with great interest. Kankuro felt nervous, realizing that not only was there a frightening blonde, but now his brother was also present. Gaara turned to Kankuro with a serious expression, warning him to be quiet or face dire consequences, causing Kankuro to stiffen. Kurama sensed the chakra of his brother, the wild Tanuki, within the red-haired figure and warned Naruto to be cautious, even though he was quite strong. Naruto acknowledged Kurama's warning, questioning if he had been awake during his earlier conversation with his girlfriend. Kurama teased Naruto about waking up when he and his girlfriend were talking in the early hours, suggesting he thought they would do something interesting, which prompted Naruto to cut the connection. Gaara demanded the names of the three newcomers, pointing at Naruto, Hanabi, and Sasuke. Naruto, with an indifferent look, remarked that it was rude not to introduce themselves first, leaving the three from Sunagakure on edge. Gaara introduced himself and his siblings, Temari and Kankuro, and insisted that Naruto and his friends introduce themselves. Gaara had been instructed by his mother to refer to Naruto as Nine, which made Naruto smile slightly. Naruto introduced himself as Naruto Tsukiguni, and then introduced Sasuke Uchiha and Hanabi Hai, but Hanabi quickly interrupted to clarify her name as Hanabi Tsukiguni, grabbing Naruto's arm, which made him smile affectionately and caused Suki to feel a pang of jealousy. Gaara declared that the three would test his existence before turning to leave with the other desert ninjas. Sasuke commented on how strange that encounter had been, asking Naruto for his thoughts. Naruto replied that it wasn't strange but rather that these Chunin exams would be interesting. Sakura suddenly remembered that Anko-sensei needed them at the Dango stand and that they had only 10 minutes to get there, having forgotten about the meeting due to the recent events. Hanabi reminded Sakura that they had come to find her and encouraged her to grab Naruto's shoulder for a ride, treating him as if he were their transport, which made him sweat a little. As Naruto recalled, he asked Hanabi why she introduced herself with his last name, prompting her to nervously suggest they discuss it at home, avoiding his gaze. This made both Naruto and Sakura laugh, and soon after, they disappeared in a flash, leaving Konohamaru and his team in awe. Konohamaru excitedly asked who that was, having never thought to ask his grandfather. Mito shyly revealed that he was her older brother, in addition to Menma. Mogure remarked that he was not only cool but also handsome, suggesting that Mito should have told them he was better than his brother. Udon noted that he seemed very strong. Mito, acknowledging this, urged her team to move on, whispering the first part and cheerfully encouraging them to go eat. The scene shifted to a day after the encounter with the Sunagakure team, with a week remaining until the Chunin exams. Anko had informed them of the upcoming event and insisted they win, declaring them the best team. The focus turned to two individuals training in field and Sakura executed a fiery attack with her katana, proclaiming her technique as the second form, Sky in Ascending Flames. Naruto stood still, using the 11th form, Calm, as waves of water emerged around him, protecting him from Sakura's flames. As Naruto and Sakura trained, Hanabi, Natsumi, and Aurora watched from a distance, the two younger girls captivated by the display of Aurora asked Hanabi if they could perform such techniques, recalling that during one of Naruto's training sessions, she had asked if it would bother him for her to use his last name, even though they were not yet married. He had simply smiled and accepted her decision. Hanabi acknowledged that they would train together when Aurora grew a bit older, gently stroking her hair, which made the dark-haired girl giggle, while Natsumi pouted in response. Natsumi expressed her frustration, pointing out that their parents had trained at their age. Naruto explained that they wanted their daughters to have a more normal life, moving closer to a worn-out Sakura who had been training hard. Sakura admitted her exhaustion as she collapsed onto the ground. Since they had acquired katanas similar to Naruto's and Hanabi's, he had been teaching her the art of breathing techniques. The little ones joined Sakura on the ground, seeing her as an older sister. Naruto had only a bit of sweat on his brow when they noticed a familiar purple-haired figure approaching them. Anko commented on their hard work while enjoying a dango, handing one to each of Naruto's daughters, who eagerly accepted, loving the treat. Hanabi explained that Sakura didn't want to always be behind them. Sakura affirmed that she couldn't depend on them and felt proud of her progress, having learned 5 stances through training, which brought smiles to everyone. Anko, with a bright smile, announced that she hadn't come for a social visit but to discuss a mission, her excitement evident. Naruto inquired about the mission as he sat on the ground, with his daughters sitting beside him, creating a heartwarming scene. Anko informed them that they needed to protect an actress and that they would depart in an hour, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Sakura playfully noted how Anko never changed, even sending a clone to notify them. Naruto suggested they prepare, and each member of the team returned home to gather their ninja gear. Naruto and Hanabi dropped off the younger girls with Mikoto, who understood they were heading out on a mission. This made Naruto and Hanabi feel a bit embarrassed, but they promised to spend more time with the Uchiha family afterward. An hour later, they were swinging from branch to branch for nearly 3 hours until they arrived at what appeared to be a massive film set. As the team entered, they saw a plethora of props and crew members. However, Anko noticed the actress they were supposed to protect was missing. The director approached Anko, introducing himself respectfully and bowing slightly, which the team mirrored. Anko stated their purpose of protecting an actress, but she noticed the director tensed at the mention of her. The director explained that they needed to protect Yuki Fujikase, as they had been facing attacks from bandits and rogue ninjas. Just then, someone from the staff whispered something to him, causing him to sigh heavily. Naruto calmly asked what the director meant by, again. The director revealed that Yuki had escaped several times since filming began, his expression showing a hint of embarrassment as he described her behavior as childlike. Sakura reassured him that they would handle it, and the team set off to find Yuki. Hanabi remarked on the director's nervousness, suggesting that the actress was more than just an actress. Naruto agreed, noting the tension in the director when Anko mentioned the actress. Anko speculated about what they might be hiding when they suddenly spotted Yuki running out of a shop, 5 rogue ninjas in pursuit. Naruto drew his katana, ready for action. Hanabi urged him not to make jokes in such a situation, a bead of sweat forming on her brow from his attempt at humor. Anko instructed them to focus on the rogue ninjas while she dashed toward the fleeing actress. With their orders given, the skilled swordsman vanished and reappeared in front of the rogue ninjas, who were taken by surprise at the sight of the trio. Before they could react, Naruto swiftly dispatched 2 of them. As one attempted to attack Naruto, Hanabi struck with her katana, taking down another instantly, while Sakura eliminated the last 2. Meanwhile, Anko had successfully reached the runaway actress. Anko praised her team, raising a thumb in approval. She had Yuki slung over her right shoulder, ensuring the actress wouldn't hear any childish complaints. They had returned to the set, where everyone expressed gratitude for bringing Yuki back. They boarded a boat, as the final scene was to be filmed in the land of snow. Yuki had awakened and was recording all the takes, but she felt upset, sad, and melancholic, emotions that Naruto could sense perfectly. During a break, he approached her. Naruto called out to Yuki as he walked calmly toward her. She responded with annoyance, still gazing at the sea. He noticed her sadness and asked why she felt that way, smiling gently at the dark-haired actress, who looked at him in surprise. She was incredulous at his ability to sense emotions. Naruto explained that he had a better sense of smell than most, scratching his head with a smile. Yuki began to share her story, recounting her childhood in the land of snow, where she lived with her uncle and father, never knowing her mother. She revealed that when she was 10, her uncle had killed her father right in front of her, all because of a stupid necklace. As she gripped the railing of the boat and touched the necklace around her neck, Naruto offered her comfort, suggesting that instead of running away from her fears, she should confront her past. He extended his hand to her, and she accepted it with a faint, melancholic smile. Just then, something in the air grabbed Yuki and lifted her from the boat. She could only scream for help, causing everyone to look up and see 4 figures in a dirigible taking the actress away. Anko demanded to know what was happening, realizing one of the figures was Doto, the current leader of the Land of Snow. The director explained that Yuki was actually Princess Koyuki, Doto's niece, who had escaped after he killed her father. The situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Hanabi declared it was time for a rescue as she moved closer to the edge of the boat alongside Naruto, Anko, and Sakura, noting that the dirigible seemed to be heading toward a prison. The boat followed closely behind the dirigible, which eventually stopped near a mountain. The heroes watched as Doto's team descended with Koyuki bound. They paused to devise a plan, aware that the terrain was unfamiliar to them. Meanwhile, Doto and his team had reached a prison hidden within the mountain, where they locked Koyuki in a cell. Doto taunted her, expressing satisfaction at finally capturing her after all her attempts to escape. He demanded the key he believed her father had given her before his death. Koyuki, tears in her eyes, refused to comply. Doto, frustrated by her defiance, insisted that the necklace was the key to a powerful weapon and approached her to take it. In the meantime, Team 11 had infiltrated the mountain prison, struggling to navigate through the empty structures. Frustrated, Naruto summoned Kurama in his chibi form, a secret only he and Hanabi knew. Thanks to Kurama's keen sense of smell, they discovered a trail leading to the prison, which was surrounded by at least 100 renegade ninjas of Chunin level, according to Anko. Anko took charge of the situation, instructing her team to search for the princess while she dealt with the ninjas. With a swift movement, she vanished, leaving behind a log. Anko wanted to finish this quickly. She wasn't entirely confident about facing 100 opponents alone, but she wouldn't let her team confront them either, as most were only Chunin rank. Sakura felt frustrated, realizing that Anko didn't trust them. She hurried forward to enter the prison alongside Naruto and Hanabi, But both kunoichis noticed Naruto stop in his tracks. Hanabi, confused, called out to him, but suddenly they saw a swarm of snakes in the sky, indicating that Anko was in trouble. Naruto urged them to move ahead, declaring he would assist their sensei. He drew his katana and vanished in a flash of green light. Hanabi sighed, noting that they hadn't even been given a chance to protest, and continued walking with Sakura. After 5 minutes, they reached a massive prison filled with empty cells. Suddenly, they heard Koyuki scream and saw Dodo dragging her into a cave. Just as they were about to follow, they encountered Dodo's henchmen. Nadar observed the two kunoichis with a smirk, commenting on their arrival. Fubuki, ready for a fight, launched an ice jutsu that Hanabi and Sakura barely managed to dodge. Sakura assessed the situation, realizing there were only 2 opponents. She unsheathed her katana, but another voice interrupted from behind. Mizore, a large figure, appeared and unleashed a jutsu aimed at Sakura, narrowly missing her. Hanabi urged Sakura to focus on their mission to protect Koyuki, encouraging her to pursue the princess while she engaged 2 of the henchmen. Fubuki taunted them, questioning if they could handle all 3 of them. He created ice spikes, but Sakura shattered them with her fiery breath. Sakura warned Hanabi that if anything happened to her, Naruto would be furious. Hanabi replied that if anything happened to Koyuki, their mission would fail. She blocked a kick from Mizore, feeling her arm go numb from the impact. Nadar laughed, dismissing their abilities and began forming an ice jutsu, but he was suddenly struck against a wall. Naruto appeared, carrying the semi-conscious purple-haired girl on his back. Sakura expressed her gratitude for his timely rescue, smiling at him. Hanabi, now ready for action, urged Sakura to move ahead, declaring that she and Naruto could handle the situation. Sakura continued on her path, leaving the 3 behind. Although only Naruto and Hanabi were in fighting condition, Sakura had complete faith in them. She raced towards the cave, where Koyuki was chained to a table, and her uncle Dodo loomed over her. Dodo examined a fake necklace in his hands, questioning Koyuki about the real one. Koyuki defiantly stated she would never give him the true necklace, struggling to free herself. Dodo smugly remarked that she didn't have it, but someone close to her must have it, like her director. He shattered the fake crystal and revealed the bound director, who was terrified. Koyuki panicked, not just because Dodo had the real necklace, but because it reminded her of how he had killed her father. Dodo taunted the director about the impracticality of hiding the necklace in his pocket, then threatened him with a knife, applying just enough pressure to instill fear without killing him. Koyuki fought to break free, desperate to prevent anyone else from dying due to her uncle's ambition. Just as Dodo was about to end the director's life, a flash of pink speed intervened. Sakura checked on the director, who nodded in response. She instructed him to get away quickly while she blocked Dodo's attack with her katana. Dodo inquired about her teammates, mocking her. Sakura corrected him, asserting her name and confidently stating that her friends were busy defeating his henchmen. As she dodged an ice bolt from Dodo, he used his speed to appear behind her. Thanks to her training with Naruto, she managed to block his attack just in time and countered with a kick to his abdomen. Sakura executed her 4th stance, creating a fiery wave that allowed her to evade multiple ice spikes Dodo had launched. Though fatigued, she pushed through, knowing she could perform 5 stances but had only mastered the first 3. Seeing her struggle, Dodo created a mud clone without her noticing and struck her from behind, causing Koyuki to cry out for the Konoha ninja. Sakura struggled to speak as the clone faded away, catching a glimpse of Dodo's smile. Despite everything, she held onto her katana tightly. In a flashback, Naruto expressed his determination to become strong, not for himself, but to protect his family. He urged Sakura not to let her fears and weaknesses deter her from her goals, encouraging her to keep her heart burning and to keep moving forward, even in the face of adversity. Back in the present, Dodo taunted Koyuki, revealing the weapon of the land of snow while she stared at Sakura's injured form. Sakura thought of her friends and family, including Naruto, Hanabi, Anko-sensei, Natsumi, and Aurora, feeling a deep regret that there might not be any more tea times together. She lifted her gaze and gripped her katana with both hands, which made Koyuki gasp in astonishment and joy. Doto turned to see Sakura clinging to life. Doto was in disbelief as he watched her breathe heavily. Sakura declared that it was Doto's end and assumed the ninth posture, Purgatory. As she spoke, flames enveloped her, and she charged forward with incredible speed, resembling a dragon made of fire. Team 11 arrived at the cave just in time to witness this spectacle. Naruto recognized that Sakura was using the final posture she had been practicing, and Kurama warned him that her chakra was dangerously low. The explosion freed Koyuki from her chains, and as the smoke cleared, they saw Doto pinned against the wall, missing an arm, while Sakura knelt, blood trailing down her body. Hanabi's tears fell as she called out to Sakura, having come to see her as a sister. Anko felt powerless, wishing she had been in better condition to help Sakura, knowing that Naruto would have rushed to her side. Koyuki sobbed, taking the blame for what had happened, but Naruto shook his head in denial. Sakura managed to tell her friends that they had arrived, turning her body with the last of her strength. Anko urged her not to speak, assuring her that she would be okay and would pull through, but Sakura stopped her. She accepted her fate, smiling joyfully as she acknowledged that she had fulfilled her objective. Koyuki continued to apologize, tears streaming down her face, but Sakura reassured her that it was not her fault. She urged Koyuki to keep her will burning and not to let anyone tell her she couldn't achieve something, sharing the wisdom of a great friend. With a smile, she asked Naruto to tell the girls that their aunt would watch over them from the sky, and in that moment, her life slipped away. A heavy silence filled the air as Sakura passed on. Koyuki and Hanabi wept, while Anko clenched her fists in frustration. Naruto gazed at Sakura's lifeless body, filled with profound sadness, as Kurama tried to uplift his spirits, but their focus shifted when they saw Doto rise from the rubble. Doto cursed Sakura, claiming she had nearly killed him, relieved that he had worn armor. He mockingly expressed his satisfaction at her death, which angered Team 11 and Koyuki, realizing that Sakura's sacrifice seemed in vain. Kurama urged Naruto to finish this. Naruto agreed, drawing his katana, an action that caught everyone's attention. With a grave voice, Naruto vowed that Doto would pay with his life. As he invoked the eighth posture, immense fiery mist, his katana ignited with flames as fierce as the sun. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Doto, delivering a lethal strike that severed his head, causing his body to dissipate. Anko remarked that she had never seen Naruto like this before. Hanabi noted it was the first time she had witnessed him so furious, while Koyuki found the scene grotesque. All eyes turned to a recording that appeared on a screen, capturing their attention. Koyuki's father recorded a message, hoping it would reach her one day. He expressed his hopes that she had grown strong and become the queen of the land of snow. He mentioned a special necklace and a machine he had been working on that could change the weather, allowing them to experience seasons other than winter. He conveyed his love and pride for her, even if he might be old by the time she became queen. When the recording ended, Naruto smiled faintly, though his eyes had lost some of their usual brightness. Koyuki was crying tears of joy as she activated the necklace, causing the machine to spring to life and usher in spring for the first time. The next day, Naruto, Hanabi, and Anko were walking back to the Hidden Leaf Village, carrying a contract for an alliance. They were somber due to the recent loss of Sakura, whose body Naruto carried in a scroll. Koyuki had not informed the three ninjas that she had commissioned a statue in honor of Sakura. As they walked in peaceful silence, they could hear the mournful songs of the birds, as if they understood that a great ninja had passed away. The journey took them a full day, but they finally reached the gates of Konoha, where the guards were asleep as usual. Upon entering, the villagers noticed Team 11, which had once been so cheerful, now filled with deep sorrow. Naruto wore an expression of indifference, reminiscent of his childhood, while the two women displayed their grief. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the Hokage Tower. When they knocked on the door, Minato called for them to enter. Team 11 reported in, with Anko's voice lacking its usual energy. Inside the room, Team 7 was also present. Minato noticed something was amiss and asked where the missing member was. As he posed the question, the atmosphere grew heavy with sadness, and everyone in the room began to understand the gravity of the situation. Anko reported that the mission had been a success, securing an alliance with the Land of Spring, but it had cost them a dear friend. She looked down, feeling responsible, while Hanabi moved closer to offer her comfort. Naruto stated that within the scroll lay the lifeless body of Haruno Sakura, a remarkable kunoichi who, had she lived longer, would have surpassed Tsunade. His tone was clear, though his expression remained indifferent. Sasuke and Hanabi recognized the pain hidden beneath Naruto's facade. Minato expressed his condolences, acknowledging how difficult it was to lose a comrade. He suggested that the team should not participate in the upcoming exams, considering their significant loss. Anko disagreed, but before she could voice her opinion, Kakashi interjected. Kakashi argued that they were more than capable of taking the exam and that it would be disrespectful to Sakura's memory not to show their abilities. His words sparked a flicker of determination in Naruto, who felt frustrated by Minato's suggestion. Sasuke volunteered to join Naruto's team, eager to support him. Kushina was hesitant, believing it would be better for one of her sons to strengthen their bond with Naruto. Minato shared her concern but ultimately decided to allow the transfer, knowing Naruto valued friendship above all. Anko bid farewell to her genin as she recounted the events of the mission. Kakashi told Naruto that if he wanted to talk, he knew where to find him. Hanabi embraced Naruto as they walked, while Sasuke tried to lift their spirits. They were followed by Kushina, Mido, and Menma, who felt uncertain about what to say. Suki trailed behind her twin, watching her prince in emotional pain. Upon reaching the Uchiha compound, Mikoto welcomed them, and the girls rushed to hug their parents. Bora asked how the mission had gone, excitedly hoping they had rescued someone. Natsumi chimed in, asking if they had saved a princess or faced a dragon, her fascination with such tales evident. Aurora then innocently inquired about Aunt Sakura, wondering why she hadn't come with them this time. Without further ado, the next chapter begins, the ascent to Chunin. In Konoha, within the Uchiha district, two young girls appeared a bit sad, even though a week had passed since the loss of their Aunt Sakura. Mikoto, seeing them as her little granddaughters, had been comforting them throughout the week. The entire clan supported them, organizing events to lift their spirits, which helped somewhat. They were not the only ones feeling down, the support team was struggling as well. Anko blamed herself every night for the tragedy, but thanks to her friend Kurinai, she had avoided falling into depression. Naruto and Hanabi were managing, with Hanabi leaning on Naruto for support, which helped her cope. Meanwhile, Naruto had been training tirelessly, barely sleeping, doing so in secret to avoid worrying Hanabi. Kurama, his fox companion, asked if he was okay. Naruto replied that he was fine but didn't want to lose another member of his family. Kurama reminded him that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be everywhere at once. Naruto acknowledged this but expressed his determination to try until his body could no longer keep up. Hanabi noticed Naruto deep in thought and asked if he had been talking to Kurama. He apologized for not realizing she had arrived. She reassured him that it was fine and suggested they say goodbye to the girls since it was exam day. They made their way to the Uchiha complex, where their daughters wished them good luck. They also asked Mikoto if she could take the girls out, to which she happily agreed. As Naruto and Hanabi walked to the academy, they encountered Sasuke, who was in a meeting with Kakashi for one last training session before joining Naruto's team. The new trio arrived at the academy, ready to face the challenges ahead. As they walked through the academy, they reached the second floor, but the classroom number was Sasuke whispered to his companions that they might be caught in a genjutsu. Naruto suggested they keep going. Just then, a boy with a bowl haircut stopped Sasuke, challenging him to a fight. Beside him stood a girl with two buns in her hair and another boy who resembled Hanabi. Hanabi recognized him as Niji, and when he met her gaze, he returned a serious look. Naruto extended his hand to Hanabi, and she accepted it. Sasuke, feeling annoyed by the challenge, pointed out that they hadn't even started the exams yet. The boy introduced himself as Rock Lee and promised the fight would be over in less than 2 minutes. Sasuke, frustrated by the boy's confidence, accepted the challenge, while Naruto shook his head, planning to intervene if necessary. Hanabi smiled, finding Sasuke's reaction amusing. Lee expressed his determination to show Sasuke that hard work could surpass natural talent. Sasuke acknowledged Lee's words but countered that if talent put in the effort, there would always be a barrier that hard work could not overcome. He didn't consider himself the best in their generation, hinting at Menma, the Hokage's son. Hanabi's smile widened, knowing he was referring to Naruto. As the fight began, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, having learned from Kakashi not to underestimate his opponents. However, he failed to see Lee's speed as the boy disappeared from view. Just as Lee prepared for another attack, a loud noise erupted, and everyone turned to see Naruto, with his sword sheathed, stopping Lee's kick effortlessly. Everyone was taken aback, including Sasuke, Neji, and the girl. Naruto advised Sasuke to conserve his energy, reminding him that the Sharingan consumed a lot of chakra. He acknowledged Lee's skill in hand-to-hand combat but pointed out that it also drained energy. They all had a test to pass. While most were impressed, Hanabi had expected Naruto to step in. The group decided to head to the classroom to start the first test, which was written. Naruto and Hanabi, being clever, didn't cheat, while Sasuke did. Menma, the Hokage's son, declared he would win and make everyone kneel, provoking a mix of admiration and resentment from the others. In the Forest of Death, the teams had their scrolls. Sasuke, leaning against a tree, questioned why they weren't searching for the scrolls, as Hanabi had instructed them to stay put. Hanabi reminded him that Anko-sensei always trained them there, and they knew the forest well. Nara could go for the scrolls, but that would be later, explained the Hyuga to the Uchiha, who smacked his forehead for forgetting that detail. This place felt like a playground for them. Sasuke wondered why Naruto would go later and not now. Just then, they heard the team from the sand that they had encountered earlier. Hanabi remarked that the place seemed perfect for an assassination, and while she couldn't stop it, Nara could. They were not the only ones observing what the sand genin Gaara was about to do. Hidden in the bushes ahead was another team from Konoha. As the genin became enveloped in sand, he vanished and reappeared alongside their blonde companion. Naruto advised Gaara to control his intentions, noting the serious and menacing look he received in return. The sudden appearance of Naruto surprised the Konoha team. Gaara warned Naruto not to interfere or he would face dire consequences, while the sand around him shifted ominously. However, Naruto simply laughed and vanished from sight. Reappearing behind Gaara, Naruto warned him not to threaten, as he would handle him himself. This startled not only Gaara's brothers but also the entity sealed within Gaara, who had not seen him coming. The Konoha team, witnessing this exchange, retreated in fear of the two powerful figures. Meanwhile, Hanabi moved toward Naruto and the sand team, while Sasuke followed a scream, discovering a red-haired girl. The genin that Naruto had saved handed over the missing scroll, admitting he didn't believe he could surpass that phase alone. Grateful, Naruto, along with Hanabi, vanished in a flash, appearing next to Sasuke. Hanabi teased Sasuke about finding a girlfriend, noticing he was carrying the girl like a princess. Sasuke retorted, reminding Hanabi that sometimes Naruto carried her while using his teleportation technique, trying to hide his embarrassment from her comment. Naruto then asked the girl her name. She introduced herself as Karin Uzumaki. Upon hearing that surname, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, as he thought all Uzumakis were in Konoha according to Kushina. Sasuke and Hanabi introduced themselves, and it was Naruto's turn. He calmly stated his name was Naru Tsukiguni, formerly Naruto Uzumaki. This revelation surprised Karin, who joyfully jumped up to hug him, causing a hint of jealousy in Hanabi. Hanabi reminded Naru that they had two daughters, which amused Sasuke, while Karin expressed her disbelief that more Uzumakis existed. Naruto explained that he was no longer an Uzumaki, but there were 3 Uzumakis in the village, and he would take her to meet them once they finished. His words left Karin intrigued about how he was no longer an Uzumaki, yet his feelings remained pure and genuine. They walked toward the tower, having secured both scrolls, but Naruto sensed something was off. Kurama informed him that Mito was using his chakra, which she rarely did since the Land of Waves, indicating something serious was happening. Naruto told his team, along with Karin, to complete that phase while he would follow later. Hanabi was not pleased with this, but a serious look from Naruto made her understand that something was wrong. After sharing a kiss and Hanabi warning him that she would take matters into her own hands if anything happened to him, they parted ways. In another scene, Suki was struggling against a Sannin who seemed to be toying with her, while Menma lay unconscious nearby, and Mito was conscious but in a weakened state. Orochimaru acknowledged Suki's strength and expressed that she would be a great help with her eyes. However, she was out of energy. Just as Orochimaru prepared to strike, a flash of green-red light appeared, revealing Naruto, who had faced Orochimaru before. Orochimaru cursed under his breath, realizing he couldn't mark Suki with Naruto present. Naruto instructed Suki to leave and inform her team about the situation, assuring her he would be fine. Suki nodded, her concern for her brother evident, recalling how badly he had fared in their last encounter. Orochimaru questioned if Naruto thought he could defeat him. The serpent mocked Naruto, reminding him of his previous failure. Naruto scanned the surroundings, searching for someone. He stated that he only needed time and demanded to know the whereabouts of Orochimaru's companion. In an instant, he vanished and struck Orochimaru, who was taken aback by Naruto's speed. Orochimaru chuckled, acknowledging Naruto's lingering resentment. He expressed his regret for Naruto, but insisted that their battle would have to wait. With that, Orochimaru transformed into mud and escaped, prompting a sigh from Naruto. The blonde ninja hurried to catch up with his team, his brothers. Upon arrival, he relieved Mito of her duty to carry Menma, receiving her gratitude in return. Once they arrived, Naruto quickly assessed the situation, but before he could act, his team appeared beside him. Sasuke commented on Naruto's delay, while Karin observed the red-haired girl accompanying him, realizing she was also an Uzumaki. Hanabi expressed her annoyance, questioning Naruto about his tardiness, as they could have been the first to arrive. Naruto simply mentioned Orochimaru's name, and the atmosphere fell silent as Hanabi inspected him for any injuries. After that moment, everything proceeded normally. They opened the scrolls, and Kushina emerged, surprised to see Naruto with his team. She was even more astonished to see Karin. Naruto explained the situation regarding Karin and Orochimaru. They were informed that they had 3 days of rest since no one had arrived yet. After those 3 days, the battles would commence, with all the necessary explanations provided. In the next chapter, the battles would begin, featuring Hyuga versus Tsukiguni. Part 1. The flames do not extinguish, not even in blood. The noise of the Colosseum faded as Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand. All the genin gathered in the center of the field tensed, though they tried to hide it. Some breathed heavily from the weight of the last trial they had overcome, while others simply hoped to advance without further obstacles. Among them, 5 figures shone with a special intensity. Naruto crossed his arms, his back relaxed and his face serene. His gaze swept the area with the indifference of someone who had faced much worse situations. Beside him, Hanabi couldn't help but smile slightly at the sight of her boyfriend. She tightened her grip on her katana with her right hand. It was not the time to lose focus, especially against the opponent she was about to face. Sasuke stood a bit apart, observing the digital scoreboard on the screen. He felt his muscles tense but controlled. Kakashi had trained him well, but he also took pride in being on a team with someone who had silently motivated him more than anyone else, Naruto. He had stopped comparing himself to his brother long ago. Now, he only wanted to surpass himself. Karin, newly arrived and still adjusting emotionally to the group, watched everything with genuine interest. She was perceptive and could read unspoken words in their gazes. In Hanabi, she saw fire, in Sasuke, determination, and in Naruto, something she couldn't quite decipher. But the way Hanabi looked at him was enough to understand the connection between them. And then there was Suki. The young Uchiha leaned against a stone pillar, her Sharingan inactive, but her mind raced relentlessly. She felt her mother's eyes not only on the field but also on her back. She had come close to losing her life to Orochimaru. And if it hadn't been for Naruto. She clenched her fists. She would never tell him, but every time she looked at him, something in her chest tightened. That fallen prince she had idealized as a child was now more human, more tangible, more real. And more distant. Then the screen flickered. Hanabi Tsukiguni versus Hinata Hyuga. Hanabi descended the stairs calmly, her katana still on her back. Her steps were firm, her chakra controlled. Her eyes, though calm, were sharp like a cold current. Naruto knew well what that meant. Hanabi was completely focused. From the opposite end, Hinata walked with her head slightly bowed. She was no longer the trembling girl she once was. Since her defeat in the Genin exams against Hanabi, something had broken within her. What remained now was silent, deep resentment. Both stood facing each other in the center of the arena. Hinata activated her Byakugan without a word. Hanabi did the same. The clash of their gazes was electric. The silence between them was louder than any insult. Hinata thought she would not be defeated as she had been last time. Hanabi, coldly, stated that she did not need to believe it. She just needed Hinata not to hurt herself trying to surpass her. The last phrase struck like a dagger. Hinata gritted her teeth. From the stands, Kurenai swallowed hard. Naruto said nothing, but his fingers curled gently. He knew this fight would not be merely physical. The referee lowered his arm. Begin. Hinata was the first to attack, quick and aggressive. She advanced with the Juken, aiming for the first chakra point in Hanabi's shoulder. But Hanabi was not there. With a fluidity that resembled a dancer, Hanabi slid to the side, spun in the air, and landed gracefully. She whispered a technique that enveloped her in a serpentine movement. Her body flowed like a current, evading each of Hinata's strikes without needing to block. She merely diverted. She simply flowed. Hinata grew increasingly frustrated. "Stay still!" Hinata shouted, losing control for a moment. "That's what you asked of me as a child, remember?" Hanabi replied frostily. "To let you win so you wouldn't look bad in front of the clan." Hinata did not respond. She shouted and attacked again, launching a flurry of palm strikes aimed at sealing vital points. This time, Hanabi did not dodge. She stood firm, closed her eyes for a moment, and exhaled. In one swift motion she spun on her axis, her chakra becoming visible like petals in the air. Her palm collided directly with Hinata's, deflecting it and causing Hinata to stagger backward. Hanabi did not advance. She merely looked at her with a mix of compassion and disappointment. "That's not your style, Hinata," she said without cruelty. "Hatred does not make you stronger." Hinata did not respond to Hanabi's comment. Instead, she charged once more, her chakra overflowing from her palms like an unstable waterfall, as if each strike contained years of repression. Hanabi moved among the attacks with her usual serenity, but her eyes observed with more attention than ever. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Hinata exclaimed, stopping abruptly. "Don't look at me as if you pity me." The room seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone awaited the next strike, but it did not come. Hinata took a step back and lowered her hands. Her breathing was irregular, and for the first time in the fight, she appeared more vulnerable than angry. "You took everything from me," she murmured, and though she spoke softly, the echo in the arena repeated it like a secret longing to be heard. "My father's respect. The place I deserved in the clan. But not just that." Her gaze drifted, and everyone followed it until it landed on him, Naruto. "That you also took him from me." The air seemed to vanish from the room. Even Hanabi stood still. "And Naruto?" Naruto's eyes widened in shock, as if those words had unearthed a memory he never knew existed. "What are you talking about?" he whispered, unaware that he had spoken aloud. Hinata looked directly at him, as if those words were not just born of anger but had been held deep within her for years. In the most profound and bitter part of her heart. "I always admired you. Since we were children. I always thought it would be us. Not as a couple, not necessarily. But you and I, sharing the same path," she said, her voice breaking. "But then, she appeared. And you looked at her in a way you never looked at me." Naruto was left speechless. That revelation hit him like a punch to the gut. Not because he shared those feelings, but because he had never noticed them. Because he felt guilty, in some way, for causing pain he had never intended to inflict. "Hinata," he managed to say, but the words did not come out fully. Hanabi, on the other hand, closed her eyes for a second and murmured with a hint of compassion, Now I understand why you hate my existence. But Naruto was not a prize, Hinata. He was not something that had been taken from her. He had chosen her, just as she had chosen him. Hinata lowered her gaze, but she no longer responded. Her legs trembled, and her body felt unresponsive. Yet, she did not fall from pride, but rather from exhaustion. The referee looked at both of them and finally raised his hand. Hanabi Hyuga wins the match. Naruto, still in his place, did not take his eyes off Hinata. There was no longer coldness in his gaze, only a silent sorrow. Sasuke approached and spoke softly, reminding him that he could not blame himself for the situation. Feelings did not always choose whom they would hurt. Naruto nodded, but inside, something stirred. It was not about lost love, but rather a truth that had been ignored for too long. As Hanabi climbed back up the stands, her eyes met Naruto's. He extended his hand, and she did not say anything. She simply intertwined her fingers with his. From the edge of the arena, Kurenai helped Hinata. Although no one else heard, the Jonin gently murmured to her that sometimes, when it feels like we have lost something, it is because we never truly had it. It was okay to cry about it, but it was important to let it go. For the first time, the young Hyuga did not look at Hanabi with hatred, only with resignation. The midday sun cast a golden curtain over the Konoha Stadium, marking the beginning of the Chunin exam preliminaries. The atmosphere was tense yet filled with excitement. In one of the private rooms of the stadium, Mikoto Uchiha sat with Karin, Aurora, and Natsumi, all nervously awaiting the start of the matches. Suki observed quietly from a corner. Karin, still adjusting to her new surroundings, looked at Mikoto with a shy smile. She felt honored to meet her and admitted that she was just beginning to learn about the village and its customs. Mikoto returned the smile warmly, exuding a calmness that only a mother who had faced many battles could possess. She reassured Karin that it was a pleasure to meet her and expressed confidence that the girls would welcome her with kindness. Aurora, resting in Mikoto's lap, looked up holding a flower, while Natsumi sat beside Suki. With her usual sweetness, Natsumi asked Suki if she was okay. Suki blinked in surprise at being called Wani-chan, taken aback by the term. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, her gaze dropping slightly. No one had ever called her that before. She finally replied that she was fine, her tone soft but tinged with confusion, which Hanabi, who had just entered, noticed immediately. Suki glanced back at Hanabi, who was chatting briefly with Naruto in the center of the stadium. Leaning toward the group, Suki let slip a remark laced with bitterness, though her tone was gentle enough that only Hanabi caught it as she approached. She wondered how someone like Hanabi could have everything so easily. Hanabi turned slightly, not saying anything but looking at Suki with calm understanding. There was no anger in her eyes, only comprehension and resolve. She smiled to herself, aware of what she had just heard. There was no need for a scene, it wasn't worth it. Naruto was hers, not by possession, but by mutual choice. On the field, the screen displayed the start of the first match, Sasuke Uchiha against a genin from the Rain Village. Sasuke descended without hesitation, his expression serious. Kakashi had given him simple instructions, to trust himself. The match began with swift movements. Sasuke's opponent used water techniques to distract him, but the Uchiha remained unfazed by appearances. His Sharingan, though still developing, allowed him to anticipate the enemy's moves. Sasuke moved with determination, each strike calculated. In his mind, there was only one image, Naruto watching. He didn't want to win for himself, he wanted Naruto to see him, to consider him worthy of fighting by his side, even if just for a moment. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a fire technique that forced his opponent to surrender. The stadium erupted in applause. Sasuke looked up at the box where Naruto sat. The blonde offered a brief smile and a nod, which was enough for Sasuke. He lowered his gaze, took a deep breath, and stepped back. In the Jonin box, Asuma crossed his arms. He remarked that at least Sasuke had a head on his shoulders, but he still found it absurd that they allowed Tsukiguni to participate, a boy with a sword who thought himself wise. Anko, holding a cookie, laughed loudly, drawing attention. She challenged Asuma, saying it was absurd to underestimate the best ninja of this generation based on prejudice. That boy with a sword had faced things that none of Asuma's students could even imagine. Naruto Tsukiguni was not only strong but also a leader, a strategist, and possessed more composure than many jonin in the village. Asuma narrowed his eyes, questioning if Naruto was really that strong. Anko insisted she had seen him fight in the Land of Spring, standing firm against Orochimaru without flinching. She pointed out that Asuma underestimated him simply because he didn't share his surname or lineage, calling it pathetic with a challenging smile. As the stadium buzzed with conversation, the screen displayed the next match, Kiba Inuzuka against Naruto Tsukiguni. Whispers grew louder, some still referred to him as the lost son, while others admired him in silence. Among the crowd, Minato and Kushina watched from the leader's box alongside Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito, and Menma. Minato leaned toward Hiruzen, noting that the boy reminded him of himself. Kushina, keeping her gaze fixed, murmured that he was not just a reflection of Minato but better, though still their son. Danzo, sipping tea, advised not to force him, suggesting that the boy had already found his path and they should be there when he was ready. Menma scoffed, claiming he could defeat Naruto easily, asserting that the new surname didn't make him better. Mito, however, spoke softly, suggesting that while they might not be his family now, they should be glad he was well, expressing her belief. Danzo regarded Mito with suspicion, commenting that she spoke like her mother but had the heart of her brother, reminding her to ensure her words matched her feelings. In the arena, Hanabi approached Naruto before he descended. She took his arm, leaned in slightly, and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, encouraging him to show the world who he was. Naruto, without saying a word, squeezed her hand, descended the steps, and positioned himself before Kiba. Kiba, exuding arrogance, remarked that he expected a challenge but figured it would be quick. He called for Akamaru to prepare. Naruto regarded him with his usual calm demeanor, his sword hanging at his right side. There was no tension in his body, only determination. He advised Kiba not to feel the need to impress anyone and to simply give his best. This ignited Kiba's anger, who retorted not to speak with such superiority. The match commenced. Kiba charged forward with Akamaru, using his Getsuga technique. He was fast, but Naruto remained still. At the last moment, he pivoted, deflected the attack, and with a single motion, placed the hilt of his katana against Kiba's back, sending him to the ground. Dust rose from the arena. Kiba growled and got back up, furious, claiming it was luck. Naruto calmly corrected him, stating it was calculation. Kiba attacked again, desperate, but Naruto did not draw his sword. He simply dodged, redirected, and observed. Each of Kiba's movements left him more exhausted while Naruto remained unscathed. From the stands, Kurenai, frustrated, voiced her concern about why Naruto wasn't ending the match, questioning if he was playing with Kiba, which she deemed dishonorable. As if he had heard her, Naruto paused for a moment, looked toward the box, and raised his voice enough for all to hear. He stated that he was not playing with anyone, but not everyone deserved a quick victory. Some needed to learn that not everything was won by barking. The blow to Kiba was not physical but mental. The next time Kiba attacked, Naruto simply moved behind him, placed his arm against the boy's neck, and executed a clean takedown. The referee raised his hand. Naruto Tsukiguni had won the match. The stadium erupted in cheers, and murmurs filled the air as villagers spoke in astonishment. Some remarked on how he moved just like the fourth Hokage, while others noted that his movements were even more fluid, possibly due to the sword he wielded. Questions arose about who could have trained such a remarkable ninja. Minato bit his lip, aware of the answer, while Kushina's eyes sparkled with pride. She realized that their son no longer needed them. Danzo smiled silently, observing the scene unfold. As Naruto ascended the stairs, Hanabi awaited him with a proud smile. Suki watched from the shadows of a column, her lips pressed together in frustration. She narrowed her eyes at Hanabi, feeling overshadowed. Of course, it was always her, the perfect one, the admired, the chosen. Hanabi, still smiling, asked if Suki had said something. Suki averted her gaze but replied with a sharp tone, expressing that the spectacle had been moving, especially for someone so fortunate. Hanabi remained silent, her attention drawn to Naruto as he embraced his daughters in the family box, where Mikoto and Karen were already waiting. Natsumi tossed him a flower she had prepared, and Aurora ran into his arms. From the heights of the stadium, a rare calm breeze flowed, as if even the wind respected the new reality taking shape in Konoha, the rebirth of a different lineage, one chosen not by blood, but by will. Naruto Tsukiguni, with his sword at his back and a serene expression, walked no longer as an overlooked child. This caused Naruto to lower his head, while Hanabi began to cry. Mikoto understood what had happened, but the two little ones were confused. They thought their question had put their parents in this state. However, Naruto knelt down and spoke to them. He told his daughters that the duty of a ninja comes with risks. Sakura had faced those risks without hesitation, and now she was watching over them like a star illuminating their path. He assured them that they would never forget her, as she would always remain in their hearts. As he spoke, he felt his eyes welling up while looking at his daughters, who mirrored his sorrow. Hanabi embraced Mikoto, seeking the warmth of a mother, while Naruto held his daughters close, mourning the loss of a part of their family. Kushina, Mito, and Menma said nothing. They quietly left, understanding that Naruto needed time alone with his children. Night fell over Konoha, and the little ones fell asleep in their father's arms, their tears still fresh. It began to rain, as if the sky shared in the sadness felt by Team Hanabi. Turned to her life partner and expressed her feelings of unrest after losing Sakura, someone she had seen almost as a sister. Naruto responded that he didn't know what to do, but he was certain that wherever Sakura was watching from, she would be proud of their actions. He emphasized the importance of finding peace to prevent further suffering, which was what she would have wanted. He vowed to work harder than ever. As he turned his back to Hanabi, she looked at him, the boy who had brought light into her life. Once again, she saw Naruto as her angel, her son. Slowly approaching him, she embraced him, and together they watched the rain, sharing the same thought. Hanabi had no doubts now. She would do everything possible alongside her beloved blonde to bring peace. The story had not been updated for months due to many setbacks. The final chapter was already written. Since this was the first story the author had created, they decided to keep it concise, skipping much of the filler from the anime. The focus would be on the exams, the search for Tsunade, the pain arc, and the ninja war. The afternoon breeze flowed through the pillars of the Konoha Stadium as the stands filled with murmurs, bets, and eager eyes. The first phase of the preliminaries had already made quite an impact, and now the names appearing on the digital screen elicited cheers and mixed reactions. The screen flickered, signaling that the next match was about to begin. Temari faced Tenten. Temari descended gracefully, her fan resting on her back, her steps calm and confident. Tenten, on the other hand, came down with determination in her eyes. She knew she wasn't the favorite, but that had never bothered her. The weight of her weapon pouch on her back served as a reminder of the effort and dedication that had brought her to this moment. Guy watched his student with pride, encouraging her to show the true spirit of youth. Kurenai sighed at his enthusiasm, questioning if he was exaggerating. Guy insisted that one could never exaggerate when discussing the power of youth. From the box next to Hanabi, Naruto observed intently, while Rock Lee clenched his fists. He noted that Temari was strong, but she wasn't truly fighting. She was toying with Tenten, mocking her effort. Naruto silently agreed, watching as Temari effortlessly deflected Tenten's attacks with minimal movement of her fan, creating gusts of wind that sent Tenten's weapons flying before they could reach their target. Breathless, Tenten retreated, pulling out scrolls one after another. She unleashed a barrage of blades into the sky. Temari opened her fan fully, revealing 3 purple circles, and prepared her technique. A powerful gust swept through the arena, effortlessly deflecting Tenten's weapons and sending her crashing against the stadium wall. The impact was strong, and Tenten fell unconscious. Rock Lee gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated that Temari had mocked Tenten until the end. Naruto acknowledged that not everyone understood the value of effort, but Lee's reaction showed that he did. As the screen flickered again, the murmurs in the crowd subsided. Gaara descended silently, his gourd on his back and his expression unreadable. Lee jumped into the arena, filled with righteous anger but maintaining control. Guy signaled to him from the stands, affirming that this was his moment. Kakashi, seated next to Guy, remarked that he hadn't expected Lee to use his true style so soon. Guy replied that Lee was no longer the insecure child, he was ready to prove himself. The match began, and Lee charged forward with incredible speed. Gaara stood still, his sand blocking every strike. Lee spun, leaped, and attacked from impossible angles. Despite Gaara's automatic defense, Lee's attacks began to find openings, grazing Gaara's cheek and causing sand to fall. Gaara narrowed his eyes, his sand becoming more aggressive as he declared that Lee would not escape. Lee, undeterred, proclaimed that he would push beyond his limits, having received permission from Guy. He removed his weights, causing a thunderous sound as they hit the ground, and then he vanished. Sasuke stood up in his seat, amazed that he could barely keep track of Lee's movements. Hanabi, eyes wide, noted that it wasn't chakra but pure physical training. Lee reappeared behind Gaara, striking him and sending him flying. Then he positioned himself above Gaara, preparing his technique. With a fierce determination, Lee executed his move, spiraling around Gaara and slamming him into the ground. Gaara's sand cushioned the impact, but his gourd shattered into pieces. The stadium fell silent, and Guy trembled with anticipation. Suddenly, Gaara's face twisted in anger, and his sand began to thrash violently. He shouted with fury, and the sand ensnared Lee's leg, squeezing with immense force. Lee cried out and Guy stood up in alarm. Naruto was already on his feet, moving between them in a flash, commanding Gaara to stop with a voice that resonated like thunder. Gaara halted, and Naruto's intense gaze bore down on him. The pressure in the stadium was palpable as Naruto warned Gaara that this was not a place for killing but for fighting. If Gaara couldn't understand the difference, Naruto would make him. Slowly the sand retreated, and the referee, pale, declared the match over. Guy rushed onto the field, cradling Lee in his arms, tears in his eyes as he praised Lee's shining youth. The next match was brief. Neji entered with an air of superiority, facing an opponent from the Sound Village. From the first move, Neji took control, using his Byakugan to seal the enemy's chakra points with clinical precision. Kurenai remarked that Neji had won without even trying, while Enko scoffed, noting the boy's talent but also his arrogance. Kakashi agreed, stating that everyone learns eventually. Suki entered the arena silently, drawing a mix of pride and concern from her mother, Mikoto, who watched alongside Karen. When Natsumi cheered for Suki, her sister turned, surprised but softened slightly by the encouragement. Her rival from the mist attempted to confuse her with dense fog, but Suki activated her Sharingan. The opponent's movements became slow and clumsy, allowing Suki to neutralize him with a genjutsu, causing him to trip over his own weapon before immobilizing him with seals she had learned from Naruto during their training sessions. The referee announced that Suki Uchiha was the winner. Back in the box, Naruto was drinking water when he heard a voice behind him. It was Mito, who praised him for his performance. Although Naruto's expression was calm, his gaze was distant as he thanked her and expressed relief that she was well. Mito, acknowledging their distance, expressed her desire to mend their relationship and become siblings again. Naruto responded respectfully but without warmth, stating that they were simply comrades from the same village for now, and that was fine. Mito lowered her gaze, her lips trembling but holding back tears. Hanabi, observing from the back, approached and intertwined her fingers with Naruto's, prompting Mito to take a step back, understanding the situation. Mito resolved to try and at least wanted to continue seeing him well. Naruto expressed his gratitude for her sentiment, and with that, their conversation came to an end. The sun continued its journey, but in Konoha, the shadows of their hearts began to brighten gradually, not with forgiveness, but with acceptance. Each individual's path, with or without scars, moved forward. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the breeze. Soon, the real challenges would come. The sun began to set over Konoha, casting a warm golden glow on the rooftops of the village. The stadium still echoed with the sounds of cheers, strikes, and the tension that had filled the day. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward to quiet the crowd, which had yet to leave their seats. Beside him, Minato Namikaze took the microphone, his expression serious yet calm. He expressed gratitude to the spectators for their patience and enthusiasm, noting the impressive level displayed by the young ninjas of their village and the guests. With 13 participants still standing, it was decided that a final round of combat would take place before the selection for promotion to Chunin. The murmurs grew among the audience. Each match would be individual and determined by lottery, except for one. Minato's gaze fixed on Naruto, who was among the selected, surrounded by Hanabi, Karin, Aurora, and Natsumi. The last fight would be between Niji Hyuga and Naruto Tsukiguni. The camera captured Niji's confident smile, while Naruto nodded with calmness. Kurama remained silent within him, but Naruto felt a slight tingling sensation on his back. Minato continued, announcing that the final round would take place in a month. During that time, each participant could train as they wished, preparing for the ultimate battle. He wished everyone good luck. The stadium erupted in comments, mixed reactions, nervousness, and excitement. Speculations about the upcoming matches began. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, while Shikamaru sighed. Suki pressed her lips together. Naruto turned to his family, suggesting they leave. Aurora asked if they were going home, to which he affirmed that they deserved it. Karin walked beside him, still somewhat overwhelmed by everything she had witnessed. Natsumi's eyes sparkled with excitement, though she looked visibly tired. Hanabi kept a hand on Naruto's back, guiding the group toward the stadium exit. Before they could leave, Kushina's voice called out to them. She asked Naruto and Karin to wait a moment. Naruto halted, taking a second before turning around. Hanabi tightened her grip on his back, sensing the tension. Kushina approached them, her excitement evident. She wanted to have a conversation, not about the past, but to check on how they were doing. She suggested they walk together for a bit. Naruto glanced at his daughters, who appeared calm, then at Hanabi, who gave a slight nod of encouragement. He agreed to the brief conversation. Without further ado, Kushina turned to Karin, enthusiastically taking her arm. She insisted that Karin, as an Uzumaki, needed to learn about her family history and promised to show her some family records that she would love. Karin blinked in surprise, unsure of how to respond. Kushina insisted it would only be for a short while and that she would not take no for an answer. Hanabi raised an eyebrow but remained silent as Naruto gestured for her to stay calm. Naruto then turned to Mito, who approached with a gentle smile. She expressed her happiness at seeing him and mentioned how much he had grown, saying she was proud of him. Naruto responded respectfully but succinctly, thanking her and hoping she continued to grow as well. Mito smiled back, though a flicker of discomfort crossed her eyes, as she had expected a warmer response. Menma, standing nearby, simply huffed and crossed his arms, looking away. Minato stepped closer to Naruto, acknowledging that he knew Naruto wasn't interested in rekindling their past. However, he offered to be there if Naruto ever wanted to talk, as a friend if that was what he preferred. Naruto regarded him with neutrality, saying perhaps one day he would be open to it, but for now, he only wanted peace. Minato nodded, respecting his wishes. Hanabi gently pulled on Naruto's hand, reminding him it was time to go home as the girls were hungry. Naruto agreed, and they left without saying more, while Kushina continued to enthusiastically explain Uzumaki seals and the power of their chakra to a resigned Karin. Meanwhile, at another part of the stadium, Sasuke stood with Suki. They had remained silent since the announcement until Kakashi approached them with his usual relaxed smile. He suggested they start training together the next morning, as they had an intense month ahead. Sasuke nodded without hesitation, expressing his need to improve and not fall behind. Suki also agreed, though with less enthusiasm, acknowledging that it would be useful. Kakashi looked at both of them, preparing to work on Sasuke's chakra control and speed, while he planned to discuss Suki's Sharingan with her. Suki nodded silently, walking alongside Sasuke as Kakashi watched them leave before disappearing in a flash. That night, Naruto walked through the nearby forests of Konoha. The sky was clear, and the stars shone brightly. He paused occasionally to sharpen his focus, performing smooth yet precise movements with his sheathed katana, breathing in sync with the rhythm of nature. Everything about him was balanced. Kurama spoke in his mind, questioning whether Naruto could sleep again. Naruto admitted he had a bad feeling since the stadium, sensing something was off. Kurama agreed, feeling the same unease, hinting that it might not just be one enemy but possibly several. Naruto closed his eyes, preparing himself for whatever might come. He resolved not to lose, regardless of who approached. Kurama remained silent, but deep within the seal, the fox's chakra swirled, not out of anger, but out of respect and concern for his partner, who was nearing the completion of his own journey. In the forest, the night continued, silent and intense, like the calm before a great storm. A week had passed since the preliminaries ended, and everyone was feeling a mix of excitement, especially with the warm afternoon in Konoha, perfect for a family outing. Naruto walked through the streets alongside Hanabi, Aurora, and Natsumi. The latter, filled with enthusiasm, bounced beside her father, eager for the adventure ahead. Natsumi's eyes sparkled as she asked if they would go to Ichiraku, her excitement evident as she anticipated a bowl of ramen, a true Uzumaki trait. Naruto nodded with a gentle smile, confirming their destination while adding that they would meet someone very special to him. Curiosity lit up Aurora's face as she asked who this person was. Naruto explained that they would meet Itachi and his daughter Ayame, the first people to offer him warm food and smiles before he met the Uchiha family. Aurora's curiosity deepened as she inquired if they were good people, to which Naruto responded warmly, affirming their kindness. Upon arriving at the small stand, Itachi emerged from the kitchen, drying his hands. His face brightened at the sight of Naruto, and shortly after, Ayame joined him, equally delighted. The atmosphere was filled with warmth as Naruto introduced his family with pride, and the girls greeted their new friends with cheerful enthusiasm. The group settled in for a dinner filled with laughter, stories, and steaming bowls of soup. Natsumi, familiar with the place, felt a sense of togetherness that made this visit special. Naruto spoke with a relaxed demeanor, tinged with nostalgia, while Hanabi observed quietly, sharing meaningful glances with him. Ayame looked at Naruto with affection, noting how much he had changed, becoming more expressive while his heart remained the same. Naruto expressed his gratitude for her past kindness, acknowledging the impact it had on him. Later that night, in the Uchiha residence, Mikoto prepared a special dinner for Sasuke, Suki, and herself. The food was delicious, but the atmosphere was slightly tense as Mikoto tried to keep the conversation flowing. She expressed her happiness at having them together, something they hadn't done in a while. Sasuke nodded, missing these moments with his family, while Suki offered a soft smile, though her thoughts seemed distant. Mikoto inquired about Sasuke's training with Kakashi, to which he replied seriously, expressing his desire to be prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead, especially if he had to face Naruto or the boy from the sand. Mikoto was pleased to hear this and turned to Suki, mentioning that she had heard her Sharingan had strengthened. Suki lowered her gaze, feeling that it still wasn't enough, especially compared to others, and her thoughts drifted to Itachi and Naruto. Mikoto observed her daughter with a mix of tenderness and concern but chose not to press her further. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Naruto sat on a rock, meditating with his eyes closed. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, noting that Naruto still felt uneasy. Naruto acknowledged the feeling, sensing an approaching shadow that he couldn't quite identify. Kurama urged him to stay prepared, sensing that their calm wouldn't last long. Naruto rose and began practicing his sword forms. Hanabi arrived shortly after, bringing a bottle of water and a towel, softly acknowledging that she knew he would be there. She mentioned having trouble sleeping, and they trained together in a comfortable silence, their movements synchronized as if they had known each other forever. After their training, they sat beneath a tree, and Hanabi asked if what they felt for each other was real. Naruto assured her that his feelings for her were genuine, emphasizing that she was one of the most precious parts of his life, alongside the girls. He also expressed a wish that they could have spent more time with Sakura. The sun was just rising over Konoha as the villagers began to gather once more in the grand stadium. A month had passed since the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exam, and the excitement for the start of the final phase was palpable. The stands were filled, with the village leaders present, and the Kazekage, alongside the Hokage, occupied a place of honor in the box. Unknown to everyone, Orochimaru was hiding behind the mask of the leader of the sand. The 13 finalists were ready: Naruto, Hanabi, Menma, Mito, Suki, Sasuke, Neji, Gaara, Temari, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino, and Kankuro. The stadium vibrated with the anticipation of the first match. The audience fell silent as Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, accompanied by Minato Namikaze. The third Hokage expressed gratitude for their attendance, stating that they would witness the true potential of the new generation and that it would be an unforgettable day. Minato continued, announcing that the first match would be Hanabi Hyuga against Temari of the Desert. Hanabi took a deep breath as she descended to the battlefield. Naruto watched her with a mix of pride and concern. On the sand, Temari awaited her with her fan in hand and a confident smile. She asked if Hanabi was ready, but Hanabi did not respond immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes and took her stance. When she opened them, her gaze was resolute. She declared that her name was Tsukiguni, not Hyuga. Temari raised an eyebrow, surprised, but Hanabi had already begun. With a swift movement, she executed her first technique, elegantly dodging a gust of wind. Temari raised her fan again, unleashing a stronger blast, but Hanabi evaded it with a graceful and precise turn. Each step she took was part of a dance. With her second technique, Hanabi closed the distance and delivered a soft yet effective strike to Temari's fan, diverting it. She then targeted Temari's chakra points, forcing her to retreat. Temari attempted another attack, but her movements became increasingly clumsy. Kurenai whispered from the box, noting that this was not the Hanabi they once knew. Enko smiled, acknowledging that this was the Hanabi Naruto had shaped. Finally, with a last spin, Hanabi halted her attack just before Temari's face. Temari fell to her knees, unable to use any more chakra. The referee declared Hanabi Tsukiguni the winner, and the stadium erupted in applause. Hanabi walked off the field without looking back, while Naruto murmured words of encouragement from his seat. The next match featured Shikamaru Nara against Kankuro. Each descended to the field, showcasing their unique styles. Shikamaru yawned, appearing more annoyed than challenged by the fight, while Kankuro menacingly deployed his puppet. Shikamaru remarked that he wasn't in the mood to fight but would proceed anyway. Kankuro launched his puppet, and the attacks came swiftly. However, Shikamaru, with his analytical mind, captured Kankuro's shadow in mere seconds, forcing him to surrender with a simple maneuver. As he withdrew, Shikamaru commented on the troublesome nature of the match but felt relieved it was over. The audience chuckled, while Kankuro frowned. Next up was Mito against Choji. Although Choji displayed strength and resilience, Mito's speed, precision, and control of the Kyuubi chakra gave her the advantage. Mito won with a modest smile, her parents watching proudly. Then came Menma versus Shino. Menma, impulsive and arrogant, launched aggressive attacks from the start, using the Kyuubi's chakra recklessly. Shino attempted to counter with his insects, but Menma's brutality overwhelmed him. Although Menma emerged victorious, his attitude left a sour taste among the Jonin. Asuma commented on Menma's reckless use of power, while Kurenai pointed out that Naruto knew how to handle pressure without losing himself. Enko interjected, asserting that Naruto Tsukiguni was the best ninja of this generation, and her conviction silenced the box momentarily. The next match was Suki Uchiha against Hanabi Tsukiguni. Suki walked with determination, her gaze fixed on Hanabi, her Sharingan already activated. She coldly questioned whether Hanabi was truly loved, addressing her as Hyuga. Hanabi frowned, insisting that it didn't matter and asked Suki not to call her that. Suki expressed her jealousy and pain, claiming that someone as strong as Hanabi should be with her instead of someone weak. Hanabi stood her ground, stating that she and Naruto had chosen each other and that she was there to win. The referee signaled the start of the match. Suki attacked first, creating an illusion that enveloped the field. Hanabi closed her eyes for a moment, centering her chakra, and executed her second technique to dispel the illusion. Suki appeared before her with a kunai, but Hanabi blocked it with her palm, redirecting the attack. Suki shouted about not understanding the pain of seeing someone she cared for with someone unworthy, while Hanabi countered that she had chosen not to fall behind because Naruto was the best among them. The two ninjas clashed fiercely. The fight was fast-paced, intense, and emotional. Suki's jealousy and sadness were palpable, but Hanabi remained steadfast, refusing to be swayed. Ultimately, with a clean strike to Suki's stomach, Hanabi left her breathless, forcing her to kneel. The referee announced Hanabi Tsukiguni as the winner. The next match featured Sasuke Uchiha against Gaara of the Desert. Both descended into the arena, and the tension was evident. Gaara walked slowly, sand swirling around him. He coldly asked if Sasuke was ready to die, to which Sasuke replied that he was ready to make Gaara surrender. The battle was fierce from the start, with Sasuke maximizing his speed to dodge Gaara's automatic defenses. He struck with precision, but the sand mitigated the damage, showcasing the effort he had put into training over the past month. Gaara retaliated with massive offensives, launching sharp sand projectiles. Sasuke created a clone to deflect part of the attack and appeared behind Gaara, striking with a kunai. Gaara shouted for it to stop, losing control as the chakra of the Shikaku began to emanate threateningly. Orochimaru, hidden beneath the mask, smiled slightly. Naruto stood up in the stands, his gaze enough to momentarily halt Gaara's advance, as he understood that Naruto was a more dangerous force than even his mother, who only insulted him. Seizing the moment, Sasuke gathered chakra in his hand and shaped it with intensity. A crackling lightning enveloped his arm as he prepared to unleash his technique. Sasuke charged at Gaara with incredible speed. From the stands, Anko stood up abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Kakashi remained unfazed, crossing his arms as he watched the unfolding battle. He acknowledged that teaching Sasuke such techniques was necessary, otherwise, there would be no way to match Gaara. He added that, in truth, Naruto was even more dangerous than Gaara, and he needed techniques to keep up. Anko was surprised by Kakashi's respect for Naruto, considering he was just a genin. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Sasuke collided with Gaara's sand shield, breaking through it partially and leaving a visible mark on Gaara's arm. The sand ninja fell, unconscious, as his protective barrier crumbled around him. The referee announced Sasuke as the winner. Next came one of the most anticipated matches, Naruto Tsukiguni against Neji Hyuga. Neji descended into the arena with a cold gaze, while Naruto walked calmly, greeting the audience before taking his position. Neji cruelly remarked that Naruto should not be there, calling him an outsider and suggesting that Hanabi had tarnished her family's name by associating with him. Naruto took a deep breath, maintaining his serene expression. Stated that, because Neji had insulted his cousin, he would defeat him without using his full power, relying solely on his will and determination. He wanted Neji to understand that he had forged his own destiny and that he would lose without excuses. Neji launched precise attacks using the gentle fist technique, but Naruto evaded them effortlessly. Without activating his katana or his solar breathing technique, he used basic movements to redirect Neji's strikes. Each attempt by Neji was met with calmness from Naruto, who questioned if that was all Neji had to offer. The audience began to murmur, sensing Neji's humiliation. In a fit of rage, Neji activated his Kaiten, but Naruto performed a somersault over him, landing behind and lightly tapping his neck with 2 fingers. He whispered that he could have broken Neji's neck multiple times. Neji fell to his knees, defeated and humiliated, while Naruto remained composed. The referee declared Naruto the winner, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Kushina wiped away tears in silence, while Minato watched with nostalgia. Danzo smiled with satisfaction, and Orochimaru murmured that everything was going according to plan. Finally, it was Menma against Mito. Both descended into the arena, with Minato and Kushina watching intently from above. Kushina asked who Minato thought would win, to which he sighed and explained that while Mito was more focused, Menma had more power but was impulsive. This match would reveal who was truly ready. In the arena, Mito activated her seals, preparing for a long-term strategy. Menma, confident, unleashed the chakra of the Kyuubi and charged at her. He shouted for her to surrender, claiming she could not defeat him. Mito calmly replied that she didn't need to win, she just needed him to give up, as she set explosion seals around her and began a series of hand signs. The battle was quick and intense. Menma struck hard, but Mito used her agility and precision to keep him off balance. Eventually, she trapped him in a seal that gradually drained his chakra. Menma realized he could not move and expressed his frustration, insisting he would not allow it. However, he struggled to break free, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The referee announced Mito as the winner. From the stands, Naruto watched in silence as Kurama spoke in his mind, pointing out that Menma and Mito also felt the pressure of having a prodigious brother. Naruto closed his eyes, reflecting on Kurama's words as he learned there would be a 15-minute break for the fighters. Hanabi felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, and she nodded in understanding of that shared sadness. The following day, while shopping in the village center, she crossed paths with Hinata. The atmosphere grew tense immediately. Hinata lowered her gaze and expressed a need to talk. Hanabi, however, firmly stated that there was nothing to discuss. Hinata admitted her past arrogance and jealousy, acknowledging her mistakes and apologizing even for the consequences that led to Hanabi's expulsion from the clan. Hanabi remained silent, and before she could respond, Hayashi and Hana approached them. Hayashi insisted they needed to talk about everything that had happened. Hanabi, however, stood her ground, asserting that there was nothing to discuss after years of silence. She interrupted Hayashi when he mentioned Hinata's apology, looking him directly in the eyes and declaring that if she ever returned, it would be on her own terms, not because they asked her to. With that, she walked away, leaving them behind to watch her retreating figure. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Menma and Mito trained under Minato's watchful eye. Menma launched powerful attacks, while Mito demonstrated precision in her movements. Menma boasted about defeating everyone in the next round, to which Mito replied that arrogance wouldn't make him stronger. Their playful banter continued, with Mito teasing Menma about his pretense of power. Minato observed them without intervening, while Jiraiya watched from a distance, deep in thought, considering whether they were truly the boys from the prophecy. At the Uzumaki household, Kushina was in the kitchen talking with Karen, sharing ancient scrolls, recipes, and seals. She emphasized that as a Uzumaki, Karen possessed powerful chakra that was nearly impossible to deplete, and that their clan was feared for their sealing techniques. Karen smiled, though it was strained. She had spent most of the day there, and the hypocrisy of Mito, who spoke so familiarly despite knowing what Naruto had gone through, combined with Menma's arrogance, had worn her out. Still, she made an effort to be polite. Kushina expressed her excitement about having more family nearby and suggested that Karen would be like an older sister to Mito. Karen swallowed hard, trying to maintain her composure. Just as she was about to excuse herself, someone knocked on the door. It was Sasuke, who had come to pick up Karen as they had arranged to meet. Karen felt a wave of relief at his arrival. She thanked Kushina and said they would see her later. Kushina cheerfully encouraged them to have fun and to visit again since they were family. Sasuke and Karen walked a few steps in silence before she finally expressed her gratitude for his presence. Sasuke had anticipated that she would need him and offered to take her to a quiet place. Karen hoped they could stay for a while, mentioning how overwhelming it had been inside, especially without Naruto and Sasuke around. She felt a bit embarrassed for how she referred to him, but he merely chuckled in response. Sasuke acknowledged her feelings and extended his hand without looking at her, encouraging her to join him. As the moon rose over Konoha, the bonds between the protagonists continued to weave together, some strong and others still tangled with knots yet to be unraveled. The sun shone high above as the stadium, still buzzing from the intense battle between Naruto and Sasuke, suddenly fell into a deep silence. A chilling breeze swept through the stands. The villagers and shinobi present exchanged uneasy glances, sensing that something was very wrong. Then it happened. A deep, thunderous roar shook the ground. From the stadium's ceiling, a dozen explosions erupted, releasing a thick curtain of smoke. Shadows began to fall from above. They were ninjas from Suna and Otogekure, infiltrators disguised among the crowd. Panic erupted among the civilians as the Jounins sprang into action. Asuma drew his chakra blades and shouted for everyone to protect the civilians and secure the exits, while Kurenai directed NBU formations to descend swiftly. In the arena, Naruto looked up, flanked by Sasuke and Hanabi. Sasuke clenched his fists, bewildered by the chaos. At that moment, a maddening roar filled the air. Gaara, kneeling at the edge of the field, writhed in pain. Kankuro and Temari struggled to hold him down as a squad of Suna ninjas rapidly executed hand seals. Hanabi activated her Byakugan, realizing the gravity of the situation. The ground began to tremble, and a monstrous aura emanated from Gaara. His skin turned gray, and his eyes lost their humanity. Kurenai shouted from above, warning that they were forcing the transformation. Naruto tensed, knowing he had to act. But Hanabi held his arm, urging him to stay focused. She insisted that she and Sasuke would handle Gaara while he needed to go to the Kage's box, where something far more serious was unfolding. Sasuke nodded firmly, affirming that they could hold Gaara long enough for Naruto to get to safety. Naruto hesitated for a moment but then agreed, casting one last glance at his daughters, who were being escorted out of the stadium by Mikoto and Karen. Meanwhile, in the Kage's box, the Kazekage slowly turned to Minato, who had remained silent. Suddenly, a wave of dark, poisonous chakra flooded the area. The Kazekage's face twisted into a sinister grin as he revealed Orochimaru's face. Minato stepped back in shock, recognizing his old enemy. Orochimaru greeted him with a chilling smile, declaring that he was not alone this time. With a flick of his wrist, 2 coffins emerged from the ground, sending a shiver down the spines of the Jounin present. Hiruzen murmured in disbelief, preparing for battle as the coffins opened to reveal 2 figures, Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and Tobirama Senju, the second. Their serene faces belied the emptiness in their eyes. Minato recognized the forbidden technique at play and cursed Orochimaru. The villain merely laughed in response. Naruto burst into the area moments later, confronted by the horror before him, the spirit of the village facing its past. Hiruzen looked at him, acknowledging the severity of the situation and asking for his help. Minato raised a barrier of kunai while activating his Hiraishin seal, urging his son to fight alongside them as equals. Naruto positioned himself between them, his katana in hand, his chakra radiating like a rising sun. He vowed not to let anyone destroy the village while he was there. Orochimaru observed with a mix of amusement and concern, recalling how Naruto had once been a formidable opponent. He wondered where Kabuto was, knowing he had unfinished business with him. Inside Naruto, Kurama spoke with urgency, warning him that it was not the time for restraint. He would need his power to face the revived Hokages and Orochimaru. Naruto took a deep breath, his chakra rising in sync with his determination. He assured Kurama that they would face this challenge together, as they always had. Kurama roared in agreement, his chakra harmonizing with Naruto's. A reddish aura with golden sparks enveloped Naruto as he synchronized with Kurama, his katana gleaming with a sharpness that seemed to cut through the air itself. With a battle cry, he charged at Hashirama and Tobirama. The first Hokage responded by summoning a forest of wood from the ground. Naruto leaped, spinning in the air, and sliced through it with a swift and precise dance, shining like a shooting star. Tobirama appeared behind him, using Hiraishin, but Naruto blocked the attack with the back of his katana, now infused with chakra. He declared that he would not fight them with hatred, despite their past actions, but with all his will, making them feel the sun's warmth. Hashirama stepped back, momentarily showing respect in his lifeless eyes. Minato, watching, whispered to himself about his son's potential as a true Hokage. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained at the back, observing with a smile, but Minato would not let him escape. In an instant, the fourth Hokage appeared before him using Hiraishin, immobilizing him with kunai marked at multiple points on his body. Hiruzen understood the cue and, with tears held back, began forming seals, aware of the gravity of their actions. Naruto was holding his own against the 2 first Hokages, but the toll was beginning to show. As Hiruzen invoked the Shiki Fujin, the god of death appeared behind him, enveloping Orochimaru in a shadow of destiny. With trembling hands, Hiruzen seized Orochimaru's soul, dragging him toward the void as the villain screamed in agony. Minato fell to his knees, feeling a part of his own soul being drawn in as well. He apologized to Naruto for not being the father he deserved, but declared that they would fight as equals today. Naruto, with shining eyes, nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude for Minato's support and sorrow for Hiruzen's impending loss. Both summoned Hokages paused, with Hashirama looking at Naruto and acknowledging that he was not their enemy, but rather the hope in this world. They began to fade away as the jutsu dissolved, leaving Naruto on his knees, exhausted. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, congratulating him on their victory, but warning that this was only the beginning. Outside the village, Gaara had succumbed to the Shikaku, his transformation forced by the ninjas of Suna. Sasuke, Hanabi, Temari, Kankuro, and Suki faced the monstrous entity. Suki called for a distraction, preparing to seal the beast while activating her Sharingan. Temari used her fan to create a wind barrier, deflecting one of Shikaku's sand bombs. Kankuro deployed his puppets to ensnare the monster's feet. Hanabi, with her Byakugan activated, executed a precise attack. With graceful movements, she launched herself toward Shikaku, each strike resonating with lethal accuracy. Sasuke stood ready, his Chidori charged and poised for action. He called out to Hanabi, and they launched their attack simultaneously. The Chidori pierced through Shikaku's defenses, while Hanabi struck a chakra point on Gaara's chest, causing the beast to recoil. Suki quickly formed hand seals and activated a visual genjutsu enhanced by her Sharingan. The image of Gaara's mother appeared before Shikaku, momentarily paralyzing it. The beast let out a roar, staggering backward. Kankuro and Temari seized the opportunity to rush toward their brother. Suki placed a seal on Gaara's forehead, and gradually, Shikaku's chakra was contained. Gaara fell unconscious. Temari gasped, realizing they had succeeded. Sasuke looked up at the sky, weary. He hadn't anticipated facing another major battle after being defeated by the swordsman. He wondered if Naruto would be alright. Hanabi assured him that he would be, for he was the light that guided them all. As the Anbu and Konoha shinobi repelled the invaders and the moon began to rise over the village, a deeper conflict raged within the hearts of the protagonists. Yet, for now, they had resisted the encroaching darkness. Naruto stood atop the remnants of the stage, still exhausted from matching the power of two Kages for 10 grueling minutes. With heavy breaths and his katana sheathed, he understood that his journey was just beginning. The silence after the battle was suffocating, almost as heavy as the air thick with dust and chakra that still lingered in the village. Debris smoldered in various places throughout Konoha, and the darkened sky mirrored the state of everyone present. Worn, confused, on the brink of breaking. Naruto stood in the midst of the devastated field, breathing heavily, his body trembling. The perfect mode with Kurama was slowly fading, dissipating like embers carried away by the wind. His knees buckled for a moment, and he had to drive his katana into the ground to avoid collapsing. Sweat trickled down his forehead, mingling with the blood that stained part of his face. Kurama, from within, was also exhausted. His voice sounded deep, more serious than usual. He acknowledged Naruto's efforts, admitting that few humans could maintain such a state against two Hokages simultaneously. Naruto did not respond. He simply breathed, his chest rising and falling like a bellows. He had achieved what he set out to do, but he felt the price in every torn muscle, in every fiber on the verge of collapse. A few meters away, Kushina watched him with wide eyes. She was scared, yes, but more than that, she was angry. She walked firmly toward him, ignoring the gazes of those around. Naruto sensed her approach, and her voice was filled with reproach as she expressed her concern about the power he had wielded, stating that it could have cost him his life. She questioned why he always had to take things to the extreme. Naruto lifted his head, sweat sliding down his forehead. His gaze was steady, though his lips trembled from exhaustion. He explained that someone had to take action and that he wouldn't stand idly by. Kushina clenched her fists, expressing her frustration about seeing him in such a state, reminding him that he was her son, not a weapon of sacrifice. Finally, Naruto met her gaze with a calmness that pierced through her like a cold kunai. He coldly stated that she had lost that right long ago and declared himself Naruto Tsukiguni. The silence that followed was brutal. Even Kurama respected those words. Kushina took a step back, as if an invisible blow had emptied her lungs. Mito, nearby, rushed in with a forced smile, attempting to ease the tension. She pleaded with Naruto, saying that everyone was worried about him and that they were trying to reconnect as a family. Naruto regarded her with the same neutrality he reserved for strangers. He stated that he didn't need a family that only remembered him when it was convenient, suggesting that she should earn his trust through actions rather than words. Mito's face tightened, and although she maintained her smile, her eyes clouded with discomfort. Naruto's responses exposed the hypocrisy she felt. Menma, on the other hand, exploded with anger. He stepped forward, his brow furrowed and filled with hatred, accusing Naruto of being arrogant and claiming that everything he had was due to the village and their parents. He questioned who Naruto thought he was, calling him an accident that should never have existed. Naruto observed him without flinching, which only fueled Menma's rage further. He told Menma not to waste his voice and suggested that if he wanted to prove something he should do it on the battlefield, as shouting wouldn't change the truth. The silence returned, heavy as lead. Kushina looked between Menma and Naruto but found herself unable to speak. Aurora and Natsumi, who had stayed a few steps back, were tense, gripping the fabric of Karen's kimono. Karen, with a serious yet warm expression, leaned toward them and spoke firmly, almost like a vow. She told them that the man they saw, exhausted but resolute, was their father. No matter how the world judged him, he would become the strongest ninja, and they would be proud of him, as he would always protect them. Aurora swallowed hard, her eyes glistening, while Natsumi bit her lip to hold back a sob. They nodded, as if those words were the promise they needed to hear. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, 3 figures stumbled through the torchlit streets. Sasuke, Hanabi, and Suki, covered in dust and sweat, were returning from a fierce battle against Shikaku. Sasuke, with his Sharingan still faintly glowing, broke the silence by acknowledging that the monster had been stronger than he had anticipated. Suki, serious yet breathless, noted that they had defeated it because they fought together. Hanabi, walking with her gaze fixed ahead, did not respond immediately. Her mind was elsewhere, but her heart raced in her chest. Finally, she murmured that she just wanted to see him and hoped he was okay. Sasuke glanced at her, his expression a mix of hardness and respect. He assured her that she would see him and that he needed to see her too. The young Hyuga closed her eyes, holding onto those words like an anchor. Suki, in silence, also wondered what Naruto would think of her and her performance. When they finally arrived at the place where Naruto was, they saw him surrounded by Kushina, Menma, and Mito, the air thick with tension. Hanabi was the first to react, running toward him without a second thought. Naruto barely had time to turn before she threw herself against his chest, embracing him tightly. He swayed, almost falling from exhaustion, but found stability as he wrapped his arms around her. She whispered that he was alive, her voice breaking as she expressed how much she had prayed for his safety. Naruto rested his forehead against her hair, taking a deep breath and feeling the warmth of the embrace that anchored him to life. He promised her that he would always be okay to be with her, a vow that felt eternal. Her eyes glistened, and she looked at him with a love that needed no words. In that moment, amidst everyone, there was no one else, just the two of them, reconnecting after the storm. Sasuke. Suki watched from behind, each with different thoughts. Sasuke felt a mix of respect and contained envy, while Suki felt a warmth in her chest that she couldn't fully understand. Kushina, on her part, gritted her teeth. Seeing Naruto in Hanabi's arms, with such devotion and life that she no longer shared, tore at her more than she wanted to admit. At that moment, an Anbyu appeared among them, kneeling. He announced with a grave voice that the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had fallen in battle. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the winds seemed to stop. Their gazes met, and the weight of the news plunged everyone into a harsh reality. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, holding Hanabi tighter as he felt the future of the village darken with that revelation. Despite being able to confront two Hokages, he could not keep Hiruzen alive. Under the starry sky, amidst accusations, promises, and open wounds, the story moved toward an even greater storm. After 15 minutes, the next match was announced. Mito Uzumaki vs Hanabi Tsukiguni. The stadium fell silent. Hanabi entered the arena with a serious expression, her body showing signs of fatigue from her previous two battles. Her breathing was steady, but her movements were slower. Mito awaited her with a serene, yet insincere smile. Hanabi remained silent, adopting her combat stance. Mito spoke softly, barely audible to the audience, expressing her disdain. She declared that Hanabi would never be accepted as part of their family, stating that she was not worthy of being with Naruto. Mikoto, watching from the stands, clenched her arms, noticing the change in Hanabi's demeanor. Karen, observing alongside Aurora and Natsumi, frowned, recognizing that Mito was using Kurama's chakra but was struggling to control it. Aurora wrapped her arms around herself, worried about her aunt. The battle began with an explosive clash. Mito, empowered, unleashed rapid and fierce attacks. Hanabi dodged as best she could, utilizing her floral breathing technique and Byakugan to maintain distance. With determination, Hanabi executed a technique, launching a flurry of spinning strikes to deflect Mito's chakra cloak. Mito laughed, confident in her abilities as an Uzumaki. Hanabi, feeling the strain, retreated, her legs trembling as Mito advanced with a cruel smile, vowing to crush her. Just as Mito prepared to unleash a sphere of chakra, Hanabi spun her body, channeling a brilliant flower of chakra. She executed her final technique, striking Mito in the chest and releasing all her remaining chakra. A wave of pressure erupted, sending Mito crashing to the ground, gasping as Kurama's chakra dissipated. Hanabi swayed, bringing a hand to her eyes, struggling with blurred vision from the overuse of her Byakugan. Despite the pain, she stood tall, proud of her victory. The announcer declared Hanabi the winner, and the stadium erupted in cheers. However, Mito remained on the ground, trembling, her eyes turning red as she roared in frustration, refusing to accept defeat. Naruto's voice cut through the chaos, commanding attention as he entered the arena. Mito looked at him, confusion and rage evident on her face. She accused him of choosing Hanabi over her, calling her names. Naruto positioned himself between Mito and Hanabi, asserting that Hanabi respected him, while Mito did not even know who he was. He firmly told her not to call him brother, as she was not worthy of that title. Mito stepped back, the weight of his words hitting her hard. The Jonin in the stands exchanged glances, acknowledging Naruto's emotional control and unwavering determination. He was recognized as the best ninja of his generation, without question. The news spread like wildfire. Konoha, still shaken by the recent battle, faced a new blow. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had fallen. The bells tolled with a deep, monotonous sound, the same that had announced irreparable losses for generations. Each clang of metal against metal echoed in the hearts of the villagers, reminding them that no matter how strong their village was, death spared no one, not even the pillars that held it up. Amid the chaos, the cries, and the voices demanding certainty, a figure moved silently through the streets. Naruto walked with a steady pace, his eyes calm yet smoldering with an inner fire. He spoke little, merely nodding to those who looked at him with a mix of respect and confusion. His gestures conveyed his intentions. He stopped to comfort an elderly woman covering her face with her hands, placed a hand on the shoulder of a young man cursing through his sobs, and gently lifted a child who had fallen in the confusion. He was a quiet beacon, more solid than words. Minato observed from a distance, feeling the painful contrast. He was the Hokage, the leader everyone looked to for guidance, yet it was Naruto, the son who had stopped calling him father, who radiated the calm that held the village together. Hours later, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere grew heavier. The blinds were partially closed, and incense burned slowly, filling the room with a scent that aimed to be soothing but only reinforced the sense of emptiness. Minato stood by his desk when Jiraiya entered, weighed down by the seriousness of the news. Minato spoke firmly, though his blue eyes betrayed his fatigue. He needed Jiraiya to bring Tsunade. The village could not sustain itself without her. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms, questioning the severity of the situation. Minato lowered his voice, almost in confidence, explaining that they had lost Hiruzen and could not afford to descend into chaos. Tsunade could be the medical and symbolic pillar they needed. There was a silence before Minato added with intention that Jiraiya should take Mito and Menma with him. Menma exploded with frustration, feeling dismissed and insisting he was strong enough to fight right there in Konoha. His voice echoed against the walls, filled with determination. He stepped forward, fists trembling, asserting that he was also Minato's son. Minato regarded him seriously but did not respond immediately. The weight of his silence was more impactful than any reprimand. Mito, on the other hand, forced a smile, though her eyes lacked true brightness. She agreed to improve herself, promising to be stronger, but her enthusiasm masked a desperation to redeem herself, as if words could erase past mistakes. From the side, Jiraiya sighed, recognizing that this was not just about simple training. Minato fixed his gaze on Jiraiya, explaining that the Akatsuki had them in their sights and that he preferred them to be safe and prepared rather than exposed and vulnerable. In another room, Kushina searched for Karen. The older redhead, usually more composed, spoke with a hint of awkwardness, expressing her gratitude for Karen's support of Naruto during his times of need. Karen looked down, her forced smile reflecting more pain than gratitude. She felt a clear thought within. She had not been a mother to Naruto, and now she was trying to approach him this way. Why did she feel she should give her a chance, even when everything inside her screamed otherwise? Karen finally responded neutrally, almost coldly, stating that Naruto deserved someone by his side and that she was only doing what she could. Kushina opened her mouth to reply, but the silence from Karen cut her off. That invisible wall, that unspoken tension, proved far crueler than any outright rejection. Elsewhere in the village at dusk, Hanabi watched Naruto from the Uchiha clan's garden. He sat quietly, with Aurora and Natsumi nestled against his arm, seeking refuge. Naruto's serenity seemed unbreakable, yet Hanabi saw beyond it, the rigidity of his shoulders, the tension in his hands. She gently asked what he was thinking, taking a seat in front of him. Naruto gazed up at the night sky, where the moon was veiled by clouds. He reflected on how the village was more broken than it appeared and that, sooner or later, the fire Hiruzen had kept alive would extinguish unless someone protected it. Aurora looked at him with wide eyes, still too young to fully understand but sensing the weight of his words like promises. Hanabi responded softly, assuring him that he should not protect it alone, as they were there for him, along with their team. The dawn arrived quietly, painting the sky with a soft golden hue that barely touched the rooftops of Konoha. The village still carried the scent of incense and ash, as if morning lingered in the air. In front of the main gate, Naruto adjusted his cloak while Aurora clung to his leg and Natsumi tried to hold back tears, biting her lower lip. Hanabi watched them in silence, her face serene but her eyes filled with a sadness that needed no words. Hanabi finally approached Naruto, her voice a whisper, almost afraid to break the stillness. She asked if he had to leave so soon. Naruto nodded, keeping his gaze on the horizon, explaining that Konoha could not wait. There were things that needed to be done now or they might never happen. Hanabi looked down, gently touching the chest of the blonde, right above the symbol of his clan. She asked him to promise that he would return, not for the village but for them. Her voice trembled slightly, reflecting an ancient fear of losing something that already belonged to her but remained unspoken. Naruto looked at her for a long moment, a small smile forming on his lips as he replied that he was not good at making promises, but he would do what he could. Aurora, amidst her sobs, raised her arms, asking him not to take too long. Naruto bent down, lifting her into his arms and holding her tightly, breathing in the scent of her hair, a mix of innocence and home. He reminded her to take care of herself, her sister, and their mother. The little girl nodded, and Natsumi approached with a flower she had tucked behind her ear, saying it was so he wouldn't forget them. Naruto took it carefully, observing it for a few seconds before placing it inside his cloak, assuring her that he could never forget, even if he wanted to. Hanabi watched him leave with Jiraiya, Mito, and Menma, and for a moment, she thought the sun rose behind them just to follow his path. The road outside Konoha was long, flanked by trees that whispered with the wind. The group moved forward in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Jiraiya, usually relaxed, appeared more serious than usual. Mito followed with a distracted gaze, while Menma, a few steps behind, watched Naruto with a mix of frustration and constant challenge. For the first few hours, no one spoke. Only the sounds of the forest accompanied them. Jiraiya was the first to break the silence, suggesting that he could take advantage of the trip to train Naruto a bit, noting that it wasn't every day one walked with the Sage of the Toads. Naruto initially did not respond, his voice calm and almost distant when he finally said he didn't need training. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, arguing that it wouldn't hurt to refine his chakra control or perfect some jutsus. Naruto glanced at him, asserting that his control was sufficient and that what he lacked couldn't be trained with perverted books or balloons. The master sighed, pretending to smile, and remarked that Naruto was as stubborn as his father. Naruto replied softly, without anger, that he had learned training was useless if the heart was broken and the mind was chaotic. The ensuing silence was heavy, almost uncomfortable. Mito watched them with a mix of curiosity and anxiety. Finally, she gathered the courage to speak, walking alongside Naruto and acknowledging that things between them had not been easy. She wanted him to know she was trying to change. Naruto briefly analyzed her before asking if she meant changing. She nodded, attempting a sincere smile, recalling how their father always said the past couldn't be erased but could be compensated. She expressed her desire to make things right. Naruto turned his gaze to the road, telling her she didn't need to compensate for anything, as what had happened was already done. Nevertheless, she insisted that she admired him, saying he had always been strong. Naruto softly denied being strong, revealing that he had only learned to not break in front of others, as everyone needed a pillar, and it was his role to be that pillar. Mito fell silent, lowering her head as if her own words had lost meaning. Menma, who had been listening from behind, scoffed in disdain, dismissing their exchange as nonsense. He challenged Naruto to prove himself by fighting him right then and there. Naruto refused, continuing to walk, but Menma pressed on, accusing him of being afraid to lose and claiming that Naruto only pretended to be calm and understanding while looking down on others. Naruto stopped, the silence thickening around them. Mito took a step back, while Jiraiya observed with crossed arms. Naruto finally spoke, his voice lower and more dangerous, stating that Menma had no idea what he was saying. He added that if a fight was what Menma needed to understand, then he was willing. Without waiting for a response, Menma charged at him with a shout, chakra blazing in his hands. Naruto dodged the first strike with fluid ease and caught the second, holding Menma's wrist in midair. The impact stirred up dust, but Naruto remained steady. He acknowledged Menma's speed but pointed out that he fought like someone who feared losing more than anything else, which would lead him nowhere. Menma shouted in frustration, breaking free and launching a kick that grazed Naruto's shoulder. The blonde remained unfazed, stepping back, spinning, and placing his palm against Menma's chest. The blow was not strong, but the concentrated chakra sent Menma stumbling back several meters, falling to his knees, gasping. Naruto did not look at him with hatred but with the sadness that only a brother could show. He remarked that when Menma learned to fight without ego, perhaps he would defeat him. Until then, he advised Menma not to challenge him again, as there was a clear difference between them. The forest fell silent once more. Mito rushed to Menma, but he angrily pushed her hand away. Jiraiya remained quiet, knowing it was not the time to intervene. They resumed their journey without speaking, the tension hanging like a shadow. When night fell, they camped near a river. The murmur of the water seemed to calm everything, but Naruto remained awake, gazing at the stars reflected on the surface. Jiraiya approached and sat beside him, commenting that Naruto shouldn't have hit Menma so hard. Naruto replied that he hadn't done it out of anger but to help him understand. Jiraiya cautioned that sometimes people didn't understand through blows. Naruto acknowledged this but explained that Menma didn't listen to words, and he no longer had time to convince him. Jiraiya sighed, noting that Naruto was too young to sound so weary. Naruto looked at him with a half-smile, remarking that Jiraiya was too old to believe that hope was enough. The master let out a low, sad laugh. Naruto remained silent, watching as the current carried a leaf downstream. He finally spoke, stating that they would find Tsunade the next day, and when they did, Konoha would either begin to heal or sink completely. Jiraiya glanced at him, seeing a fire in his eyes that was both admirable and frightening. The sky began to take on a blue hue as they approached Tenzoku, the city that never slept. Neon lights flickered on the facades, and the constant buzz of locals intertwined with advertisements for sake and gambling. It was a place where fortune and ruin walked hand in hand, and the noise drowned out the sound of one's own conscience. Naruto walked quietly, the wind playing with the folds of his haori, which bore the kanji for hope, barely illuminated by the lanterns. Beside him, Mito observed everything with contained curiosity, while Menma dragged along with a mix of annoyance and superiority. Menma scoffed at the surroundings, questioning if the legendary Sannin truly lived there. Naruto did not respond immediately, his eyes scanning the streets with a calmness that bordered on melancholy. He remarked that sometimes the strongest hide in places where people stop looking. Menma shot him a sideways glance, dismissing his words as unnecessary profundity. Naruto simply smiled faintly, suggesting that perhaps Menma was the luckier one. Before the discussion could continue, Jiraiya stopped in front of an old wooden hotel with a crooked sign that read, "The Golden Moon." He announced that they would spend the night there while he sought information about Tsunade, urging the others to rest. Mito raised an eyebrow, teasing him about whether he was looking for information or women. Jiraiya feigned indignation, claiming to be a man of serious research, to which Naruto responded with a knowing look. Once Jiraiya disappeared into the crowd, the three of them ascended to a room on the second floor. The place was simple: 3 beds, a flickering lamp, and the distant murmur of the city. Naruto placed his bag by the window and gazed at the horizon, where the lights resembled a swarm of fireflies trapped in the darkness. Mito adjusted her hair in front of the mirror, suggesting they take the opportunity to eat something as a family. Naruto, however, declined, stating he wasn't in the mood. Menma flopped onto the nearest bed, criticizing Naruto for always acting as if he bore the weight of the world. Naruto shrugged, implying that perhaps he did. Menma insisted that just because Naruto had a different surname didn't mean he was no longer part of the family. Naruto met his gaze, and for a moment, the silence felt heavy. He reminded Menma that a surname does not change blood, only what they choose to do with it. The atmosphere thickened until a soft knock on the door broke the tension. 3 knocks, neither hurried nor weak. Mito, who had started toward the door, paused and looked back at the others, asking if Naruto was expecting someone. He frowned, responding negatively. They exchanged silent glances, and Naruto stepped forward to open the door slowly. At the threshold stood a figure that immediately put him on edge. With dark hair and a serene yet dangerous presence, the man was accompanied by a tall individual with bluish skin and a wolfish grin, wielding a sword wrapped in damp bandages. Their black cloaks adorned with red clouds spoke volumes before any words were exchanged. Naruto narrowed his eyes, recognizing them as members of Akatsuki. The one with crimson eyes acknowledged him and introduced himself as Itachi Uchiha, alongside his partner Kisame Hoshigaki. They had come to take the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Menma clenched his fists, realizing they were after Naruto. Kisame laughed roughly, suggesting that if they could take all 3, it would be even better. Naruto stepped forward, his voice low but firm, questioning Itachi's allegiance to such an organization. Itachi replied that sometimes, to protect something, one must destroy it from within. Naruto held his gaze, unafraid, stating that Itachi must know what it means to lose one's soul in the process. Kisame interrupted, insisting that time was running out and they wouldn't do this in the hotel. He demanded Naruto come with them. Naruto calmly disagreed, stating that if they fought there, they would destroy the city, which he would not allow. Itachi regarded him for a long moment before asking if he would accept coming with them. Naruto opened his eyes, the fire of the sunset reflected in his golden pupils. He refused, asserting that he would handle the situation himself. The silence was brief. Before the air crackled with concentrated chakra. The lamp shattered, and the walls creaked as Naruto vanished from the room, reappearing behind Itachi with impossible speed. Kisame turned, his sword roaring as the ground trembled beneath him. He grinned, recognizing Naruto as the famous one, though he found him unimpressive, admitting that his energy felt enticing. Naruto remained silent, his gaze locked onto Itachi, exuding a calm that devoured the air around them. Kisame attacked first, swinging his sword enveloped in wild chakra. The impact raised a cloud of dust, but when it cleared, Naruto was already gone. A flash, a minimal explosion, and Kisame staggered back, incredulous, with a line of smoke marking the air where Naruto had just been. Itachi murmured in respect that Naruto was incredibly fast. Naruto appeared before Itachi, his calmness bordering on a threat, stating he had not come to fight but warned that if they harmed anyone, he would not allow them to take another step. Menma, from the corner, scoffed, questioning who Naruto thought he was to give orders. Mito tried to intervene, stepping in front of her brother, but Kisame charged again, roaring as Samehada vibrated with an almost living hunger. Naruto barely turned his body, evading the strike as it passed inches from his face, the air crackling with energy. Kisame taunted him, eager to see if he could keep up. Naruto lowered his gaze, his chakra flaring like a golden glow. "You don't know what you're saying." An aura of energy surrounded him. The ground cracked beneath his feet, dust suspended in the air, and for a moment, it felt as if the very atmosphere bowed to him. Kisame stepped back, reluctant to admit his confusion about Naruto's power. He wondered what Naruto truly was. Naruto remained silent, the voice of Kurama resonating in his mind, deep and calm. He was urged not to hold back. Even if they were only after him and those kids, they were still killers. Naruto raised a hand, chakra forming a blazing ring around him, making the atmosphere stifling. Kisame growled, tensing his muscles, ready for another attack. But before he could move, a voice interrupted from the entrance. It was Jiraiya, his expression a mix of surprise and warning. He questioned what Naruto was doing, reminding him that they were facing Akatsuki and that he couldn't fight them alone. Naruto turned, maintaining his composure, assuring Jiraiya that he was not alone and that he was ensuring they wouldn't harm anyone else. Kisame scoffed, dismissing Naruto's words as those of a hero. But in that moment, Naruto stepped forward, his eyes glowing like embers. His breathing slowed, measured, almost rhythmic, as his katana seemed to ignite with the very essence of the sun. The air shifted and fire was born. He whispered the name of his technique, invoking the sun-breathing, fifth form. Wheel of fire. A spiral of heat and light erupted from a single slash of his katana, swirling around him like a miniature sun. The initial impact was silent, but soon a roar filled the room. Kisame attempted to shield himself with Samehada, but the force propelled him backward, shattering the ground and part of the wall. The heat enveloped him, forcing him to his knees, gasping for breath. As the flames dissipated into a golden glow, Naruto stood unharmed, his expression so serene it was unsettling. Jiraiya took a step back, astonished, questioning what he had just witnessed. Before he could say more, a deafening noise echoed from the hallway. A figure burst in at full speed. Madogai shouted for Akatsuki to stop, launching a direct kick at the first figure he saw move. Unfortunately, it was Jiraiya. The impact sent him crashing against the wall, and he cursed Guy, revealing his identity. Guy blinked in surprise, lowering his guard, realizing it was Jiraiya and exclaiming his relief, having thought he was one of the enemies. The silence that followed was almost comical. Menma stifled a laugh, Mito covered her face, and Naruto simply sighed. Kisame, still on his knees, attempted to rise, but Itachi placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to stop. Itachi spoke softly, indicating that it wasn't the right moment. Kisame looked at him in surprise, questioning if they would let the others escape. Itachi lowered his gaze, his tone almost sorrowful yet imperceptible to anyone else. He explained that sometimes a victory meant retreating, especially with a Jounin and a Sannin present. He doubted they could win. Naruto observed Itachi in silence, understanding something that needed no words. Just then, a new presence crossed the threshold. Two figures emerged against the light of the hallway, Sasuke and Suki. The air grew tense. Sasuke clenched his fists, his eyes locked onto Itachi, confronting him about what he had become. Suki, on the other hand, looked at Sasuke with a mix of fear and awe, questioning what he was now. After their brief but meaningful conversation, they entered the Uchiha complex where they occasionally stayed. That night, Naruto requested to sleep alone. In his mind, he whispered to Kurama. The voice of the fox resonated deeply, like a distant roar that faded into calmness. It remarked on Naruto's heart, comparing it to that of a leader, yet pointed out the burden he carried as if he were a prisoner. Naruto took a deep breath, his blue eyes darkening under the moonlight filtering through the window. He reflected on Hiruzen's sacrifice in defending the village, feeling that it was not enough. He worried that if Akatsuki attacked now, Konoha would fall, even though he believed he could face them one-on-one. He doubted he would win if they attacked together. Kurama let out a low, bitter laugh, urging Naruto to do what he always did, stand up even if it meant breaking apart. The fire within him was not a gift but a curse, yet it was the only thing that could drive away the approaching darkness. Naruto managed a faint smile, acknowledging the truth in Kurama's words. He vowed not to fail anyone, not them, nor Kurama. The next morning, two Uchihas were by a lake near the Uchiha complex. Suki watched her brother as he silently sharpened his kunai. The tension in the village weighed heavily on them, but what hurt her most was the silence that sometimes separated them. Finally, she broke the stillness by asking Sasuke how it felt to be on Naruto's team. Sasuke paused, momentarily at a loss for words before looking down. He described it as strange, explaining that with Naruto, one did not feel like a burden. There was no need to constantly prove oneself. Naruto was always a step ahead but did not make others feel inferior. He embodied hope. Suki frowned, turning her gaze away, feeling as though she was the one who didn't belong. Sasuke set down the kunai and looked at her firmly, insisting she should not think that way. He reassured her that Naruto saw her, just as he saw everyone in the village, and that they all sought peace. He reminded her that he was her brother and that if she doubted herself, she would dim her own light. However, if she walked with them, she would shine in a different way. Suki felt a knot in her chest. She didn't voice it, but his words were the reassurance she needed. Later, in the Hokage's office, the afternoon felt heavy. Minato was alone, reviewing reports, when Naruto entered without announcing himself. Minato looked up, a barely perceptible pain in his eyes, and asked what Naruto needed. Stepping forward, Naruto spoke with a calm yet sharp voice, declaring his intention to go with Menma and Mito when Jiraiya left. Minato blinked in surprise, questioning if Naruto was going to reconcile with them. Naruto slowly shook his head, clarifying that he was not going for the sake of his brothers but because if they did not learn to survive, innocent lives would be lost. He refused to let Menma's arrogance or Mito's doubts lead to another tragedy. Minato fell silent, feeling each of Naruto's words cut deeply. Naruto spoke not as a son but as a shinobi bearing the weight of the entire village. Finally, Minato murmured that Hiruzen used to say a true leader does not choose their burden, they simply accept it. Naruto held his gaze, serious and intense, acknowledging that this was indeed his destiny not because he wanted it, but because no one else would take on the responsibility. However, Itachi did not respond. He simply vanished into a flock of crows along with Kisame. The atmosphere grew tense until Naruto turned to Jiraiya, who was still rubbing his stomach with a pained expression. The blonde spoke in a calm yet firm tone, indicating they had enough drama for the day. Sasuke and Suki, after sharing a glance that conveyed more than words could express, began their return to Konoha alongside Guy, leaving behind the dust of a city that was just beginning to breathe again. Naruto watched them leave in silence. His breathing was steady, and his eyes still held that golden glow that set him apart from an ordinary shinobi. Jiraiya glanced at him, noticing the same silence that separated him from the others. After a moment, he scratched the back of his neck and suggested that after everything, a drink wouldn't hurt. Menma scoffed, looking away. He felt the pressure of needing to prove he was not a burden. Mito gently urged him not to speak that way, reminding him that everyone knew he had given his best. Menma turned to her with a bitter grimace, expressing his frustration that she spoke as if she understood when she had done nothing. Mito smiled, though it was forced, and lowered her gaze, trying to maintain peace. Naruto continued walking ahead, choosing not to intervene. The lights of Tanzaku illuminated the street, with warm signs flickering and reflecting in the puddles left by the rain. At the end of the street stood a bar, filled with laughter, clinking glasses, and the scent of sake in the air. Jiraiya entered first, exhaling in relief as he remarked on the comforting sound of people drinking after a fight. Menma followed with a frown, and Mito came in behind him, appearing tired as if she were bearing the weight of the others out of obligation. Naruto closed the door behind them, and his presence seemed to lower the noise level in the bar. In a corner table, a blonde woman with intense eyes lifted her glass with a weary expression. In front of her, Shizun was trying unsuccessfully to persuade her to stop drinking. Tsunade dismissed her concerns, stating that if she had to keep running from old ghosts, she might as well do it with good sake. Jiraiya stood still upon seeing her, a tired yet genuine smile forming on his lips. He approached her casually, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. Tsunade looked up, her annoyance shifting to surprise as she questioned the nature of his presence. Jiraiya explained he was there for Konoha, stating that the village needed her. She laughed dryly, expressing that the mere mention of Konoha gave her more of a headache than the sake. As they spoke, Naruto observed her closely. There was something familiar about her demeanor, the way she held her glass, her tired gaze, and how she masked her pain with irony. Tsunade noticed him and tilted her head slightly, raising an eyebrow as she asked who he was. Jiraiya introduced him as Naruto, and Tsunade squinted at him, the name seeming to carry weight. She scrutinized him, sensing something in his posture and calm gaze that reminded her of someone long gone. Shaking her head, she took another sip and remarked that he had a strange aura, reminiscent of someone she once knew. Naruto offered a faint smile, suggesting it must be a coincidence. Menma abruptly slammed his hand on the table, insisting that there was nothing coincidental about Naruto, who was treated like a hero despite not being part of the family. Mito feigned concern, asking him not to start trouble, as everyone was tired. Menma snapped back at her, frustrated that she defended Naruto just to look good. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, watching the scene unfold with a hint of amusement, commenting on the unique group Jiraiya had gathered. Jiraiya acknowledged the quirks of his companions but insisted they were good people. Naruto leaned in slightly, his calm yet firm voice cutting through the tension as he explained they had come to ask for her help. He conveyed that not only did Konoha need her, but the world was beginning to change, and without support, it would break. Tsunade listened in silence, feeling more unsettled by his seriousness than by his words. There was no arrogance in his tone, only certainty. For a brief moment, she thought she saw the reflection of another young man, a radiant smile and unwavering faith superimposed over Naruto's face. The name Minato crossed her mind, but she kept it to herself. Shizun gently touched her shoulder, prompting Tsunade to look away, feigning indifference. She suggested they would discuss it later, but for now, she poured more sake and raised the bottle, inviting them to drink with her since they had come all that way. Jiraiya accepted with a smile, while Menma scoffed. Mito offered a forced warmth, and Naruto simply took a seat, lost in thought as he gazed at the reflections of the lights in the sake. The noise of the bar had quieted down. The sake bottle was half empty, and the atmosphere was thick with an uncomfortable calm. Outside, the sound of rain against the rooftops set the rhythm for a conversation that was beginning to twist. Tsunade placed her glass on the table with a sharp thud, expressing her frustration. She questioned whether they wanted her to return to Konoha to become Hokage again. Jiraiya nodded slowly, confirming her assumption. Tsunade's smile was bitter as she wondered what the point was. Would she just end up like the previous 3 Hokage, watching as each sacrifice led to another orphan child? Menma frowned at her words, challenging her perspective. He argued that protecting others was not foolish. Tsunade retorted, her tone mocking, asking how many heroes had met a happy ending. Menma proudly mentioned his father, who was Hokage, but Tsunade interrupted him with a rough laugh, pointing out that his father was the only Hokage to survive, and that was a miracle. Mito feigned a hurt expression, calling Tsunade's comment cruel. Tsunade maintained her stance, stating that the truth often is. She reminded Mito that the world does not reward good intentions. Jiraiya sighed, attempting to intervene, but Tsunade cut him off, expressing her frustration with people who spoke of honor and legacy but never stepped up when it was time to fight for those ideals. A silence enveloped the group for a few moments. Naruto, who had been quiet, finally looked up. His eyes held no anger, but a firm resolve that made his words heavy as he acknowledged Tsunade's point. He noted that while most people do not raise their hands when it matters, that does not make those who do foolish. Menma was surprised by Naruto's agreement. It was the first time they had shared a viewpoint. Tsunade, with an ironic smile, asked if he truly believed that. Naruto asserted that saving a life or protecting someone should not be mocked. He wasn't sure if being Hokage was as valuable as people claimed, but he couldn't understand ridiculing those who tried. Mito lowered her gaze, pretending to feel uncomfortable, though curiosity flickered in her eyes at Naruto's conviction. Tsunade studied him longer than usual before laughing, not out of amusement but from a mix of astonishment and challenge. She acknowledged his bravery but reminded him that courage does not heal scars or bring back the dead. Naruto countered that neither did alcohol. The atmosphere grew tense, and Shizun looked alarmed, but Tsunade only smiled wider. She admitted that he was brave and proposed an interesting challenge. Jiraiya straightened up, warning her not to start anything reckless, but Tsunade dismissed him, her golden eyes shining with a daring glint that preceded her most dangerous bets. She wanted to see if Naruto and Menma truly believed in the Hokage ideal by putting it into action. Menma frowned, asking what she had in mind. Tsunade snapped her fingers, and Shizun reluctantly placed a coin on the table. The challenge was simple. She bet that neither of them could protect someone in immediate danger. If they won, she would consider returning to Konoha. If they lost, she would stay behind, drinking, while they returned to their village without the great Sannin. Jiraiya scoffed at Tsunade's wager, reminding her they were just kids. Tsunade shot back, questioning whether he doubted their potential. Mito seized the moment to suggest that being Hokage also meant knowing when to fight and when not to. Tsunade acknowledged her observation but reminded everyone that in the real world, words do not stop bloodshed. Shizun sighed, expressing concern that things were spiraling out of control, but Tsunade insisted it was all part of the plan. She declared that at dawn the next day, they would prove whether they were worthy of protecting what they claimed to love. If they succeeded, she would return to Konoha. Naruto held her gaze for a moment longer before standing up, agreeing to the deal. Menma also rose, crossing his arms with pride, declaring they would show her that not everyone runs from who they are. Tsunade smiled, unafraid, and warned them that if they failed, the world would not wait for them. Mito stood silently, her gaze shifting from Naruto to Tsunade and finally to Jiraiya. She remarked that the next day would be interesting, her calm demeanor betraying no hint of the tension in the air. Jiraiya sighed again, wondering why his missions always ended up as bets. Tsunade smirked, stating that hope was the only thing left to gamble on. As dawn broke over Danzo, light filtered through the cracks of the old hotel, casting a warm, dusty glow. Silence reigned, broken only by the heavy breathing of those who had spent the night drinking and tense with anticipation. Suddenly, desperate knocks echoed through the door. Shizun's trembling voice called out for Naruto, Menma, and Mito to open up quickly. Naruto was the first to react, rising from his bed, though his eyes still held the remnants of sleep. Menma groaned, turning away, while Mito yawned gracefully, stretching her arms and suggesting that if it was another test from Tsunade, it could wait until morning. The knocking grew louder, more urgent. Shizun insisted it was an emergency. Naruto opened the door to find her pale face and red eyes, clearly lacking sleep. She entered without waiting for permission, closing the door behind her. Tsunade had left, Shizun explained, after they had gone to bed the night before. She had gone out to clear her head and hadn't returned. Shizun had gone to look for her an hour ago and found Jiraiya unconscious. Naruto tensed, asking what had happened. Shizune quickly reassured him that it was nothing permanent. Tsunade had simply put him to sleep with a medical technique to prevent him from following her. Menma sat up abruptly, demanding to know where she had gone. Shizune revealed that Tsunade had gone to meet Orochimaru. The air felt as if it had frozen for a moment. Naruto stepped forward, his voice low but firm, asking her to repeat what she had said. Shizune confirmed it, her voice trembling as she recounted how Orochimaru had sought Tsunade out the previous night, offering to heal her arms in exchange for something she had not disclosed. Tsunade had feigned disinterest, but Shizune had seen the determination in her eyes when she left, knowing it was not a good sign. Mito crossed her arms, contemplating the situation. She suggested that Tsunade might have gone to betray them. Shizune shot her a fierce look, insisting that Tsunade was not a traitor, she was simply broken. Orochimaru knew it. Naruto turned his gaze toward the window, the sun just beginning to color the horizon. He asked where they needed to go. Shizune informed him of an ancient temple on the outskirts of the village where Orochimaru had summoned them. However, she warned that they needed to be cautious, as Orochimaru never appeared alone. Menma adjusted his forehead band with determination and declared they should go, vowing not to let a monster like Orochimaru take anyone away. Mito questioned the absence of Jiraiya, to which Shizune replied that he wouldn't wake for a few hours and that the three of them were all she could send at that moment. Naruto looked at Shizune calmly, his serenity contrasting with the anxiety of those present. He assured her they would handle it. Shizune hesitated for a moment before asking him not to judge the person they might find, explaining that she couldn't bear to lose anyone again. Naruto met her gaze and promised he wouldn't judge, he would just ensure she didn't sink further. Menma nodded in agreement, while Mito smiled softly, hiding something behind her artificial sweetness. Shizune stepped back, allowing them to pass into the hallway and urged them to hurry, as Orochimaru wouldn't wait long. Naruto led the way out, sunlight reflecting off his golden hair, followed closely by Menma, who adjusted his cloak with determination. Mito closed the door behind them, her expression serene yet calculating. As they moved forward silently, Naruto observed Tsunade raising her fists once more against Orochimaru. She was breathing heavily, sweat dripping from her forehead, and her hands trembled. Orochimaru taunted her, questioning if she feared getting her hands dirty. Tsunade clenched her jaw, her chakra flaring in her fists. But before she could strike, Kabuto intervened, using a chakra scalpel to cut her hand. The blood fell, bright and thick, echoing ominously in the air. Tsunade tensed, the atmosphere growing heavy as her breath became shaky. She stepped back, pleading for it to stop. Kabuto raised an eyebrow, amused, and remarked that the rumors about her were true. She was paralyzed by a few drops of blood. Naruto, who had been silent until then, lifted his gaze and felt an old, almost forgotten fury ignite within him. He recognized Kabuto's voice and stepped forward, his chakra shifting to a heavy, burning presence that enveloped him in a warm mist. He declared he knew Kabuto, the one who had hurt Hanabi. Kabuto smirked disdainfully, recalling the girl and suggesting he hadn't held back enough during their last encounter. The silence shattered as Naruto vanished, and a crack filled the air when his fist collided with Kabuto's face, sending him crashing into a column. Mito shouted for Naruto to wait, but her voice didn't reach him. He was already upon Kabuto, each strike a blazing fire, each breath a roar. The ground fractured beneath him, and the air thickened with every blow. Kabuto barely managed to defend himself. He scoffed at Naruto, mocking him as the forgotten child of the Hokage, questioning whether his rage would make him stronger or merely foolish. Naruto seized Kabuto by the neck and slammed him to the ground, demanding he never speak Hanabi's name again, his voice resonating with pure chakra. Kabuto laughed, coughing up blood, and compared Naruto to Minato, claiming he lacked his control. Naruto spat back that he would not forgive monsters. His eyes burned with intensity, golden chakra crackling around him, warping the light and cracking the floor. Orochimaru watched with childlike delight, noting that Naruto possessed Minato's fire and Kushina's will, a potentially dangerous combination. Mito attempted to intervene, but Menma rushed forward, wielding an unstable Rasengan, declaring he wouldn't let anyone harm his brother. Before the attack could land, Orochimaru extended his arm, unleashing a wave of serpentine chakra that knocked both of them to the ground. Menma fell unconscious, and Mito struggled to breathe. Naruto turned at the sound of their fall, just in time for Kabuto to strike him with a chakra scalpel aimed at his abdomen. Naruto doubled over in pain, staggering backward. But before Kabuto could capitalize on his advantage, a shadow fell over them. Jiraiya emerged from the smoke, his expression serious, instructing Naruto to switch opponents, declaring that Kabuto was his. Naruto nodded, breathing heavily, and turned to face Orochimaru. The snake Sannin greeted Jiraiya with a cold elegance, acknowledging the presence of his apprentice and commenting on his pride. As Naruto advanced, the air vibrated with his determination. But before he could get closer, a serpent launched by Orochimaru spat a powerful venom at him. Naruto saw it coming and realized Tsunade, still paralyzed, wouldn't be able to dodge. He instinctively moved to protect her. The impact was immediate. The venom coursed through his side, burning and constricting his breath. He fell to his knees, his skin paling and sweat pouring from him as if he were on fire. Tsunade watched in slow motion as the young man who had claimed he wouldn't risk his life for anyone threw himself in front of her, a ninja who had only mocked her. She rushed to him, cradling him in her arms. His body burned, yet his expression remained calm. She whispered, asking why he had done it, why he risked everything for someone he barely knew. Naruto looked at her, his lips trembling with pain, and replied that someone had to do it always. He then fell unconscious. Jiraiya tried to approach, but Tsunade held him tightly. In that moment, she truly saw him, the calmness on his face, the way he seemed at peace even in pain. A memory struck her like a genjutsu. She recalled a warm room with 3 cribs lined up. 2 babies cried incessantly while the third, set apart, simply observed. One had golden hair, a tranquil face, and tiny hands reaching out to her. He was that baby. She also remembered Minato, smiling proudly, and Kushina, exhausted yet happy. She heard her own voice from that time, saying he had a strange calmness, as if he knew something they did not. The present returned with a jolt. Tsunade trembled, holding the young man against her chest. She whispered that it couldn't be. Tsunade's voice trembled as a tear fell onto her still face. She recognized him as the same boy. Jiraiya looked at her with seriousness, confirming that it was indeed Naruto, the son of Minato and Kushina. Tsunade lowered her head, feeling the weight of her past decisions. Outside, the sun rose over the devastated valley, casting a golden light on the unconscious boy. For a moment, Tsunade thought she saw a glimpse of the past, that small sun in the cradle. She whispered to herself that this time would be different, she wouldn't lose another. The warm wind swept through the ruins of the temple, carrying the scent of dust and poison. Tsunade held Naruto tightly, her face pressed against his. Her breath was shaky and uneven. She had improvised an antidote with the limited supplies in her kit, mixing herbs, medical chakra, and desperation. Over and over, she urged him to hold on, her voice breaking as she pleaded with him not to leave her. The poison had darkened parts of Naruto's torso, spreading like roots beneath his skin. Jiraiya tried to intervene, but Tsunade silenced him with a determined gaze. She insisted on taking charge, her hands glowing green as she pressed against the wound, vowing that she wouldn't let anyone else die in front of her. Tears streamed down her face, falling slowly onto Naruto's chest. She murmured the names of those she had lost, feeling the weight of their absence. The desperation in her chakra was palpable, almost painful to sense. Mito, leaning against a rock, watched her in silence, her expression shifting from arrogance to a strange confusion, wondering why someone like Tsunade would care so deeply for him. Menma stood nearby, his face shadowed and fists clenched. He quietly admitted to himself that he wouldn't have rushed in without considering the consequences. Tsunade continued to apply pressure, her medical chakra trembling from exhaustion as she urged Naruto to fight. But the boy remained still. Deep within his unconsciousness, Naruto found himself dreaming. It was the same dream that visited him during lonely nights with Hanabi, an open field under an orange sky, and a tall woman with blonde hair wearing a green shirt that glowed in the sunlight. Her face was always blurry, but her voice was warm and her presence comforting. She would kneel before him, asking if he was in pain, her gentle hands caressing his face. She would assure him that everything would be all right, calling him her little son. In the dream, Naruto would smile like a child, always asking who she was, but she never answered. Instead, she embraced him with a warmth he had never felt from Kushina, a peace he thought he didn't deserve. This time, as he floated in the darkness of the dream, the woman lifted her face and smiled at him with tears in her eyes, telling him he could rest because she was there. A warm light enveloped him. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Tsunade's face, illuminated by her medical chakra, her eyes filled with tears and her blonde hair tousled over her shoulders. Her breath was uneven, desperation etched in every feature. In that moment, something in his chest calmed. A weak but genuine smile appeared on his lips as he lifted his trembling hand to touch Tsunade's cheek. Startled by the contact, she looked up at him, holding back a sob. Naruto gazed into her eyes, a mix of tenderness and exhaustion that seemed to pierce her soul. He softly acknowledged her as his mother, the one he had always dreamed of. Tsunade froze, the air around them still for a moment. Then, unable to hold back any longer, she embraced him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder. Tears flowed freely, as if they had been waiting for this moment for years. She murmured her apologies, expressing regret for not being there sooner. Naruto closed his eyes, weak but content, resting his forehead against her chest. He reassured her that her presence was enough. The morning sun filtered through the cracks in the ceiling, bathing them in golden light. For the first time in many years, Tsunade felt that the promise she made to Naoki and Dan had not been in vain. There was someone else for whom she could live, someone who had unknowingly restored her faith. Jiraiya watched them in silence, a bittersweet smile on his face as he remarked that it seemed the sun had finally found its home. The warm, serene wind carried away the last traces of the poison. The dawn crept lazily through the window of the small hotel in Tenzi. The air was tinged with the scent of medicine and alcohol, mixed with the fragile calm that follows a battle, though the wounds had yet to fully heal. In one of the rooms, Menma sat on the floor, his arms resting on his knees. Across from him, Mito watched in silence, her hair disheveled and her eyes puffy from exhaustion. Menma broke the silence with a hoarse voice, pondering if they had been wrong about Naruto. Mito raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, though her tone was more defensive than curious. Menma reflected on how they had hated Naruto, yet he had never harmed them or blamed them, even when he had every reason to. He admitted that Naruto had simply followed his own path and had been better than them. Mito sighed, leaning back in her chair. She argued that it wasn't that simple, as Naruto had always been different, possessing strength and respect effortlessly. At times, she had resented him for how others looked at him. Menma acknowledged that when Akatsuki had appeared, it was Naruto who stood in front of them without hesitation. Silence enveloped the room once more. Jiraiya leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed, listening intently, while Shizune held a steaming cup of tea, her gaze soft as she observed the scene. Jiraiya eventually broke the heavy air, asking Menma what he intended to do with his thoughts. Menma admitted he didn't know. Perhaps it was time to stop fighting a ghost that didn't exist. Shizune offered a small smile, suggesting that would be a good start. In the adjacent room, the atmosphere was different, more serene. The soft ticking of a clock and the rhythmic breathing of someone still asleep filled the space. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, blinking heavily. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, and the first thing he noticed was a familiar silhouette beside him, Tsunade. She sat in a chair, her hair loose, wearing an expression that balanced relief and concern. As soon as she noticed him moving, she leaned forward and asked how he felt, her voice unexpectedly gentle. Naruto took a moment to respond, his throat dry. He weakly remarked that he had experienced worse awakenings, managing a tired smile. Tsunade sighed, half laughing, half relieved, reminding him that he had been on the brink of collapse. Naruto fell silent, watching her with a mix of discomfort and something he couldn't quite define. The silence stretched between them until a fleeting memory struck him. The battle, the poison, Tsunade's desperation, and his own words before losing consciousness. He suddenly sat up, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing it had all been a dream. Tsunade, with a mischievous smile, asked if he wanted it to be a dream. Naruto stammered, insisting that it was just the poison affecting him, and Tsunade laughed softly, a rare genuine sound. She reassured him that she wouldn't tease him about it, though she admitted it hadn't been unpleasant to hear. Naruto turned his face away, staring at the ceiling, feeling a mix of embarrassment and tenderness. He acknowledged that sometimes people say things they truly feel without realizing it. Tsunade observed him in silence for a few moments before murmuring that sometimes, those are the most sincere words one can express. The room filled with a strange, warm peace where no more words were necessary. The silence was so thick that one could hear Tsunade's breath trembling. Naruto, still lying back, smiled tightly at the ceiling, pretending nothing was happening. Yet his eyes, usually so bright, now held a cloudiness, concealing feelings he had avoided for years. Tsunade noticed the slight tremor of his lips, the way his body seemed to shrink. She slowly rose from her chair and sat at the edge of the bed without saying a word. She gently pointed out that he was shaking. He offered a hollow laugh, attributing it to the lingering effects of the poison. Tsunade softly countered that the poison was no longer present. Naruto swallowed hard, his voice breaking as he suggested it must be another kind of poison. Tsunade regarded him with silent sadness, and then the barrier broke. He struggled to sit up, his eyes burning, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and release. He revealed that he had always been told he was strong for never crying or complaining, but in truth, he had simply grown accustomed to no one listening to him. He recounted how he had watched his parents rush to Mito, argue about Menma, or worry about Konoha, while he remained still, trying not to be a burden. He had said, "I'm fine," so often that he eventually believed it. Tears began to fall unexpectedly, and he clumsily wiped them away, unsure how to react to his own sorrow. But it had hurt always. It felt like being part of a family while remaining invisible. Yet, he had never hated them. He just wanted to be seen, even once. Unable to bear it any longer, Tsunade embraced him. Without words or reservations, she enveloped him in a warm, trembling hug, embodying the understanding of a mother who realizes too late the pain of a child who isn't hers, yet is everything to her. At first, Naruto remained still, surprised by the gesture. But then something within him broke. His body tensed, and like a child, he buried his face in her shoulder, crying with a release he had buried for years. Tsunade whispered against his hair that if he wanted, it could have been a dream, but if he wished, she was there for him as his mother. Naruto sobbed, his words coming out in gasps as he expressed that he only wanted that not to be a Hokage or to hold a title, but simply a mother who wouldn't look at him as if he were a mistake. He confessed that he didn't know if he could continue being strong if it meant being alone. Tsunade tightened her embrace, silent tears streaming down her face, and softly murmured that he didn't have to be alone anymore. "Know while I am here." Outside, the hallway was silent. Menma and Mito had stopped by the open door, drawn in by Naruto's choked voice. Jiraiya stood behind them, serious yet with glistening eyes. Shizune simply lowered her gaze, placing a hand over her heart. Mito clenched her fists. Each word she heard felt like a wound opening within her. They had always seen him smile, always thought he didn't care. But all that time, Menma lowered his head, his expression somber. They had been part of that, he murmured. Mito didn't respond. Her eyes were filled with unshed tears. For the first time in her life, she felt shame, but also a genuine desire to mend something that might already be beyond repair. Inside the room, Naruto remained embraced by Tsunade, breathing heavily as she stroked his hair, as if trying to erase all the years of loneliness. She finally whispered for him to rest, assuring him that he was no longer alone. He replied in a weak, almost sleepy voice, acknowledging her as his mother. The morning sun filtered through the trees, casting a golden hue on the dirt path. The group moved forward in silence, with the breeze rustling the leaves and the birds singing, marking their return to Konoha. Naruto walked ahead, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at the sky with a calm smile. Beside him, Tsunade watched him from the corner of her eye, still amazed at how natural it felt to have him there, talking to her as if he had always been a part of her life. He animatedly recounted stories, recalling Hanabi and how they were now a couple. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, amused, commenting on how he hadn't wasted any time. Naruto chuckled softly, explaining that it was Hanabi who had spoken to him first, making him truly laugh. He scratched the back of his neck, reflecting on how unexpected moments can change everything. Tsunade listened with a mix of tenderness and pride, as if her heart wanted to memorize every word. He continued, his eyes shining, sharing that they had 2 daughters who were mischievous and beautiful, driving him crazy. One had Hanabi's hair, but the eyes were his. Tsunade smiled warmly, playfully asking if that meant she had 2 granddaughters. Naruto blushed, looking away, admitting that yes, he supposed so. She expressed her eagerness to meet them, wanting to see if they inherited his silly smile. Naruto laughed sincerely, sharing how they would love to meet her. He had always dreamed of introducing his life to someone like her, mentioning that the Uchiha clan would also impress her, as they were good people who had helped him a lot. Tsunade glanced at him sideways as they walked. He spoke of them with affection. Naruto simply stated that they were his family not by blood, but by the journey they shared. That phrase resonated with Tsunade like a gentle caress. Family by journey. Perhaps that was what they had both found without searching for it. Behind them, Mito and Menma walked in silence. Mito kept her gaze down, fists clenched, each of Naruto's words piercing her heart like needles. Menma, more serious than usual, stared at the ground, recalling the times he had teased his brother for acting as if nothing affected him. Now he understood that Naruto's smile had been a wall. Shizune, a little further back, watched them quietly, her heart aching at the scene. Jiraiya, walking alongside her, sighed deeply, crossing his arms, resigned to the complexity of explaining to Kushina that her son had another mother. Shizune frowned, questioning what he planned to say. Jiraiya shrugged, suggesting that perhaps he wouldn't say anything at all. Just by seeing how Tsunade looked at Naruto and how he smiled at her, anyone would understand. Unaware of their thoughts, Naruto continued to speak enthusiastically, sharing tales of his missions, how he almost died chasing snow bandits, and how he ended up teaching basic techniques to village children. Each story came alive with the spark in his voice, reminiscent of a child sharing adventures with someone they trusted most. Tsunade listened without interruption, smiling, sometimes laughing softly, occasionally squeezing Naruto's hand without him noticing. It felt as if the world, for the first time in a long while, was at peace. As the landscape began to change and the walls of Konoha appeared in the distance, Naruto paused for a moment, taking a deep breath. The wind tousled his hair, and Tsunade looked at him with pride in her eyes. She welcomed him home with a maternal smile. He returned her gaze, smiling back, his eyes moist but calm, thanking her. Jiraiya sighed, resigned, knowing Kushina would be upset. Shizune simply laughed, suggesting that perhaps she would understand too. The group crossed the gates of Konoha just as the sky began to take on a warm orange hue. The shadows of the walls stretched across the path, and the air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread, wildflowers, and home. Tsunade paused a few steps from the entrance, observing the place with an expression that mixed nostalgia, fatigue, and a barely perceptible fear. Her lips moved slightly, as if she were speaking to herself, reflecting on how nothing had changed, not a single brick. Naruto stopped beside her, hands clasped behind his head and a broad smile on his face. He remarked that this was a good thing, as it meant that despite the passing years, Konoha remained the same home that protected its people. Tsunade glanced at him with a half-smile that seemed to carry an old weight, reminding him that he spoke without having to sit through 3 hours of absurd political discussions with the council. Naruto chuckled softly, promising to be there to witness her frustration when the council irritated her. Jiraiya, trailing just behind, laughed heartily, expressing his eagerness to see the spectacle. Tsunade turned to him with a playful grin, suggesting that perhaps the show would have a special seat in the hospital. Behind them, Menma walked silently alongside Mito, his intense gaze fixed ahead as he pondered his thoughts more than he spoke. He suddenly asked Mito if it really made sense to hate Naruto, who had done nothing to them. Mito looked at him, surprised by the sincerity in his voice, and admitted that Naruto had only been ignored, just as they would have been in his place. She sighed, lowering her gaze, and noted that despite their disdain, Naruto continued to smile, which was what hurt the most. Jiraiya listened quietly, his hands tucked in the folds of his robe, wearing a serious expression for once. Shizune, beside him, raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had nothing to say. Jiraiya preferred to stay out of it, already burdened with the thought of explaining to Kushina that her son now referred to his old drinking companion as Oka-san. Shizune chuckled nervously, acknowledging that this would hurt more than any medical jutsu. With a theatrical sigh, Jiraiya decided it was time to investigate a bit and slipped away into the streets before anyone could stop him. Naruto watched him go with a resigned smile, noting that he remained the same old pervert. Tsunade added that he would likely still be the same in 20 years. Shizune smiled gently and pointed toward the Hokage building, indicating that Minato was waiting for them and wanted to see them immediately. Naruto was surprised by the urgency, and Tsunade suggested that Minato was eager to ensure they didn't destroy another village in the process. Naruto laughed, feeling more relaxed, claiming he had only burned a couple of things, nothing serious. They walked a few more minutes through the bustling market until they reached the village center. With each step, Naruto was greeted with waves, thanks, and small smiles from the villagers. Even some ANBU on the rooftops watched him with respect. Shizune marveled at how incredible it was that the village trusted him. Naruto, feeling a bit embarrassed, downplayed his role, saying he had done nothing special, just been there when they needed someone. Tsunade shook her head, insisting that was precisely what made it special. The Hokage building welcomed them with the echo of footsteps and the scent of incense. Minato stood by the window, arms crossed, gazing at the village. When he heard the door open, he turned slowly, acknowledging their return. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, teasing him about not changing at all, especially his tendency for formality. He offered a faint smile, claiming it was what kept the village standing. Naruto stepped forward, respectful yet distant, addressing him as Hokage-sama. Minato felt a pang at the lack of warmth in his son's voice but chose not to address it. He expressed relief that Naruto had returned safely, having heard about his encounters with Itachi and Kisame. Naruto confirmed he had fulfilled his duty. Tsunade, arms crossed, broke the tension with a sideways smile, asking what came next. Minato informed them of a council meeting in 4 hours to officially recognize Tsunade as the new Hokage. She raised an amused eyebrow, noting he had finally relented. Minato acknowledged that he recognized someone more capable of guiding the village, which surprised Naruto, prompting a brief laugh. Minato then suggested that Naruto should stay and be part of the meeting, but Naruto gently declined, stating he had something more important to do. Tsunade looked at him curiously, and he explained that he intended to introduce his daughters officially, recalling her desire to get to know them better. Tsunade adjusted her cloak and agreed, while Shizune expressed her curiosity. Naruto laughed warmly, rubbing the back of his neck as his eyes lit up with a brightness Tsunade had not seen before. He expressed pride in his daughters, Aurora and Natsumi, and mentioned they would be excited to meet their other Obachan besides Mikoto. Tsunade raised an amused eyebrow at the mention of Mikoto, to which Naruto shrugged, acknowledging her presence in his life. Tsunade paused, looking at the young blonde as if something within her softened. She murmured that he was lucky, having built something that few achieve. He glanced at her and smiled tenderly, clarifying that it wasn't luck but rather learning not to give up, even when everything hurt. Shizune watched them in silence, a light smile on her face and her heart feeling tight. She had seen many stories of pain in her life, but few that healed so purely. Minato observed them from his desk, a mix of astonishment and melancholy washing over him. He didn't hear the farewell words, only the echo of his son's footsteps, Tsunade's cheerful voice, and Shizune's laughter fading down the hallway. For a moment, he considered following them but ultimately refrained, knowing that this scene Naruto excitedly talking about his daughters and a life far from the emptiness that had once separated them did not belong to him, at least not as a father. As the door closed, Minato let out a long, weary sigh. The afternoon progressed as Naruto and Tsunade walked through the streets of the Uchiha district, illuminated by soft lanterns that were beginning to glow. The young man spoke with enthusiasm, gesturing and laughing as he recounted how Aurora had tried to help, with training by throwing shuriken larger than herself, and how Natsumi, at just 4 years old, had attempted to prank Sasuke by dyeing his hair blue. Tsunade laughed heartily, placing a hand on her abdomen from so much laughter. That girl certainly has your boldness, she thought. And the look of Hanabi, Naruto added with pride, noting that if she saw him doing something dangerous, she scolded him just like Hanabi would. It sounds like a good combination, Tsunade remarked softly. It is, he replied. Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve so much. She looked at him intently. You do deserve it, Naruto. Every piece of that happiness, you earned it through hard work and with your heart. Naruto fell silent for a moment, watching the lights dance over the rooftops. Thank you, Okasan, he whispered. As they continued walking, the village of Konoha, which had once been a symbol of pain and hope, welcomed them with a different air. This was not the return of a hero. It was the return of a son, finally accompanied by his mother. The sun began to set behind the rooftops as the group approached the Uchiha complex. The breeze carried the scent of cherry blossoms lining the path, and the atmosphere was filled with a calm that only existed in that corner of the village. Naruto smiled at the wooden gate carved with the clan's emblem. I never thought I would end up calling this place home, he commented with a tired but genuine smile. Tsunade, beside him, looked at him affectionately. Sometimes destiny has a twisted sense of humor. But it seems that with you, it finally wanted to make amends. Before Naruto could respond, a high-pitched, cheerful voice cut through the air. You're back. Aurora came running from the garden, followed by Natsumi, both in their training outfits stained with dirt. Behind them, Hanabi watched from the porch, arms crossed and a smile that barely concealed her excitement. Naruto barely had time to bend down before the two little girls jumped on him. Aurora, Natsumi. He laughed, catching them in his arms. What did you do this time? Why do you smell like smoke? Aurora lifted her head proudly. We tried to do Uncle Sasuke's fire jutsu. And we almost burned his jacket. Natsumi added, giggling. From behind, an annoyed but resigned voice was heard. I said not to go near my scrolls. Sasuke walked in with Suki and Mikoto, both panting from training. Suki smiled at the sight of the girls hugging Naruto. Mikoto, on the other hand, wore a maternal and amused expression as she approached Tsunade. So you're the famous Tsunade who almost caused Minato's office to collapse with your arrival, Mikoto said with a kind smile. I'm Mikoto Uchiha, the mother of these two troublemakers. Tsunade laughed, giving a slight bow. And you must be the woman with the patience of a saint. Not quite, Mikoto replied, shrugging. But seeing Naruto happy makes it easier. Hanabi walked toward them with calm steps. Upon reaching Naruto, she looked him up and down as if assessing his condition, and finally nodded with a mix of relief and tenderness. You look better than I expected. Though I can't say I wasn't worried. Naruto smiled gently. You always worry, my dear Nabi-chan. And you always give me reasons, she replied, though her voice was warm. Then Shizune, who had been quiet, intervened. Well, he had plenty of reasons. If Tsunade hadn't reacted in time, he would probably still be unconscious. The atmosphere shifted abruptly. Aurora, still clinging to her father's Haori, looked up. What does that mean, Aunt Shizune? Shizune glanced at Naruto, and seeing he didn't stop her, sighed. Your father was poisoned by Orochimaru. He intervened to protect Tsunade, and took the full dose. If it weren't for his strength and the antidote, he would have. She trailed off, lowering her gaze. Hanabi looked at him with wide eyes. Naruto, did you do that without thinking? She asked, her tone wavering between fear and anger. It wasn't without thinking, he replied, trying to sound calm, though the blush on his neck betrayed him. I just couldn't let anything happen to Okasan. Natsumi frowned. That was foolish, Oto-san. Very foolish. She shouted, giving him a weak poke in the chest. If something happens to you, what would Aurora, Mom, and I do? Aurora nodded vigorously, tears forming in her eyes. You can't go around getting poisoned. You're not immortal. Naruto hugged them, laughing softly. But I promise I won't do it again. You said the same thing during the attack on the village, Natsumi grumbled. And the time on the bridge, Aurora added. And the time you were training with Kurama and fainted for 3 days, Hanabi chimed in, crossing her arms with a half-amused, half-resigned smile. Tsunade watched the whole scene with an expression that was hard to describe: pride, tenderness, and a hint of nostalgia. Shizune, beside her, whispered with an excited smile. It seems the 3 of them learned very well how to take care of him. Yes, Tsunade murmured. And I'm not surprised. Only someone like him can raise a heart like his. Naruto looked up at her, still surrounded by the little ones, and smiled with a warmth that radiated more than any jutsu. Okasan, these are Aurora and Natsumi, the ones I mentioned. His words were filled with pride, almost reverence. And the one who saved me from losing myself when everything seemed empty, Hanabi Hyuga. Tsunade stepped forward and knelt in front of the girls. So you are my granddaughters, huh? She said with a wide smile. You're so cute that I'm surprised your father didn't turn to stone from excitement. Aurora laughed. Oto-chan turns to stone when mom gets mad, she said innocently. Hanabi rolled her eyes, laughing. That's completely true. The general laughter broke any remaining tension. Even Sasuke smiled slightly from the training field, where Suki watched him with a curious expression. Mikoto nodded from a distance, happy to see a scene that seemed pulled from a memory that time had not been able to erase. As the evening began to paint the sky in amber tones, Naruto sat on the porch, his daughters sleeping on his legs, Hanabi resting beside him, and Tsunade watching them with misty eyes. Shizune, leaning against a column, murmured softly. It seems you found your place, Naruto. He, without opening his eyes, replied with a faint smile. And this time I don't plan to lose it. The day dawned with a calmness that contrasted sharply with the tension of the previous days. The sky over Konoha held a blue hue that only appeared after a storm, clear and almost hopeful. Along one of the paths bordering the inner lake, Karen walked nervously, clutching a small scroll in her hands. She had spent more than 10 minutes debating with herself whether to wait or leave. She wondered if Sasuke had forgotten. It wouldn't be unusual for him. Just as she was about to convince herself to leave, a familiar, serene voice broke through her thoughts. Sasuke stood before her, his expression as calm as ever. He mentioned that he thought she would arrive late, and Karen huffed, her face softening at the sight of him. She remarked that she thought he wouldn't come at all. Sasuke tilted his head slightly, reminding her that he had promised to meet her. Without further ado, he walked beside her toward the small cafe by the river. The silence between them was thick but not uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence that held unspoken words. Karen was the first to break it, expressing her surprise that he had agreed to come with her so easily. Sasuke, without looking at her, replied that it wasn't difficult when the person he was with understood him. She glanced at him with a barely contained smile, teasing him about having his moments. He acknowledged this with a slight upward curve of his mouth. Upon arriving at the cafe, the aroma of jasmine tea and sweet bread mingled with the gentle breeze. They sat facing the water, and for a moment, everything felt distant from the world of ninjas. Karen rested her chin on her hand and asked Sasuke if he had ever thought about having a life beyond fighting a peaceful life without missions or wars. He fell silent, gazing at his reflection in the water. He admitted that he hadn't thought about it before. He had only focused on his clan and what he needed to do. But lately he had realized that there were things worth more than revenge. Karen smiled, lowering her gaze. She liked hearing that, though she wondered if he meant it because of her or Naruto. Sasuke chuckled softly, a rare sound for him, and said it was probably for both, but she made it sound less irritating. She playfully hit his arm, blushing at his words. He teased her back, calling her too noisy. For a few minutes, the only sounds were the chirping of crickets, the murmuring of the water, and the feeling of something fragile yet growing between them. Meanwhile, in another part of the village, Naruto closed the door of his house, adjusting the dark coat he usually wore outside of missions. Tsunade awaited him in front of the Uchiha complex, accompanied by Shizune. The morning light gave her an almost imposing presence. Naruto joked about whether she was ready to take on the most troublesome title in the ninja world. Tsunade laughed softly, expressing her hope that he would come with her not just as a shinobi, but as someone she trusted. Surprised, Naruto smiled and agreed, but he turned toward the garden where Hanabi was finishing up instructions for Aurora and Natsumi, asking if his sister could join them. Tsunade readily agreed, assuring him that if she went with him, he wouldn't end up poisoned again. Shizune smiled at the comment, and Mikoto approached from the training field, a towel draped over her shoulders. She reassured them not to worry about the girls, promising to ensure they ate, studied, and didn't set anything on fire again. Aurora raised her hand from the porch, claiming it was Natsumi's fault, while Natsumi indignantly defended herself, saying Aurora had played with Sasuke's fire jutsu. Naruto laughed, and Mikoto shook her head, amused. Tsunade remarked that it seemed Mikoto wouldn't be bored, to which Mikoto replied that with this family, she never would be. Hanabi approached Naruto, adjusting her cloak with a tender gesture, expressing her reluctance about the meetings but saying she might survive if he was there. Naruto looked at her with a warm glow that only appeared when he saw her, asking her to promise not to let him fall asleep if they started discussing budgets. Hanabi laughed, saying no promises could last that long. The group set off toward the Hokage building, greeted respectfully by villagers along the way. Some children ran after them, calling out to Naruto, while several merchants bowed slightly as he passed. Naruto felt a bit awkward but smiled and responded humbly. Tsunade observed him from the corner of her eye, noting that he had earned their respect without seeking it. He shrugged, saying he hadn't done anything they wouldn't have done for him. He was merely returning what they had once given him. The silence that followed was serene, filled with pride. As they ascended the steps to the council chamber, Tsunade reflected that for the first time in a long while, the village had true pillars supporting it, some out of duty, others out of love. The Grand Council Hall of Konoha commanded silence on its own. The walls were adorned with ancient banners, and the air was thick with the scent of incense, wood, and authority. The long circular table gathered the leaders of the most powerful clans: Minato, Konoha, Hamura, Shikaha, Inoichi, Choza, Hayashi with his wife Hana Hyuga, Tsum Inazuka, Shibi Aburame, Mabuki Haruno, and Mikoto Uchiha, among others. All awaited their arrival. The doors creaked open, and Tsunade entered first, her steps confident and her gaze unwavering. Shizune followed closely, carrying her stack of reports. Behind them, Naruto Tsukiguni and Hanabi Tsukiguni crossed the threshold, hand in hand. The silence was so thick that it felt as if the air itself had stopped. Minato looked up, his expression neutral, though internally he felt a strong thought. If Kushina saw this, it would be hell to pay. He couldn't deny the mix of distant pride and an unnamed knot in his chest. Konoha was the first to break the silence, her voice like a worn scroll, questioning why Naruto and Hanabi were present at the session. Hamura gravely nodded in agreement, stating they did not recall extending an invitation to personal companions. Tsunade did not smile. She merely narrowed her eyes and responded with a calm, icy tone that she had invited them. She placed both hands on the table, her clan's seal faintly glowing under the light. She asserted that Naruto had shown more courage and judgment than many sitting at that table, and Hanabi was his squadmate. She had nothing more to justify, and as far as she knew, Hanabi had taken her boyfriend's surname, so she was Tsukiguni, not Hyuga. Shikaku tilted his head thoughtfully, acknowledging that she wasn't wrong. Naruto had played a direct role in decisions affecting the village's defense during the invasion. But then Hayashi spoke, his voice solemn and authoritative, firmly stating that this was not an appropriate place for Hanabi. "You are breaking the clan's protocol." Hana Hyuga, sitting beside him, lowered her gaze with a sigh that revealed her disappointment. They had wanted to see Hanabi behave like a Hyuga, not like. Her words faded as Hanabi turned toward them. She did not respond. Not a single word escaped her lips. Instead, she took a step forward and embraced Naruto. It was a sincere hug, devoid of drama and fear. Hanabi's body trembled slightly, and Naruto, surprised, raised a hand to hold her gently. The impact was immediate. Hayashi opened his eyes, a mix of confusion and restrained anger crossing his face. Hana covered her lips with her hand, unsure whether to stop her sister or to cry. Koharu clicked her tongue in indignation, while Hamura murmured something about a lack of decorum. Tsunade, for the first time, sighed in irritation. If a simple hug seemed disrespectful to them, perhaps the real problem lay not with Hanabi and Naruto, but with the elders who continued to measure people by their lineage rather than by their capabilities. Naruto then spoke, his voice calm and steady. He reassured them that he hadn't intended to come either, but his mother had insisted. The silence shattered like glass. Koharu leaned forward, incredulous, as she repeated his words about calling Tsunade mother. Naruto held her gaze with calmness, affirming that it was true. When he needed help the most, it was Tsunade who had extended her hand to him. He paused briefly, almost solemnly, adding that if they found that improper, then perhaps they had never understood what it meant to protect one's own. Tsunade exhaled slowly, hiding a proud smile. The murmurs among the advisors spread, but none dared to interrupt. Hayashi, his jaw tense, spoke again, ordering Hanabi to step away, asserting that this was not a place for displays of emotion. Hanabi lifted her gaze, firm for the first time, and quietly responded that he was not her father and that Naruto was not just someone she followed but someone she respected. Hana Hyuga, who had remained silent until then, spoke with a trembling voice, suggesting they should not judge what they did not understand. Hayashi looked at her, surprised, but she offered no further explanation. Tsunade seized the silence to step forward, stating that if the introductions were over, they should move on to the main matter. She looked directly at Minato, confirming that they were there to define the leadership of Konoha. Minato nodded slowly, acknowledging her point. Although no one doubted her abilities, the council needed to be unanimous. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her demeanor proud, and stated that if they wanted to hear her out, she placed the designation scroll on the table with a decisive thud. From that day forward, if elected, the village would not be governed solely by blood but by bonds. If that upset them, they would need to learn to live with it. The seal was stamped firmly, the sound echoing throughout the room. Naruto's calm eyes met Minato's, and for a moment, the fourth Hokage understood that this young man no longer needed a surname. He was simply Naruto Tsukiguni. With that decisive thud, Konoha's history changed course. The murmurs of the meeting still lingered when Shikakanara placed his seal on the scroll, declaring that by unanimous decision of the council, Tsunade Senju would assume the role of fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. A restrained applause followed, more diplomatic than enthusiastic. Most clan leaders exchanged calculated glances, aware of what this decision signified. A Senju in power once again, a symbol of the old times resurfacing. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, stood before the group with a calmness that only he could maintain even amidst a storm. His smile was faint, weary, yet sincere. He assured them that Konoha would be in good hands, stating that there could not be a more capable successor. Tsunade nodded, though her gesture was more a silent promise than a thank you. Beside her, Naruto observed quietly, with Hanabi gently holding onto his sleeve. The young man appeared different, more composed, more mature, yet also closer to her than anyone else in the room. Just then, the doors of the hall opened softly. A warm, familiar voice resonated in the air, announcing her arrival. Kushina Uzumaki entered with a vibrant smile that lit up the room, her long red hair flowing gracefully, filling the space effortlessly. Minato turned toward her, surprised, and his expression softened. He reassured her that she was just in time, as they had just made a decision. Kushina smiled, approached slowly, and regarded Tsunade with respect, congratulating her on the official announcement. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Slightly, returning the gesture with a faint smile, thanking Kushina and promising to do what was necessary to keep the village standing, even if it meant making difficult decisions. Kushina nodded, but her gaze briefly shifted to Naruto, who stood behind Tsunade, too close, as if that was where he naturally belonged. In her chest, a slight tug emerged, a barely perceptible pang, yet unmistakable. It was that intuition only a mother could feel when something unspoken began to drift away. Hanabi tilted her head toward Naruto, as if whispering something to him. He responded with a sigh, somewhat tense yet calm. After looking at Tsunade, he stated almost casually that he should leave so they could plan the celebration. The silence fell like a sudden blow, an impossible pause to disguise. Kushina looked at him, frozen, her smile caught mid-expression. The title mother hung in the air, soft yet devastating. Tsunade did not react immediately, but Shikaku tilted his head slightly, uncomfortable. Hayashi pretended to review some documents, while Mikoto, the clone, shot a fleeting glance at Kushina, as if witnessing the exact moment a heart silently fractured. Unaware of the tremor in his mother's voice, Naruto offered a slight bow, saying he would see them later, correcting himself too late to Hokage-sama. The damage was already done. Kushina lowered her gaze, masking her feelings with a forced smile. Tsunade merely looked back at Naruto, telling him to go and rest a bit. But as he walked away, Kushina felt her chest tighten as if someone had emptied her from within. She knew it was not hatred she felt, it was fear. Fear of discovering that someone else had unintentionally taken the place she had longed to fill for years. Meanwhile, Tsunade observed Kushina in silence. In her gaze, there was no guilt, only understanding. And a hint of sadness. Minato approached his wife, gently touching her shoulder and whispering if she was all right. Kushina nodded, offering a faint yet distant smile, admitting that she was surprised by how quickly he had grown. Her voice was almost a whisper. Tsunade looked at Kushina for a moment longer before turning to the council. She spoke in a professional tone, indicating it was time to move on. As she spoke, Kushina's thoughts drifted to painful memories, the distance in Naruto's voice, the way he had casually called her mom, and the cruel realization that her son had found comfort in someone else's embrace just as she began to reach out to him. The voices of the council faded one by one until the room was nearly empty. Only Minato, Kushina, Tsunade, and Shikaku remained, reviewing the final seals and documents that confirmed the change of leadership. The air was thick with a tension that none dared to break. Tsunade carefully placed the documents into a folder and spoke calmly, saying she would see them at the ceremony, giving a slight bow to Minato. He responded with a kind gesture, acknowledging her new role as Hokage and reminding her that it was now her turn to give orders. She offered a faint smile and greeted Kushina with respect as she passed by, whispering an apology that Kushina interrupted with a forced smile, too polite to be genuine. Tsunade hesitated for a moment but chose not to press further. She simply nodded and left with Shizen, leaving behind a silence so heavy it felt like it could crush the walls. Once the door closed, Kushina stood still, staring at the spot where Tsunade had just been. Her breathing was uneven. Minato watched her silently, knowing just as he always had that when she was quiet, it meant something inside her heart was breaking. He spoke softly, urging her not to cry, reminding her that Naruto was alive and strong, and that was what mattered most. But Kushina's voice trembled with a pain deeper than she had felt even when losing friends in battle. She turned slowly to Minato, expressing her sorrow that she couldn't blame anyone, not even Naruto, for seeking affection where they had not been present. A tear fell silently as she lamented that now he called someone else. Minato took her shoulders gently, trying to comfort her, but Kushina stepped back softly, needing space. She insisted she hadn't abandoned him willingly, she only wanted to protect him. Minato lowered his gaze, burdened with guilt, acknowledging that they had left Naruto alone when he needed them most. Kushina clenched her fists, her red hair shaking with the intensity of her emotions. She exclaimed that she had never meant to leave him behind, only to keep him safe. Minato understood but reminded her that the best thing they could do now was to support Naruto, not pressure him. If Tsunade meant something to him, they shouldn't take that away. Tears streamed down Kushina's face, trembling and unrestrained. She covered her face with her hands, overwhelmed. She murmured that she couldn't just stand by, recalling all the dreams she had of holding him and hearing him say, "Mom," just once. Minato tried to reach out, placing a hand on her back, but she turned away, looking out the window at the village bathed in fading golden light. The wind rustled the curtains as her voice emerged again, softer and colder. She declared that she wouldn't give up. Tsunade may have cared for him and gained his trust, but Naruto was her son, and she was determined to reclaim him. Minato looked at her with concern as she turned to face him, her eyes still glistening with tears but filled with fierce determination. She promised that she wouldn't take anything from him, she would simply remind him who had loved him first. With that, she left the room, the door echoing softly as it closed behind her. Minato remained alone, gazing out the window where she had watched the sunset. He sighed heavily, hoping she wouldn't hurt herself more than she already had. The sun disappeared completely, and Konoha fell into a golden silence. The night still held a hint of the sweet scent of sunset when Sasuke and Karen walked side by side down the main street, their calm contrasting with the bustling life of the stalls preparing to close. Karen crossed her arms, feigning indifference, but a slight smile betrayed her. Sasuke maintained his composure, though he felt a peace he hadn't experienced in a long time. Karen broke the silence, admitting that the day had not been as boring as she had expected. Sasuke teased her about whether that was a compliment or a provocation, and she replied that it depended on how he took it. As they turned the corner toward the Uchiha compound, a familiar voice called out to them. Hanabi waved her arms to get their attention, followed closely by Naruto, hands in his pockets, with the two little girls around him, Aurora holding his cloak and Natsumi bouncing excitedly. Karen greeted the girls warmly, and they rushed to embrace her, showering her with compliments. Hanabi, with a mischievous smile, joked about Sasuke having romantic dates, prompting him to look at Naruto with a mix of resignation and silent plea for help. Naruto laughed, recalling a time he had tried to control his wife and ended up sleeping in the garden. Hanabi playfully pulled Naruto along, reminding him they had plans to visit Anko, urging him not to lag behind. Impulsive, yet irresistible. The girls burst into laughter as Karen followed them, enchanted by the naturalness of the group. Sasuke shook his head with a nearly imperceptible smile before walking behind them. He sometimes wondered how the world didn't collapse under the chaos surrounding them. Karen replied that it was because of Naruto, her voice soft and sincere, explaining that somehow he always managed to make everything fit together. The group moved away, filled with laughter and light-hearted jokes, leaving behind the nighttime murmur of the village. The dawn arrived warm and bright over Konoha, bathing the rooftops in a soft golden hue. The village seemed more alive than ever, buzzing with a different energy as if everyone sensed that something significant was about to happen. Naruto yawned while walking alongside Hanabi and Sasuke, hands in his pockets and a calm smile on his face. Aurora and Natsumi had stayed with Mikoto, delighted at the idea of having breakfast with Grandma Miko, while Tsunade prepared with Shizune for the ceremony at the Hokage building. The group stopped in front of a small dango stand. Sitting on one of the benches, with one leg crossed over the other and an empty skewer in hand, Anko awaited them, tapping her foot impatiently. She remarked that they had taken an eternity, taking a bite of the last dango on the plate and jokingly suggesting they must have fallen asleep again. Naruto playfully blamed Hanabi, who crossed her arms and pouted, explaining that it was the appointment of a Hokage and she needed to look presentable, unlike those who went through life disheveled. Anko laughed, eyeing Naruto from head to toe, and commented that it worked for him, as he had the charm of an organized disaster. Naruto raised an eyebrow, questioning whether it was a compliment or a disguised criticism. Anko replied that it depended on how he took it. Sasuke, who had remained silent until then, glanced at the clock on the stand and asked how long until the ceremony. Anko informed him it was a couple of hours away and suggested they start moving, as the roads would be crowded. Naruto nodded, but before they set off, he turned to Sasuke with a mischievous smile, teasing him about how his evening with Karen had gone. Sasuke shot him a glare, telling him not to start. Naruto insisted he couldn't be left in suspense, sharing that Hanabi had bet he would leave her waiting after 10 minutes. Hanabi playfully protested, lightly hitting Naruto's shoulder. Anko raised an eyebrow, enjoying the banter, and remarked that it seemed the Uchiha did have a heart, which deserved a celebration. Sasuke sighed, exasperated, but the slight blush on his face betrayed him as he insisted it was just a date, nothing more. Naruto, with a wide smile, joked that the Hokage was just a ninja with a hat. Hanabi laughed sincerely, blending her amusement with the cheerful sounds of the street. The air in Konoha was alive. Merchants adorned their stalls with ribbons, Children ran waving small flags with the fire emblem, and the bells in the center rang in a solemn rhythm. Naruto looked up at the Hokage Tower, where the village flag waved, and a serene smile spread across his face. He murmured that today marked the beginning of something new. Hanabi gently squeezed his hand, assuring him he would be part of it. For a moment, all the noise of the village seemed to fade away. Enko stood up, stretching lazily, and urged them to keep dreaming while they walked, noting that if they were late, Tsunade would be furious. Naruto chuckled, saying he didn't want to miss that for anything in the world. Thus, amidst jokes, leisurely steps, and the aroma of freshly made dango, the group headed toward the main square, where in just a few hours, Tsunade Senju would be proclaimed the 5th Hokage of Konoha. The midday sun shone high over Konoha, casting a golden hue on the Senju clan banners hanging from the Hokage building. The streets were filled with villagers, ninjas from all units mingled with civilians, merchants, and children waving red ribbons. The air smelled of incense, aged wood, and hope. Naruto, Hanabi, Sasuke, and Enko arrived among the crowd, greeted by smiles and nods of respect toward Naruto, who responded with a kind gesture, unaware of how half of Konoha admired him. Hanabi paused, observing the villagers, and remarked that everyone recognized him. Naruto laughed softly, downplaying it as nothing special, claiming he only did what he had to do. Hanabi insisted he would say that even if he had saved the world, affectionately squeezing his arm and reminding him he was part of the village's heart. He looked at her with a tired yet genuine smile, acknowledging that sometimes it was enough for her to remind him. Hanabi looked away, blushing, while Enko watched them with a teasing smile. She joked that she thought the spectacle of the day was Tsunade's appointment, but it seemed the romance of the Tsukiguni had stolen the show. Sasuke scoffed, commenting that Enko was becoming more of a gossip with the years. Enko playfully pointed at him with her dango skewer, claiming she learned from the best. Before Sasuke could respond, the bells rang out, marking the start of the ceremony. The murmurs of the crowd gradually faded. On the main balcony, Jiraiya appeared first, greeting everyone with a slight bow. Behind him, Tsunade emerged with a firm step, the wind playing with her newly embroidered white cloak bearing the kanji for Hokage. Naruto smiled at the sight of her. For a moment, he didn't see the strong woman or the legendary medic. He saw the one who had embraced him when he needed it most. He whispered her name softly, just enough for Hanabi to hear. She smiled tenderly, squeezing his hand and promising to be as proud as she was that day. Tsunade stepped forward, surveying the crowd. Her gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment, and a barely perceptible smile crossed her face before she spoke. With a clear, deep voice filled with history, she declared that from that day forward, she would assume the role of 5th Hokage of Konoha, not as a title to be flaunted but as a duty to be fulfilled. Her words spread like wildfire among the crowd. Applause erupted, cheers filled the square, and children tossed petals into the air. Among them, Naruto did not clap. He simply watched her, serene, as if witnessing a dream that wasn't his but somehow belonged to him. A few meters away, Minato and Kushina observed from a side terrace alongside the advisors. Minato maintained his calm smile, though inside he knew that his family's fate was about to take a new turn. Kushina, on the other hand, looked back and forth between Tsunade and Naruto, her expression a whirlwind of pride and confusion. She quietly remarked that Naruto looked happy. Minato confirmed that he was, and they could not blame him for that. Kushina nodded, though the smile she tried to form quickly faded. Below, the crowd began to disperse slowly. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, who was descending the stairs amidst cheers. He called out to him with his jovial tone, teasing about whether Jiraiya had cried up there. Jiraiya scoffed, pretending to hide the glimmer in his eyes, claiming he only had something in his eye like a ton of pride. Hanabi smiled at the response while Enko laughed openly. However, the light moment was broken when Jiraiya adopted a more serious tone. He stated that he needed to talk with Naruto's parents, Minato and Kushina, who were approaching slowly. It was time for a journey. Naruto raised an eyebrow, questioning the journey. Minato explained that Jiraiya wanted to train Menma and Mito outside the village for at least 3 years. Kushina nodded, though her gaze briefly lingered on Naruto. She mentioned that Jiraiya would discuss it with Tsunade. Naruto frowned, deep in thought, repeating the 3-year time frame and concluding that it would be good for them. Jiraiya sighed, acknowledging that he first needed permission from Tsunade. Anko chuckled at Jiraiya's slip, and Hanabi barely contained her laughter. Tsunade, who had just approached with Shizen, looked at Jiraiya sternly. She warned him that if he was thinking of taking her ninjas without permission, he should start packing for the hospital. Jiraiya raised his hands defensively, assuring her he was only going to formalize it. Naruto let out a light laugh while Hanabi watched him fondly. She remarked on what a day it was, and he agreed, gazing at the clear sky over Konoha. He noted that today marked the beginning of a new era for all of them. 3 years passed. 3 winters witnessed change, sweat, and growth. Konoha flourished under Tsunade's leadership, and as the world continued to turn, the leaves of the past withered to make way for new roots. Jiraiya kept his promise and took Menma and Mito far from the village. The twins immersed themselves in relentless training amidst fog-covered mountains and temples where time seemed to stand still. Jiraiya guided them to Mount Mayaboku, where they learned the patience of the wise frog and the serenity of balance. There, Menma discovered the weight of his own pride. His once overflowing chakra became as gentle as a domesticated river. Mito, on the other hand, learned to breathe in harmony with the world. Her chakra control became impeccable, a perfect dance between body and spirit. Both achieved what many only dreamed of, sage mode. And when the air around them stirred with natural energy, Jiraiya could only smile with pride. The children of Minato and Kushina had become true prodigies. The Rasengan, the weapon of their lineage, evolved beyond a mere legacy. Menma expanded it with his explosive instinct, while Mito refined it with surgical precision. Where there had once been rivalry, there was now harmony, echoing the essence of Naruto. Meanwhile, in Konoha, life continued its course. Naruto and Hanabi found their own rhythm, not of war, but of tranquility. They created a small sanctuary where the new generation learned the art of being a ninja. The girls, under Hanabi's strict yet loving guidance, trained from dawn. They practiced breathing exercises, meditation, and refined taijutsu. Hanabi, true to her style, made them repeat a posture until perfection became second nature. Naruto, in contrast, was the master of patience and energy. He taught them the value of listening to their chakra, understanding the internal pulse that resonated in every strike and seal. When one of the little ones became frustrated, he would smile and gently remind them that power lies not in how loud they shout, but in how well they understand their feelings. Over time, the girls inherited both Hanabi's grace and Naruto's warmth. Their chakra was pure, dense, and vibrant. Konoha began to notice the presence of a new promise on the horizon. Naruto also underwent change. During those 3 years, he worked closely with Kurama, perfecting his control over the fox's energy. The bond that had once been merely strength transformed into understanding. Kurama was no longer a sealed demon. He was a companion, a mirror. The beast within the seal grumbled that Naruto had become soft, though his tone was warmer than hostile. Naruto replied with a calm laugh, teasing that Kurama was now the grumpier one, but at least he no longer had to silence him with shouts. In each training session, their synchronization grew. Naruto managed to control his chakra with such precision that he could keep Kurama's energy circulating constantly without tiring. His endurance, perception, and speed reached a new level. He was no longer just a shinobi, he was a symbol of balance. Hanabi, for her part, did not fall behind. Her years of practice led her to refine the Byakugan to levels few Hyuga had achieved. Alongside Naruto, she developed a joint technique based on the elemental breathing exercises he had learned years earlier. The result was a harmony between chakra flow and body movement, almost poetic. Konoha, under the sun of those 3 years, changed as well. The new generations trained with passion, the clans grew stronger, and the shadows of the past seemed to fade gradually. Yet beneath the calm, something was brewing. Rumors spoke of unknown organizations, stealthy movements, and watchful eyes from afar along the borders of the Land of Fire. The world was unknowingly preparing for a new awakening. As the wind rustled the leaves of the great tree growing beside Naruto and Hanabi's home, the blonde gazed toward the horizon, where the mountains stood against the sunset. He murmured that 3 years had passed and something told him that this silence would not last long. Hanabi, resting her head on his shoulder, smiled serenely, ready to face whatever came next. This time, they would not be alone. The wind blew strongly, lifting the dry leaves from the ground. The cycle was closing, and another was about to begin. That dawn, the sky was painted in golden hues as a surge of chakra was felt in the distance. Tsunade, from the window of her office, looked up with a proud smile curving her lips. So they are back. At the entrance of the village, 2 figures stopped before the gates of Konoha. Mito and Menma, now wearing their worn training clothes and with mature expressions, gazed at the home they had left behind. The wind played with their hair, and for a moment, both remembered the promise they made 3 years ago, to return stronger, not out of pride, but out of love for their family. Menma took a deep breath, noting that the air of Konoha had not changed. Mito smiled, acknowledging that while the village remained the same, they had changed. In the distance, a familiar figure approached, running. Naruto, with Aurora perched on his shoulders and Natsumi following him with laughter, stopped abruptly upon seeing them. For a brief moment, silence reigned before his face lit up with a sincere smile. Menma and Mito were greeted with excitement as Aurora rushed towards them, asking if they were her uncles. Naruto simply smiled at her, saying it was only if they wished it. Mito scooped Aurora into her arms, laughing, while Menma playfully ruffled Natsumi's hair. Hanabi arrived moments later, breathless but smiling, expressing her surprise at how much they had grown. Naruto crossed his arms, observing his siblings and noting that they were no longer the children who complained about every mission. Menma smiled with a hint of pride but without arrogance, remarking that Naruto was no longer the fool who broke roofs while training. Naruto protested, but his laughter betrayed him, prompting Mito to sigh in amusement. "Nothing changes with you, Naruto. After reporting to the Hokage, can we talk?" The wind blew strongly, swirling leaves around them. Naruto nodded, for they were family after all, with scars and different pasts. But family. The wind of Konoha was warm and gentle, filled with the scent of blooming cherry blossoms. 3 years had passed since Menma and Mito left with Jiraiya, and during that time, the village had changed. The streets were wider, the walls rebuilt, and the red banner with the emblem of fire waved high above the Hokage Tower. Naruto walked calmly alongside Hanabi, with his daughters at his sides. Aurora hopped along the stone edges while Natsumi held an ice cream, smiling as if the world were a game. Menma and Mito walked tall beside them, embodying true shinobi. The golden glint in their eyes and the calm aura in their movements spoke of the training they had undergone. It seemed like just yesterday when they saw them leave, Hanabi remarked with a smile, noting that they hardly resembled the same children. Naruto agreed, speaking softly about how time does more than train the body, it shapes the heart. Hanabi looked at him with tenderness, acknowledging that he had changed too, now speaking like a sensei. Naruto chuckled, admitting that teaching Natsumi and Aurora had forced him to mature a bit. Natsumi protested, turning to him with a frown, declaring that she was no longer a child and could activate her chakra to walk on trees. Aurora puffed out her cheeks, raising her hand to say she had mastered half of the kata he said was for taijutsu. Naruto watched them with amusement, affirming that both were impressive but still had a long way to go. Menma glanced back at them, barely smiling, noting that things in Konoha hadn't changed much. Mito laughed softly, adding that now everyone trained, even the girls. Hanabi proudly lifted her chin, stating that they were the daughters of Naruto Tsukiguni and MIAs, and she wouldn't expect less. The group turned a corner, and the Hokage Tower loomed before them, the flag waving high with the kanji for fire shining in the midday sun. "There it is," Naruto murmured, pausing for a moment. Hanabi whispered that it was the same but different. Menma agreed, noting it had a different air now. Naruto smiled slightly, commenting that the person leading it had a firmer hand than the fourth. Aurora looked up at him curiously, asking if he meant Grandma Tsunade. He confirmed, affectionately ruffling her hair and calling Tsunade their powerful Hokage. As they ascended the stone stairs, villagers greeted them. Some children ran behind the group, shouting that it was Naruto Nizan, the hero of the reconstruction, and pointing out that they were his daughters, the twins of fire and wind. Hanabi watched with a mix of pride and affection, noting how even after 3 years, they still admired him. Naruto felt slightly uncomfortable, scratching the back of his neck as he replied that he only did what he had to do, helping others because someone once helped him. Hanabi smiled, knowing exactly who he meant, expressing her pride in him and believing Tsunade would feel the same. Naruto lowered his gaze with a gentle smile, acknowledging her words. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, the doors of the tower stood open. 2 ANBU guarded the entrance, and upon recognizing them, they stepped aside with a slight gesture of respect. They informed Naruto that he was expected inside. He nodded and moved forward, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the corridor, where the red and gold banners of fire swayed gently. Mito walked ahead, her gaze steady, wondering if they were called for a mission. Naruto calmly replied that he didn't think so, but with Oka-san, one could never be sure. Hanabi chuckled softly, suggesting that with Tsunade, it could be a congratulation or a surprise test. Menma joked about returning to the village only to be faced with exams. Naruto stretched his arms behind his head and sighed, stating that this was the life of a ninja. Sometimes, they didn't even get a moment to breathe before being thrown into battle. Aurora and Natsumi laughed, holding hands, their laughter echoing through the hallway. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves of the trees, as if Konoha itself was welcoming them. The door to the office opened gently, letting in the golden light of midday. The air was filled with the scent of new parchment, fresh ink, and ginger tea. There, in the center, behind the desk with the emblem of fire carved into it, stood Tsunade, her red cloak draped over her shoulders, her expression a mix of pride and firmness. To one side, Jiraiya leaned against the window, observing the landscape with his ever-present lopsided smile. In front of him, Minato and Kushina stood silently, as if holding their breath. Naruto was the first to enter, respectfully apologizing for the delay and bowing slightly. Tsunade offered a faint smile, crossing her arms and stating that he had arrived just in time. "You haven't changed at all. Well, except now you have 2 little shadows following you." Aurora and Natsumi rushed in behind their father and jumped onto the long couch by the desk. Aurora exclaimed that the place was enormous, tossing her sandals to the floor and rolling over the cushion. Natsumi added that they could see the entire village from there as she peeked out the window. Jiraiya laughed heartily, noting how much they resembled Naruto when he wasn't serious pure energy with no regard for formality. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, smiling, and remarked that they had to inherit something, right? Jiraiya jokingly replied that it was chaos. Meanwhile, Mito and Menma stepped forward. Kushina looked at them with misty eyes, unable to hide the tremor in her hands. She murmured their names, bringing a hand to her chest, expressing how much she missed them. Minato moved a bit closer, wearing the calm and proud smile he always had, commenting on how much they had grown. Mito was the first to react, stepping toward her mother and embracing her tightly. Kushina immediately wrapped her arms around her, stroking her hair and saying how much she missed her. Menma stood still for a moment, observing them, then sighed and stepped forward, admitting he wasn't good with this but was also happy to see them, offering a barely perceptible smile. Minato placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him that was enough. Naruto watched the scene in silence, arms crossed. Hanabi, beside him, gave his hand a gentle squeeze. He smiled slightly, looking away. Tsunade noticed the gesture, and for a moment, something maternal and almost proud shone in her golden eyes. Finally, the Hokage interrupted with her firm voice, stating that now that everyone was present, she wanted to know how far these two had come. Kushina lifted her head, wiping her tears, and asked if it was an evaluation. Tsunade nodded, explaining that she wouldn't send anyone on high-ranking missions without knowing their capabilities. Menma raised an eyebrow, questioning if they were having a test now. Tsunade playfully asked if he was scared. Mito narrowed her eyes, asking who they would fight. The blonde Hokage slightly turned her head toward one of the ANBU waiting by the door, instructing them to summon one of the best jonin available. She wanted to see what the children of the fourth and Kushina were capable of. Silence filled the room for a moment. Jiraiya crossed his arms, glancing at her and commenting on how she didn't even let them breathe. Tsunade replied that rest was for the weak, smiling at the Sannin. Aurora raised her head from the couch, asking if their grandmother was going to fight. Naruto chuckled softly, clarifying that she would see if her uncles deserved the genius title they claimed. Natsumi turned to her sister, her eyes sparkling with excitement, expressing her desire to see the fight. Tsunade leaned against the desk, observing the twins with a mix of curiosity and authority. She wanted to verify if they had truly mastered Sage Mode and the Rasengan, as Jiraiya had told her. Naruto, still speaking with his former mentor, looked up and asked if it was an evaluation in front of the whole village. Tsunade replied that it would be in front of her, stating that there was no better judge than the one who had to protect them. Jiraiya smiled, amused, reminding Naruto that Tsunade never changed, always demanding. Naruto shrugged calmly, asserting that those who would inherit the fire couldn't shine if they weren't tested by it. Hanabi looked at him with a slight, almost proud smile, commenting that he spoke like a true leader. He humbly replied that he had only learned from the best, glancing at Tsunade. The Hokage noticed and briefly lowered her gaze to hide the smile forming on her lips. In that office, filled with memories, power, and restored bonds, the paths of the past and present crossed once more. While Aurora and Natsumi laughed on the couch, oblivious to the adult tensions, Tsunade thought that this generation might finally bring the peace so many had longed for. The door opened again, and the Enbu knelt before Tsunade, bowing their head in respect. They reported that most Jonin were currently on missions outside the village or assigned to security tasks following Jiraiya's team's return. Silence stretched for a moment, accompanied only by the ticking of the wall clock in the heavy air of the office. Tsunade exhaled, crossing her arms under her cloak. She murmured thoughtfully, while everyone awaited her words. Kushina looked up, suggesting they could wait a few days if she wanted, trying to sound conciliatory. However, the fifth Hokage smiled faintly, tilting her head and repeating that true abilities were demonstrated, not delayed. Menma raised an eyebrow, asking against whom they would fight. Tsunade lifted her gaze, her golden eyes locking onto Naruto. The atmosphere tensed. Naruto, sitting next to Jiraiya, noticed her look and narrowed his eyes calmly, though a slight smile appeared on his lips. He asked what was going on in a tranquil tone. Tsunade straightened slowly, walking to stand in front of her desk. She stated that if her jonin were occupied, then she had no other choice. Placing both hands on the wood, she added with a barely visible smile that they would have to face the pillar of the village. Mito and Menma exchanged glances, while Hanabi let out a small nervous laugh, commenting that it sounded like an uneven match as she glanced at Naruto. Jiraiya laughed heartily, finding the situation interesting. Naruto sighed and stood up slowly. His footsteps resonated softly on the wooden floor, while his chakra, imperceptible yet firm, filled the room. He repeated that they would be facing the pillar, looking at Tsunade with serenity. If she ordered it, then he had no choice. Aurora and Natsumi stopped playing, looking at him in awe. Natsumi asked if their father was going to fight, gripping her sister's hand. It reassured them with a calm smile, bending down to slide their hair, promising that he wouldn't hurt their uncles. Tsunade watched him with a mix of pride and tenderness, finally telling him not to hold back too much. She turned to the others, stating that if they were going to call themselves heirs of Konoha, they should prove it against the one who upheld its foundations. Mito swallowed but smiled with determination, declaring it would be an honor. Menma crossed his arms, adding that at least they would know how much they needed to catch up to him. Naruto smiled sideways, affirming that it sounded more like Menma. Jiraiya snapped his fingers, excited, suggesting they prepare training ground number 7, noting that it wasn't every day the new generation faced their own protector. Tsunade nodded solemnly, agreeing that it should be so. Tomorrow at dawn. Her gaze swept over each of them, and when it landed on Naruto, she added softly, almost to herself, that she wanted to see with her own eyes if he was truly the pillar she had always believed him to be. Naruto inclined his head respectfully, a calm and determined smile forming on his face, which made even the veterans breathe a little easier. The murmur of the wind slipped through the window, gently moving the curtains. Aurora and Natsumi looked at him with admiration, Hanabi, with serene pride, and Tsunade, with a silent love that spoke more than any words. The trial was set. The following dawn would mark not just an evaluation but the beginning of a new era for Konoha. The sun barely peeked over the rooftops of Konoha, bathing the village in a golden glow that slipped between the buildings. The air was fresh, filled with the chirping of birds and the scent of dew still resting on the leaves. In training field number 7, the morning mist rose like a silent veil over the grass. 2 figures were already in the center of the clearing. Menma adjusted his gloves with a determined glint in his eyes, while Mito breathed slowly, trying to calm her racing heart. They exchanged smiles, knowing there were no words needed. They understood what this trial represented. In the distance, the first footsteps resonated on the damp ground as the group of spectators began to arrive. Sasuke stood next to Karin, observing the field with his usual stoic expression, though a hint of interest flickered in his gaze. He remarked that it had been a while since he had seen those two. Karin smiled slightly, suggesting they probably remembered him more than he thought. A little further back, Anko appeared with a skewer of dango in hand, chewing calmly. She mused that if the kids were half as stubborn as their father, this would be entertaining. Kakashi, with his ever-present book in hand, walked casually, nodding at Hanabi and Tsunade. He commented that training field number 7 never seemed to lose its charm. Tsunade stood next to Jiraiya, watching as the siblings prepared themselves. She whispered that this was not just an evaluation, it was the moment that would define how much of their family's legacy flowed through their veins. Jiraiya smiled, noting that who better to test that than the one who had inspired them without even trying. A few meters away, Hanabi approached Naruto, who was calmly gazing at the horizon. His posture was serene, hands clasped behind his back. The wind tousled his hair, and his chakra, though contained, vibrated with a dense yet clear energy, like a river beneath the surface. Hanabi tilted her head, a playful smile on her face, and asked if he would use any of his breathing techniques in the fight. Naruto did not look at her. He simply closed his eyes for a moment, letting the air fill his lungs slowly. A light smile formed on his lips as he mused that it depended on whether he had to hold his breath. Hanabi covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, while Tsunade smiled faintly without turning. The wind shifted direction. Mito and Menma took their fighting stances. With an almost impossible calm, Naruto stepped forward and opened his eyes. His gaze deep, warm, and lethal at the same time was enough to make the air around him seem tense. The era of training had ended. The trial of the pillar had just begun. The training field behind the Hokage Tower stood serene under the clear sky. The air smelled of dry earth and warm wind, that scent that precedes a storm or a significant duel. Naruto Tsukiguni remained at the center of the ground, his dark cloak fluttering gently in the breeze. His katana rested at his side, still sheathed. In front of him, Menma and Mito prepared in silence, exchanging determined glances. On the sidelines, everyone watched. Tsunade, arms crossed and expectant. Jiraiya, relaxed but attentive. Hanabi, serene yet proud. Karin, Sasuke, Anko, and Kakashi, each with their analytical gaze. Closer to the field, sitting on a low railing, Aurora and Natsumi, Naruto's daughters, buzzed with excitement. Aurora whispered in awe, asking if their father was really going to fight. Natsumi responded enthusiastically that he would surely win without breaking a sweat, declaring that their father was the strongest in the world. Naruto turned his face slightly toward them and winked, reminding them that it was not about winning but about teaching. Tsunade raised her voice, signaling for them to begin whenever they were ready. The air shifted immediately. Menma stepped forward and his chakra exploded, creating a gust of wind that kicked up dust. He unleashed his technique, summoning 20 identical clones that surrounded Naruto in seconds. Each clone moved with precision, without the slightest error in coordination. Naruto did not retreat. He simply exhaled, allowing his breath to set the rhythm of the battle. The first clone attacked with a direct punch. Naruto turned his wrist, deflecting the fist with 2 fingers. The second came from the right with a spinning kick. Naruto leaned back, narrowly avoiding it. The third attempted to surprise him from above. Naruto ducked his head, letting the clone pass over him and crash to the ground. It was then that he calmly remarked that quantity alone was not enough. Menma needed to make his opponent feel the weight of his will. Menma gritted his teeth, vowing that he would show him. The ground cracked beneath his feet as his chakra intensified, and the remaining clones attacked all at once, creating a flurry of blows. Naruto began to move not with speed, but with fluidity. Each of his movements seemed to anticipate the next attack, dodging even before the strike was launched. Kakashi, observing, murmured in amazement that Naruto was not fighting against them but flowing with them, as if each blow was part of a current he directed himself. Jiraiya nodded, crossing his arms, noting that the breathing techniques had transformed him into more than just a shinobi. He was a natural torrent of energy. At that moment, Mito closed her eyes, her chakra beginning to expand, golden and dense. The air around her vibrated, and from her back emerged chains of diamond, 8 in total, shining with an ethereal glow. She called out to Menma to cover her. She shouted as the clones formed a barrier, and Mito launched her chains toward Naruto. They moved like living serpents, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Naruto stepped back, his cloak fluttering, as the first chain passed mere inches from his face. The second struck the ground where he had been just a moment before, sending up a cloud of dust. The third and fourth chains crossed, trying to ensnare him between them. Hanabi narrowed her eyes, noting the near perfection of his reflexes. Anko, enjoying a dango, remarked that he hadn't even drawn his katana yet. Mito gritted her teeth, controlling the movement of the chains with both hands, declaring that he would not escape this. The chains formed a circle, closing in on him. For a brief moment, Naruto closed his eyes, and the world seemed to slow down. His feet slid back a step, and in an almost invisible motion, he leaped into the circle instead of out. The chains tangled together, and Mito gasped in surprise. Naruto smiled calmly, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, stating that there is always a space where others see only a wall. Exhausted from concentration, Mito fell to her knees, and the chains dissipated. Aurora leaned forward, excited, exclaiming that he did it again, just like during their training in the yard. Natsumi clapped enthusiastically, calling him invincible. Frustrated, Menma seized the moment, dispersing his clones and concentrating all his chakra into a single sphere. He unleashed a powerful Rasengan, the blue chakra swirling violently in his palm and illuminating the field. Naruto looked up and nodded in approval, acknowledging the good control but deeming it insufficient. Menma shouted with all his might and charged at him, but Naruto remained still. The Rasengan advanced toward his chest when a soft voice broke the silence, announcing a water technique that brought everything to a standstill. The chakra of the Rasengan fragmented, particles suspended in the air. Naruto drew his katana in one fluid motion, the blade tracing a perfect arc. A liquid barrier extended before him, like a translucent blue mirror, with Naruto at its center, katana drawn. The Rasengan struck and vanished without a sound, like a drop falling into a pond. Menma stood frozen, while Naruto sheathed his sword slowly and scathed. He explained that calm is the point where fury dissolves. Menma clenched his fists, his expression a mix of pride and frustration, acknowledging that Naruto always seemed to get his way. Naruto chuckled softly, clarifying that it wasn't about getting his way but about staying centered. The silence was broken by the excited laughter of the girls. Natsumi exclaimed how incredible it was, jumping in excitement, while Aurora asked him to do it again with a bright smile. Hanabi hugged them both, assuring them they would see many more moves like that when they started training with their father. Tsunade crossed her arms, nodding with pride, affirming that he certainly deserved the title of Pillar of the Village. Jiraiya smiled, reminiscing about how he had once been just a carefree child. Naruto turned to Mito and Menma, who had regained their footing, looking at them with tenderness and respect. He noted how much they had both grown, emphasizing that it wasn't about winning or losing but about moving forward without letting the heart stop. Mito, holding back tears, bowed her head in gratitude, acknowledging that he always taught them, even in defeat. Naruto smiled, concluding that the lesson for the day had ended. Aurora and Natsumi rushed to him, hugging his legs tightly, proclaiming him the best and the fastest. He laughed, bending down to embrace them, declaring himself the happiest because he had them. Hanabi watched him from a distance with warmth, whispering to herself that he was the true pillar. The sun began to set over the village, bathing the field in golden hues. The fight had ended, but everyone knew that what they had just witnessed was not merely a display of power but a reflection of the man who held Konoha together. The sky was painted in shades of copper and violet, casting reflections over the lake that lay behind the training field. The air smelled of damp earth, a calmness settling after the wind. Naruto, Menma, and Mito walked in silence, their long shadows trailing behind them as if they too sought reconciliation. It was a different kind of silence, not hostile, but that of individuals who had long avoided something they had finally decided to confront. Naruto stopped by the lake. The water mirrored his calm face, though his eyes held the weary glint of someone who had lived much more than he appeared to. Mito was the first to break the silence. She spoke with a trembling voice, barely above a whisper, almost taken by the wind. She wanted to know if they could truly talk this time. Naruto turned slowly, without reproach. He replied with a serenity that hurt more than anger. Menma lowered his head, his fist clenched tightly. He admitted that it was not true. They had not spoken to him, but rather over him. They had never listened. He swallowed hard, his words coming out raw and rushed. When they saw him calm and smiling, even when everyone ignored him, it irritated them. The worst part was that they didn't know why. Mito looked at him with red eyes and stepped forward. She confessed that she had always known it wasn't fair but had been afraid to admit it. Every time their parents praised them while looking at Naruto as if he were invisible, she pretended it didn't matter. Because if it did, it meant accepting that they were hurting him. Naruto listened in silence. There was no anger in his gaze, only a deep weariness filled with understanding. Menma fell to his knees, his pride shattered. They had laughed at him, called him weak, useless, a burden, yet when they needed him, he was always there. He looked up, his eyes filled with tears, and asked why Naruto had never hated them. Naruto closed his eyes, the wind tousling his hair. He explained that hating them would have meant that all the pain had a reason. He didn't want his life to be just a reflection of resentment. He had forged his own path, one where he could be happy. Mito let out a stifled sob, admitting that they had broken him and made him feel alone. Naruto gently shook his head, assuring them that they hadn't broken him. They had taught him to see the value of what truly mattered. He looked around, raising his gaze to the sky, and spoke of the family that loved him, Hanabi, his daughters, and Tsunade. His voice lowered, filled with nostalgia, as he revealed that what he never received from them, he had found, and that was enough to heal him. Menma awkwardly wiped his tears and asked if they were forgiven. Naruto paused for a few seconds, the air seeming to stand still, and the cicadas fell silent. Then he stepped forward, placing a hand on Menma's shoulder and another on Mito's. He affirmed that he forgave them. Both felt the warmth in his voice, a peace that was not about victory but about liberation. However, he was no longer the boy who waited for his parents at the threshold. He looked at them with a calmness that felt like both a farewell and a new beginning. He declared that he was no longer an Uzumaki, that name belonged to a story that had ended long ago. He was Naruto Tsukiguni, son of Tsunade Senju. Mito covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Menma lowered his head, breathing unevenly, and for the first time in years, he spoke not as a rival but as a brother. He asked if they could at least walk beside him, even under this new name. Naruto smiled softly, almost paternal, and replied that as long as it was from the heart, the answer was yes. That response disarmed them. Mito rushed to him, enveloping him in a sincere embrace, crying against his chest. Menma hesitated for a few seconds and then joined, allowing his pride to dissolve with his tears. Naruto closed his eyes and embraced them both. For a moment, the world seemed to pause. There were no Hokages, no lineages, No titles, just 3 siblings under the same sunset, forgiving one another. Hours later, the group walked through the streets of Konoha under the golden light of the lamps. Hanabi walked beside Naruto, glancing at Menma and Mito, who remained silent but calmer. They had left Aurora and Natsumi with Mikoto, who would take care of them that night. Hanabi sighed, noting that not everyone was fortunate enough to heal wounds like this. She looked at Naruto and expressed her pride in him. He smiled humbly, stating that he could not continue living with chains in his heart. They arrived at the Hokage Tower, where the night was interrupted by a light on in the main office. The doors opened, and the atmosphere shifted. There were Tsunade, Sasuke, Suki, Shikamaru, and Jiraiya, all focused on some scrolls with tense expressions. The seriousness in the air was palpable. Tsunade looked up, and upon seeing them, her expression softened slightly. She remarked that they had arrived just in time before returning to her firm tone, stating that there was an urgent matter. Naruto felt his instincts awaken and asked what was happening. Jiraiya crossed his arms, his demeanor grim, and revealed that the Akatsuki were on the move. The silence that followed was almost sacred. Kurama growled within Naruto, and Hanabi took his hand, as if sensing that something significant was about to begin. Tsunade lifted her gaze from the scroll, her brow furrowed, radiating authority as she announced that the Kazekage Gaara had been kidnapped and that his brother Kankuro was gravely poisoned. Her words were sharp and unembellished. The village of the sand had requested immediate assistance, and that meant they were at war. Anko, leaning against the wall, clicked her tongue, acknowledging that she had known the Akatsuki would return. Kakashi crossed his arms, his visible eye narrowing as he noted that they were not acting on a whim. If they had taken the Kazekage, they were after the tailed beasts. Silence fell once more. Naruto lowered his gaze slightly, his fist clenched tightly as he whispered Gaara's name, unable to stand by idly. Hanabi looked at him with determination, declaring that she would go with him. If the Akatsuki dared to touch someone important to him, they would stop them together. Tsunade nodded slowly, affirming that it would be so. She then looked at the others, her tone becoming more strategic. They needed a team capable of responding quickly and surviving in enemy territory. Her eyes passed over each of the present individuals: Sasuke Uchiha, Suki, Shikamaru Nara, Naruto Tsukiguni, Hanabi Hyuga, and Menma and Mito Uzumaki. They would be the main team. Mito and Menma exchanged surprised glances but did not retreat. Mito asked if they were included too, with a mix of doubt and hope. Tsunade nodded firmly, stating that if they wanted to redeem themselves and show what they were capable of, this was their chance. It would not be training or a common mission, it would be life or death. Menma swallowed hard but then smiled with determination, declaring that he would not fail. Sasuke, arms crossed, observed the scene with his usual calmness, noting that it was a large but balanced group. Naruto and he would cover the front, while Shikamaru would handle the strategy. Shikamaru, barely stifling a yawn, nodded with a half-smile. It was a nuisance, but Tsunade could not deny it. Akatsuki would not stop unless they faced them with a clear mind. She observed the team with approval and declared that one of them would be the subcommander for the mission. To maintain discipline and cover, 2 elite jonin would accompany them, Kakashi Hatake and Anko Mitarashi. Anko smiled, a wild and dangerous grin, expressing her excitement for the challenge ahead. Kakashi sighed calmly, acknowledging that he had no choice but to participate. He then looked at Naruto with a nearly paternal air, pleased to see how far he had come. Naruto nodded, determined not to disappoint anyone. Tsunade placed her hands on the desk, her voice dropping to a solemn tone as she informed them they would depart at dawn. Their main objective was to rescue the Kazekage and neutralize the threat posed by Akatsuki. There would be no margin for error, and she would not accept losses. The team responded in unison, affirming their understanding. The 5th Hokage looked at each of them with a mix of pride and hidden concern. This team, a blend of youth, power, and still open wounds, represented the future of Konoha and perhaps its salvation. As they exited the office, Naruto paused at the threshold, gazing out the window where the moonlight streamed in. Hanabi approached, curious about his thoughts. She asked if he was nervous, to which he replied with a slight smile that he was not, reflecting on Gaara's words about protecting what one loves, giving strength. Hanabi playfully nudged him, urging him to get some rest since the desert awaited them the next day. Naruto smiled back, and together they left the tower, the night wind fluttering the flags of Konoha. In the silence of the office, Tsunade sighed and closed her eyes for a moment, wishing the gods would be with them. Thus, under the moonlight, the Kazekage rescue team was formed, a new mission, a new bond between villages, and the beginning of a destiny that would intertwine Naruto once more with pain, hope, and war. As dawn broke over the walls of Konoha, bathing the streets in golden hues, the village awoke peacefully. However, for the group waiting at the main entrance, that day was anything but ordinary. The Kazekage rescue team was preparing to depart. Naruto adjusted the sheath of his katana on his back while watching Menma and Mito check their backpacks for the third time, their nervousness evident in every gesture. Hanabi observed him from the side, noticing his calm demeanor, which brought a slight smile to her face. She commented on his tranquility, questioning whether he felt even a little anxious about going to another country to fight criminals hunting Jinchuriki. Naruto chuckled softly, recalling that he had faced worse challenges before, and added that he had Hanabi with him. He winked, causing her to blush and cough to hide her embarrassment. Nearby, Suki watched the scene with a serene expression, though a small twitch in her eyebrow betrayed her. Sasuke, standing beside her, noticed and smiled faintly, asking what was wrong. She quickly dismissed it, perhaps too hastily. But when Hanabi giggled at Suki's discomfort, Suki pursed her lips, asserting that she knew what Hanabi was thinking, but it was not what she believed. The journey to the land of wind was long and hot. The group moved swiftly across dunes and cliffs, their silhouettes cast against the scorching sky. Shikamaru complained about the heat every 10 minutes, wishing they had brought hats or a genjutsu to create shade. Enko laughed and tossed him a dry dango, teasing him for complaining more than a civilian. Mito struggled to keep pace with her brother and voiced her disbelief that Akatsuki had attacked Gaara, expressing guilt and concern that they could be next if the organization was after Biju. Naruto, overhearing her, assured her that was why they were there, to protect everyone. As the afternoon waned, they spotted the walls of Sunagakure. The dry, harsh desert wind kicked up clouds of sand, obscuring the horizon. The gates were open, and a group of shinobi awaited them. Temari stood at the front, her brow furrowed, a giant fan resting on her back. She remarked on Konoha's promptness in sending their best people. Naruto stepped forward, bowing respectfully and inquiring about Gaara's condition. Temari sighed, visibly exhausted, and informed them that Gaara was missing, but Kankuro was still alive, albeit barely. The poison used against him was unlike anything they had encountered before. Hanabi stepped forward, offering their assistance as Tsunade had instructed them to help in any way possible. Temari gestured for them to follow her, leading them to the hospital where time was of the essence. The hospital in Suna smelled of disinfectant and dust. Kankuro lay on a stretcher, his skin pale and covered in dark wounds from the poison. Naruto, Mito, and Menma approached quietly. Tsunade had given them instructions before they left, to analyze the chakra of the poison, isolate it with pure chakra, and then use natural energy to neutralize it. Naruto formed a seal with calm determination, calling upon Kurama for assistance. His eyes turned amber, and the chakra of the 9 tails enveloped him with an ethereal softness. Mito entered sage mode, though it took her some effort to maintain it. Menma used his refined chakra control to stabilize the medical seals. Kakashi observed the scene with a calm demeanor, noting how they had all grown, a shadow of pride crossing his face. As evening fell, Naruto raised his hand, a pale blue sphere slowly rotating in his palm. He concentrated, and the sage chakra expanded like a gentle glow. Within moments, the dark marks on Kankuro began to fade. The poison, completely neutralized, escaped his body in a dark vapor that dissipated into the air. Exhausted but smiling, Naruto declared the task complete. Temari, visibly relieved, bowed in gratitude, thanking him for saving Kankuro's life. Naruto humbly responded that he had merely fulfilled his duty, while Menma smiled slightly, proud of his brother's accomplishment. "That is my brother," Hanabi, feeling proud, gave Naruto a gentle tap on the shoulder. She praised him for his efforts, saying he did well. Suki averted her gaze, pretending to be interested in something else while muttering softly to herself, calling him foolish. Hanabi found this amusing and asked what Suki had said. Suki quickly denied having said anything, which made Hanabi chuckle lightly. That night, as the team rested in the inn assigned to them, the desert air blew ominously. The moon illuminated the rooftops of Suna, and in the silence, Naruto gazed at the horizon. Hanabi approached him and rested her head on his shoulder, wondering if he was thinking about Gaara. He confirmed that he was, reflecting on the challenges ahead. He expressed his determination that this time, he would not allow anyone else to fall. Hanabi closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips, and assured him that they would stand by his side, no matter what happened. Under the desert moon, the whispers of the wind seemed to promise an impending storm. The dawn in the desert fell with a blazing glow. The dunes stretched like a golden sea, roaring under the wind, as the group from Konoha moved silently, following the trail marked on the map by Suna's messenger birds. Kakashi led the way, his typical ninja headband covering one eye, while dust swirled around his sandals. Beside him walked Chiyo, the elderly puppeteer, her gaze fixed and wary. Naruto, trailing behind, observed the woman's slow pace with curiosity. Hanabi nodded with a slight smile, confirming Naruto's unspoken question about whether Chiyo was the grandmother Temari had mentioned. She explained that Chiyo was a legend of the sand, known for her puppets that could cut an opponent's chakra thread without them realizing it. Anko chuckled, expressing her admiration for the old woman's dangerous reputation. Chiyo suddenly halted, turning her head slightly toward them. She expressed her disdain for the chatter of Konoha, her voice sharp, revealing the scars left by years of war. Kakashi lifted his gaze, not wanting to argue, and clarified that they were not there to fight but to help. However, Chiyo's expression hardened, and her chakra flared to life in her hands, ready for a lethal strike. She accused Kakashi of being the White Fang of Konoha, the killer of her comrades. Tension filled the air as the elderly woman lunged forward, a sharp thread of chakra extending from her fingers. Kakashi barely had time to react when Anko stepped in front of him, blocking the attack with her kunai infused with purple chakra. The metal vibrated, cutting through the air with a piercing sound. Anko shouted at Chiyo, insisting that he was not the White Fang but his son, who had just saved half of Suna hours earlier. Chiyo stepped back, her breath quickening as confusion and embarrassment flickered in her eyes. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, calmly introducing himself as Hatake Kakashi, stating that the White Fang had died long ago, and he was merely someone trying to correct past mistakes. Silence enveloped the group for a moment before Chiyo lowered her hands, sighing. She remarked that he spoke just like him, hinting at a shared legacy. Anko, putting away her kunai, teased Chiyo about confusing enemies with allies. A barely visible smile crossed Chiyo's lips as she acknowledged Anko's insolence with a hint of approval. Naruto chuckled, noting how quickly the situation had shifted. The journey continued with a different atmosphere. Chiyo walked alongside Kakashi, guiding him on the terrain and the likely route of the kidnappers. Her movements, though slow, were precise, showcasing the instincts of a veteran. Menma, walking next to Naruto, asked if they truly believed Gaara could be so far away. Naruto nodded, explaining that Akatsuki never stayed close to villages, always seeking ancient caves or hidden temples where natural chakra was dense. Mito, slightly ahead, added that if they had Gaara, they must be extracting the Ichibi, urging them to hurry. Kakashi paused for a moment and summoned a small hound, a gray dog with a scar across one eye. Pakken sniffed the air, his nose wrinkling. He confirmed that the scent was recent, indicating they had passed through just hours before. Kakashi instructed Pakken to lead them until the trail diverged. Hours later, among the cliffs of the desert, the wind shifted. Naruto sensed it first. A familiar, heavy, dark chakra filled the air. He urged the group to stop, and Kakashi turned to him, questioning what was wrong. Sasuke, clenching his fists, murmured that it couldn't be. From the shadows of a rock, a figure draped in the Akatsuki cloak emerged slowly, unmistakable with its black hair and crimson gaze. Itachi Uchiha. Silence fell heavily. Suki stepped forward, her chakra distorting the air around her as she declared that she would not allow him to harm her brother again. Sasuke joined her, vowing that this time, Itachi would not escape. Itachi regarded them with his characteristic ghostly calm, noting their growth but asserting that they were still not capable of defeating him. Naruto frowned, his instincts warning him. He whispered that this was not the real Itachi, and Kakashi confirmed it was a clone, a distraction. Anko cursed under her breath, frustrated by the situation. Sasuke exchanged glances with Naruto, deciding that they would handle the clone quickly. Naruto hesitated but, seeing their determination, placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, reminding him to be cautious if the chakra felt stronger than usual. Sasuke smiled slightly, igniting his Sharingan, while Naruto joked about not wanting to be scolded by Hanabi for leaving him unconscious. Hanabi, from behind, chuckled at the memory. The tension eased momentarily with their laughter, but seriousness soon returned. Kakashi pointed east, indicating the trail of Gaara. He instructed Sasuke and Suki to contain the clone while the rest followed him. Naruto glanced back at Sasuke one last time before they parted ways, urging him not to die. Sasuke assured him he had no intention of doing so. As the rest of the team moved through the dunes, following Pakken, the sun began to set, the day's heat giving way to a dry cold that stung their skin. Menma and Mito exchanged tense glances, while Naruto felt the chakra in the air. The energy of Gaara was weakening. Time was running out. Chio, her expression serious, murmured that the Kazekage did not deserve to die like her grandson. Perhaps this time, she could do something right. Naruto turned to her, surprised by her revelation that Sasori was her grandson, the man they were about to face. The silence that followed was profound, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Anko broke the tension with a snap of her tongue, suggesting that things were about to get interesting. Kakashi, without turning, warned them to prepare, stating that they were not just going to rescue a Kazekage but would confront the monsters that Akatsuki hid in their shadows. Inside the lair, the air was dense, so heavy that even silence seemed to take form. The reddish rock walls vibrated slightly with the dark chakra emanating from the center of the seal that suspended the lifeless body of the Kazekage. In a hidden cavern, surrounded by a ring of crimson light, the holograms of Akatsuki rose like immobile specters, their shadowy figures observing intently as Deidara and Saori, the lavender-haired puppeteer with a cold gaze, completed the final sealing circle. A deep voice resonated from Pain's hologram, sounding like thunder in slow motion. The message was clear: the extraction must be completed before dawn. Deidara, twirling a piece of clay between his fingers, smiled with a calmness that only precedes chaos. He expressed his intrigue at the thought of the Konoha ninjas' reactions when they arrived to find the Kazekage reduced to artistic dust. Kisame reminded him to stay focused, noting that the Konoha ninjas were known to be tougher than they appeared. Sasori, who had been silent until then, lifted his gaze and whispered that it didn't matter how many came. His puppets were eager to move. As the holograms faded one by one, the darkness returned. Deidara chuckled to himself, finding the situation amusing. Meanwhile, the Konoha team approached quickly across the dunes, the desert air hitting their faces with force, carrying both sand and memories. Naruto paused for a moment, sensing chakra and narrowing his eyes, his breathing steady and instincts sharp. Kakashi confirmed his suspicion, stating that his summoning had already indicated their presence and warned the team to prepare for a difficult encounter. Anko stepped forward with a smirk, eager for action after enduring the heat. Mito and Menma exchanged determined glances while Hanabi adjusted her gloves, the air growing tense. As they crossed the last dune, they spotted it. Gaara's body floated above a dark sand seal, surrounded by pulsating red chakra. Deidara and Sasori stood before him. Mito called out to Gaara, stepping forward. Deidara tilted his head with a mocking smile, recognizing the siblings of the blonde ninja and noting their timely arrival to witness his art. Naruto stepped forward, serious and calm, demanding to know if he was the one who had kidnapped Gaara. Deidara confirmed this, introducing himself as an artist of Akatsuki and declaring that the show was just beginning. With a command, he unleashed an explosion that lit up the desert sky like a second sun, causing the team to scatter instantly. Kakashi and Anko moved to the right flank while Hanabi and Shikamaru aimed to intercept Data. Without hesitation, Naruto propelled himself directly toward Gaara's body. The puppeteer smiled at their approach, swiftly extending his fingers as the sound of 100 gears roared like a metallic growl. A tide of wooden figures emerged behind him, first 100, then 500, then 1,000 puppets, each uniquely designed, some wielding spears, others flamethrowers, and some with eyeless faces dripping poison. Anko cursed as she dodged a barrage of needles, realizing that this woman was not here to play. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, his crimson eye reflecting the movement of the strings controlling the puppets. He warned Anko to keep her distance, noting that these were high-level puppets loaded with poison. Anko retorted, stating she preferred to destroy them rather than shake hands, launching a chakra serpent that coiled around one of the puppets and shattered it. Sasori moved his fingers as if conducting an invisible symphony, his puppets advancing in perfect formation. Kakashi executed a series of hand signs and unleashed a fire technique that swept across the front, consuming dozens of puppets, only for more to take their place. Anko clicked her tongue in frustration, questioning what kind of man he was to control so many. Sasori coldly introduced himself as the echo of Suna and its most lethal art. Meanwhile, Hanabi skillfully dodged Deidara's controlled explosions, moving gracefully like a leaf in the wind. Activating her Byakugan, she could see the enemy's chakra network and the seals in his clay. She noted the explosive chakra hidden in the mouths of the puppets with disgust. Shikamaru seized the opportunity to extend his shadow, stating he only needed an opening to immobilize Deidara and end the fight. Deidara taunted them, challenging them to catch him, declaring that art is an explosion. The impact of his attack kicked up a cloud of sand. Emerging from the dust, Deidara was met by Hanabi, who spun in midair. She unleashed a powerful attack, but it turned out to be an explosive clone. The explosion shook the ground, sending her flying backward. Shikamaru caught her with his shadow to prevent her fall, cursing Deidara's speed. Hanabi gritted her teeth, determined not to let him escape. Naruto reached Gaara's body, where the seal pulsed intermittently, the Biju chakra nearly drained. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, warning him that time was running out and urging him to break the seal quickly. Naruto nodded, focusing his chakra with surgical precision as he placed his hand on the seal. His bluish katana glimmered, and with a single movement, he cut the first ring of the seal without harming Gaara's body, reassuring his friend that he wouldn't let him die. The chakra surged, overflowing as Naruto's expression remained serene, yet his eyes reflected the ferocity of a stormy sea. He called upon Kurama for more power, receiving a gruff acknowledgement. A reddish aura enveloped him as the seal began to yield. Behind him, the sounds of explosions and distant shouts echoed, but Naruto remained focused, every fiber of his being dedicated to saving Gaara. The sky lit up with explosions as Hanabi dodged another clay bird that exploded nearby, raising a curtain of hot sand. Deidara laughed from his flying mount, hands filled with living clay, proclaiming that art is an explosion and urging Hanabi to admire the perfection of his genius. Hanabi landed beside Shikamaru, expressing her frustration over the chaos of flying explosives. Shikamaru calculated the trajectories, realizing he needed to distract Deidara to make a move. Suddenly, Mito appeared, enveloped in a soft golden light, her chakra flowing like liquid fire. She whispered that she was entering sage mode. Deidara squinted, intrigued by her transformation. Mito calmly stated that she thought he was too noisy, forming a wind sphere that grew with a roar. She unleashed a powerful wind technique, causing Deidara to lose his balance on his clay bird. Shikamaru smiled, having anticipated the moment. His shadow technique extended like a black serpent, connecting with Deidara's shadow just as he tried to stabilize himself, leaving the puppeteer unable to move. Hanabi appeared on the artist's back, the veins of her Byakugan glowing. She executed the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, disrupting the chakra stability in the blonde's hands and causing the bird to dissolve into the air. Mito extended her hand, and the diamond chains emerged from the ground, shining like miniature suns. They pierced through the sand and ensnared the enemy before he could touch the ground. Mito was determined to end this quickly, not wanting another to suffer like Gaara. Deidara managed a weak smile, still trapped. He acknowledged the beauty in the fleeting nature of art. The final explosion was absorbed by the chains, dissipating into golden dust. Shikamaru exhaled in amazement, finally understanding why Jiraiya had trained them. Hanabi playfully nudged him, surprised by the Uzumaki's ability to be more than just noise. Mito smiled faintly, looking toward the horizon, noting that not all were loud. Some learned to be the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the mechanical hell of Sasori spun relentlessly. The puppets moved like a swarm of metal and poison. Enko jumped back, throwing an explosive kunai, frustrated by the sheer number of Sasori's puppets. Kakashi, with his Sharingan activated, effortlessly disintegrated one with a bolt of lightning, observing Sasori with unsettling calm. He noted that Konoha was always persistent, suggesting that emotions were a weakness. A new voice, firm and fiery, interjected, stating that emotions were what made them fight with everything they had. Menma landed between Kakashi and Enko, Chakra swirling around him, his orange-pigmented eyes radiating natural energy. He unleashed a Rasengan, directly obliterating a dozen puppets in one strike. Sasori took a step back, impressed. Kakashi welcomed Menma to the front lines, advising him to stay alert, as Sasori's core was located in his chest. Enko summoned a snake that coiled around one of the puppeteer's limbs, urging Menma to keep his focus. Menma spun his larger Rasengan, the wind and chakra merging into a roar. The impact shattered the enemy's torso, allowing Kakashi to drive a kunai charged with lightning directly into the core. The explosion was clean, and Sasori fell to his knees, a sad smile on his face, acknowledging that even a puppet could rest. Enko sighed, finding Sasori to be a peculiar individual. Kakashi remarked that all members of Akatsuki were strange. Silence enveloped the aftermath of the battle, broken only by the sound of sand falling from the cave's ceiling. The air was thick with poison, chakra, and the metallic scent of destroyed puppets. Kakashi lowered his hand, still crackling with electricity, while Menma remained vigilant, watching Sasori's broken form. Enko was the first to break the silence, her breath shaky, questioning if it was over. Sasori, or what remained of him, moved his head slowly, still breathing, though barely. His dry, blood-stained lips formed an oddly serene smile, admitting he had underestimated them and that Konoha still had people like them. Kakashi commanded him to surrender, insisting they could still extract information. Sasori raised a finger weakly, revealing he wouldn't provide much but mentioned a spy within Orochimaru's ranks. Kakashi and Enko exchanged immediate glances, shocked by the name. Sasori continued, his voice faltering from exhaustion, indicating a meeting in a week at the Teni Bridge in the Land of Rivers. Kakashi pondered why Sasori would share this information, to which Sasori chuckled softly, explaining that even puppets grew tired of obeying. He requested that they take his body to Orochimaru, wanting him to see what awaited him when the sand turned against the serpent. As Sasori's head drooped, his smile remained. Menma stepped forward respectfully, acknowledging that he had died smiling. Enko watched him for a moment, torn between pity and relief, remarking on the twisted nature of their world. Kakashi, covering his Sharingan, noted that the world of shinobi had always been this way and that they were not finished yet. Meanwhile, Naruto still held Gaara, feeling a calmness fade as he sensed something amiss. There was no breath, no chakra. He gently shook Gaara, urging him to open his eyes, but there was no response. The wind howled in the cave, stirring sand through his fingers. Mito approached slowly, her face pale, expressing concern about Gaara's pulse. Naruto shook his head, refusing to accept the implication. He insisted that Gaara was strong, always had been. Kakashi's voice was low as he confirmed the grim reality. Naruto clenched his fists, chakra swirling in orange torrents. He shouted in desperation, not wanting to face loss again after everything they had fought for. Kurama growled within him, advising him to remain calm, as someone present might still be able to help. Naruto felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he saw Chiyo emerge from the shadows, leaning on her cane, accompanied by Kankuro and Temari, who looked exhausted. The three of them stood frozen, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Kankuro dropped to his knees, his voice barely a whisper as he called out to his brother, Gaara. Temari covered her mouth in disbelief, trembling at the sight before them. Chiyo stepped forward, her ancient gaze fixed on Gaara's still form. She murmured that she had always known the village would pay a price for what they had done, for the monster they had trapped in a child. Naruto looked at her, confused but respectful, insisting that Gaara was not a monster but someone who just wanted to be understood, just like him. Chiyo closed her eyes, acknowledging the truth in his words. Desperation filled Naruto as he pleaded with Chiyo to do something, to save Gaara. The elderly woman smiled gently, a warmth in her expression that had been absent for years. She explained that his plea was the reason there was still hope in the world. Kneeling beside Gaara, she began to weave ancient seals, and Kakashi recognized the forbidden jutsu she was about to perform. He warned her that it would cost her life, but Chiyo believed it was a fair exchange, her life for that of a young leader. Mito stepped forward, her eyes glistening with tears, offering to help, but Chiyo tenderly declined, stating that it was her duty. She urged them to move forward and not repeat the mistakes of the past. Her palms rested on Gaara's chest, and a blue glow enveloped the area, intertwining with the shattered runes around them. The life force of the elderly woman began to flow into Gaara, her body growing almost transparent. Naruto knelt beside Gaara, watching in silence as life returned to him. A faint breath escaped Gaara's lips, and his fingers twitched. Slowly his eyes opened, and he recognized Naruto, who smiled through his tears, encouraging him to wake up. Chiyo took a final breath, her body gently falling back like a leaf in the wind. The sun began to filter through the remnants of the cave, casting beams of light onto the dusty ground. The air was thick with dissipating chakra, the metallic scent of destroyed puppets, and the silence that followed the storm. Naruto remained beside Gaara, watching his chest rise and fall, unwilling to blink for fear it would all vanish. Around them, Mito, Menma, Hanabi, and Shikamaru struggled to catch their breath, while Enko and Kakashi stood in silence, gazing at Chiyo's lifeless form. Enko murmured that Chiyo had given her life for Gaara, gently covering the elderly woman's body with her cloak. Kakashi nodded slowly, his gaze fixed on the sand, acknowledging the sacrifice. Temari knelt beside Chiyo, holding her unmoving hand and whispering her name, trembling. She recalled how Chiyo had always said the desert did not return what it took, but today, she had proven that wrong. Gaara, still weak, looked at her and reflected on Chiyo's belief in a different future. Naruto rose slowly, wiping his tears with the back of his arm, determined to ensure that future existed. A sudden noise at the entrance of the passage drew their attention. Sasuke and Suki emerged from the haze, both panting and covered in dust, with minor cuts on their bodies. Sasuke frowned, expressing his frustration at their timing, while Suki lowered her head, feeling they had arrived too late. As they took in the scene, Hanabi, leaning against a wall, smiled tiredly and remarked that an elderly woman had taught them all a lesson. Naruto turned to them, his expression transformed. Despite his exhaustion, he radiated a deep, serene calmness, as if his past anger had given way to understanding. He shared that Gaara was alive, thanks to Chiyo's efforts. Sasuke squinted, taking in the surroundings, reflecting on how Gaara had once wanted to eliminate them all. Naruto chuckled lightly, noting how roles had reversed. Suki observed as Temari and Kankuro carefully arranged Chiyo's body, her heart softening at the sight of their sacrifice. Kakashi approached, explaining that the path of a ninja was harsh but filled with moments that defined who they were. A gentle breeze entered the cave, lifting Chiyo's cloak, and the morning sun illuminated her peaceful face. Gaara, supported by Naruto, made a promise that the alliance between their villages would remain strong as long as he lived. Naruto affirmed that as long as he drew breath, Gaara would have a friend in Konoha. Sasuke crossed his arms, looking up at the sky through the cave's broken ceiling, urging them to move on before they were left with only memories. Hanabi stretched and teased Sasuke for sounding as if he weren't exhausted, to which he admitted he was but insisted that it would never stop an Uchiha. Naruto laughed, and for the first time in a long while, it was a sound free of bitterness, full of life. Kakashi observed his team and nodded to himself, encouraging them to head home. As they began to exit the cave, leaving Chiyo's body covered by the gently drifting sand, each step echoed with a silent promise that her sacrifice would not be in vain. When they reached the entrance, Suki paused for a moment, looking back and expressing her gratitude. The light reflected in her eyes as the vast, golden desert welcomed them with a respectful silence. The sky over Konoha was painted in deep orange as the team crossed the village gates. The dust from the road still clung to their clothes, and the air was filled with a mix of exhaustion and relief. Naruto, carrying Gaara on his back, wore a faint smile, though his eyes reflected the weight of the mission just completed. Beside him, Hanabi walked with a steady pace, her expression calm, but a barely contained smile appeared on her lips as she gazed at the walls. Behind them, Anko and Kakashi followed, their demeanor tranquil, having seen much in their time, trailed by Shikamaru, Suki, and Sasuke, who exchanged few words, lost in their thoughts. The gates creaked open, and almost immediately, a voice rang out among the crowd. Mikoto rushed toward her children, calling out their names. Sasuke barely had time to react before his mother embraced him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder. He smiled with the quiet calm he rarely showed, reassuring her that he was all right. Karen approached from a few steps behind, her expression filled with concern. She playfully scolded him for returning in a state that contradicted his earlier promise of a simple tracking mission. Sasuke chuckled softly, his gaze warm, and reassured her not to worry so much. Karen huffed, though the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her relief. Meanwhile, two small figures dashed toward Naruto, their faces bright with joy. Aurora exclaimed excitedly, and Natsumi hugged Hanabi tightly, almost making her lose her balance. Naruto laughed deeply, a mix of weariness and affection, as he lifted Natsumi effortlessly with one arm. Hanabi knelt to slide Aurora's hair, her voice gentle yet firm as she reassured the little girl that they were home. Aurora expressed her surprise at their return, and Hanabi embraced her with a maternal warmth, promising that they would always come back. Kakashi, observing the scene quietly, moved closer to Shizune and informed her that Gaara had survived, but his condition was delicate, as Chiyo had sacrificed her life for him. Shizune nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation and preparing to inform Tsunade. Naruto's gaze shifted to the Hokage Tower, its golden silhouette standing tall in the distance, and he felt a moment of softness as the dying sun reflected off it. He suggested to Hanabi that they should visit Tsunade, knowing she would want to hear everything. Inside the Hokage's office, the air was filled with the scent of tea and fresh ink. Tsunade stood behind her desk, watching them enter with a mix of pride and restrained tension. Her expression hardened slightly upon seeing the state of the team, most of whom bore minor injuries, except for Kakashi and Naruto. She acknowledged their early return and inquired about the success of the mission. Kakashi stepped forward to confirm that Gaara was safe, though Chiyo had given her life to bring him back. Tsunade lowered her head in a moment of silence, showing respect for the fallen. Her attention then turned to Anko, who wore a more serious expression than usual. Tsunade asked what else had transpired, and Anko took a deep breath before revealing that Sasori had provided information before his demise, mentioning an informant working with Orochimaru who would meet him in 4 days at the Teni Bridge. Tsunade's eyes narrowed as she processed this information, questioning their certainty about it. Shikamaru interjected with a hint of irony, stating they could only be as sure as one could be with someone who disintegrated moments after speaking. Tsunade sighed and placed her hands on the desk, emphasizing the importance of not ignoring this lead, as Orochimaru never acted without purpose. She then turned her gaze to Naruto, assigning him to lead the mission alongside Kakashi and Anko, with Menma, Mito, and Hanabi also participating. Naruto responded respectfully but firmly, acknowledging the responsibility. Tsunade smiled with barely contained pride, giving him 3 days to prepare the team, with Yamato and Sai under his command for training. Hanabi teased him about his training methods, and the atmosphere lightened with laughter, even Tsunade allowing a small smile before returning to her authoritative demeanor. She instructed them to rest, reminding them that Konoha needed them strong, not exhausted. Aurora and Natsumi, who had been quiet until now, ran to Tsunade and hugged her legs, innocently asking if she would still be upset with Naruto for going on a mission. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, pretending to be stern as she replied that it depended on whether he returned with more scrapes than victories. Naruto feigned defeat, eliciting laughter from everyone, including Kakashi. As they left the tower, the sunset streamed through the windows, illuminating their tired but serene faces. The warm light of Konoha filled the dining room of the Namikaze residence, where a carefully prepared meal awaited: rice, grilled fish, miso soup, and freshly baked sesame rolls. The aroma of home enveloped the air, though the atmosphere felt heavy. Mito stirred the rice with her chopsticks without taking a bite, while Menma sipped tea, trying to ignore the watchful eyes of their parents. Minato calmly flipped through a scroll, while Kushina's gaze remained fixed on her children, particularly Mito. Kushina broke the silence, her tone warm but edged with concern, asking if they would train with Naruto that day. Menma confirmed that they would be training together, though the tension in the room thickened. Kushina expressed her discontent with Naruto being their trainer, suggesting that Jiraiya could do just as well. Mito took a deep breath, defending her brother by emphasizing his experience and power, stating it was logical for him to lead their training. Minato intervened with a diplomatic smile, urging trust in their children's choices and the importance of learning from various styles. Kushina murmured her skepticism, turning her gaze toward the window as the conversation continued. Menma was the first to rise, putting on his vest with determination. He suggested that if they finished discussing, they would arrive on time. Mito stood up as well, and after a moment of hesitation, she briefly bowed. She expressed that they would return before lunch, speaking respectfully but not looking directly at her. Kushina watched them leave, feeling a mix of pride and a twinge of silent jealousy. Minato took her hand gently, reminding her that she couldn't protect them from everything. Kushina whispered that it wasn't that, she just felt like they were slowly being taken away from her. Training field number 7 was bathed in golden light filtering through the leaves, the sound of a nearby river accompanying the sharp sounds of strikes and quick footsteps. Mito and Menma arrived at the edge of the clearing, both breathing heavily from the run. Before them unfolded an impressive scene. Naruto, dressed in his characteristic black outfit with blue tones and a headband bearing the symbol of the Leaf Village, moved with almost impossible fluidity. His strikes were precise, his blocks accurate, and his movements so light they seemed to dance with the wind. Sai and Yamato attacked him in tandem, coordinated like two shadows trying to catch a flash of lightning. Sai launched a flurry of ink projectiles that Naruto dodged with a slight twist of his body, while Yamato emerged from the ground with wooden pillars attempting to immobilize him. Naruto smiled, tilting his head slightly, acknowledging their progress but noting that there were still gaps in their technique. A sharp sound echoed as Naruto vanished from sight, reappearing behind Sai with nearly invisible speed. Sai attempted to turn, but Naruto had already placed 2 fingers on his back, grinning playfully. He remarked that if it were a real fight, Sai would have lost 5 seconds ago. Sai sighed, scratching his head, admitting he had imagined as much but at least he tried. Yamato, emerging from a root, also exhaled tiredly, expressing disbelief that Naruto could go without using any chakra and still evade them. Naruto shrugged, explaining that the body could also be a perfect weapon if trained consistently, emphasizing the importance of breathing. He glanced briefly at Mito and Menma, who were approaching. Kakashi, leaning against a nearby log, raised his hand in a casual greeting, noting they had arrived just in time and that the training would not be easy. Menma smiled with determination, declaring they were ready, while Mito, her eyes shining, nodded in agreement, eager to catch up to Naruto. The wind rustled through the trees, making the green leaves sway as if dancing to the rhythm of the chakra in the air. Naruto stood over the artificial lake in the field, arms crossed, the sunlight reflecting in his blue eyes. A few meters away, Menma and Mito maintained 2 spinning spheres of chakra in their hands, perfect Razengans, stable and silent. Naruto smiled slightly, acknowledging their mastery of the form, rotation, and compression power, complimenting them on their progress. Mito dispelled her Rasengan, allowing the water beneath her feet to ripple gently. She asked why he had said they would perfect the Rasengan. Naruto chuckled lightly, a sound that always hinted at a deeper lesson. He explained that while the Rasengan was powerful, it was incomplete. Menma tilted his head in confusion, questioning how it could be incomplete if it was created by their father, who was said to have mastered chakra control. Naruto nodded slowly, affirming that while it was true, Minato never achieved the level he desired. He had sought a technique that combined the pure form of chakra with its elemental nature but had been burdened with the responsibilities of Hokage. Mito furrowed her brow, realizing that Naruto meant the Rasengan could be combined with the user's element. Naruto demonstrated by creating a Rasengan in his palm, the air around it vibrating as the sphere spun with an unnatural stability. He explained that the Rasengan was like a perfect but empty vessel, and what would make it truly lethal was giving it identity, making it their own. Menma repeated the word, identity, and Naruto elaborated that it referred to their elemental affinity and ninja essence. The Rasengan began to whistle softly, small currents of wind emanating from it, slicing through a nearby floating leaf. He noted that wind was his nature, and if he could make the Rasengan adopt that chakra, the result would be devastating. Mito's eyes widened in amazement, pondering what would happen if she used lightning. Naruto smiled at her, suggesting that she would create a sphere so fast and destructive it could penetrate even iron defenses. Kakashi, who had approached silently from the shade of a tree, interjected, noting that while it sounded good in theory, it was nearly impossible in practice. He reminded them that neither Minato nor he had succeeded. Naruto calmly replied that he wanted them to try because they possessed something neither of them had: the stubbornness of the Uzumaki. Mito giggled while Menma crossed his arms, asserting that it was more about resilience. Naruto encouraged them to call it whatever they wanted but insisted they would have to push themselves to the limit. The air began to whistle around him, as if the entire field was breathing alongside him. He raised his voice, mixing teaching with challenge, declaring that if they could fuse their elemental chakra with the Rasengan, they would create something entirely new, a technique that even the fourth had not completed. Mito clenched her fists, determined to succeed no matter how long it took. Menma confidently stated that they would be the first to surpass him. Naruto watched them with pride, then gave them a gentle yet firm warning to be careful not to underestimate what they were about to attempt. He cautioned that if they forced it without control, the chakra could rebel against them and potentially cause harm. The silence that followed was heavy, as if even the wind held its breath. But neither Mito nor Menma backed down. Their gazes met, resolute, and they nodded in unison. Kakashi sighed resignedly, acknowledging that they were indeed Naruto's family. Naruto smiled, stepping back to observe them, confidently stating that they would surpass any Uzumaki. The training commenced. Mito extended her hand, letting her electric chakra flow. The air around her charged, her hair standing on end as the Rasengan she formed began to spark with a silvery blue hue. The buzzing was sharp, but the orb destabilized, bursting with a crack. She recoiled, shaking her hand and exclaiming that it was too unstable. Meanwhile, Menma concentrated on his wind chakra, small whirlwinds forming around his Rasengan, expanding like tiny blades. He believed he had it, but a burst of air sent him crashing into a tree, creating a small crater in the ground. Naruto approached them, not mocking or criticizing but placing a hand on their shoulders, encouraging them that this was how it all began. The Rasengan is not perfected in haste, but through understanding. They should feel the chakra, not force it. Let it flow. Make it their own. The three stood before the lake, the sun reflecting on their faces. The water's surface barely rippled as the flashes of chakra illuminated the afternoon. Kakashi observed them from a distance, deep in thought. There was something different about them, a blend of brotherhood, pride, and destiny. Naruto turned to them, his voice firm and almost solemn. Today they would begin to forge their own paths. When they mastered those forms, they would not only have perfected the Rasengan. Mito, intrigued, asked what they would have accomplished. Naruto smiled, telling her they would have surpassed their master. The silence broke with a light laugh from Menma and a determined look from Mito. The water stirred again as both created new Rasengan, ready to continue until nightfall forced them to stop. The wind grew warmer as the sun rose above the trees of field. Mito and Menma breathed heavily, their hands marked by small burns from the chakra. Naruto watched silently, a mix of patience and pride evident in his demeanor. A soft sound of footsteps interrupted the silence. Sai approached from the edge of the field, sketchbook in hand and a rehearsed smile on his face, still not entirely comfortable with it. Behind him, Yamato walked with a calm expression, though his eyes carefully analyzed every movement. Sai tilted his head, commenting that the training seemed explosive. His tone was neutral, but a hint of genuine curiosity sparkled in his eyes. Menma looked at him with a mix of frustration and fatigue, explaining that it was not as easy as it seemed, as the chakra often went out of control mid-process. Yamato nodded slowly, acknowledging that it was normal since they were trying to combine two different chakra natures. Controlling that required not just strength, but balance. Naruto crossed his arms, asking if they had come to give advice or to watch the show. Sai smiled, this time with a bit more naturalness, suggesting that perhaps it was both, but he believed he could help them. Mito raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked how he would do that. The young man quickly drew a circle with lines extending in various directions, resembling a simplified seal. He explained that the Rasengan required maintaining a perfect shape while the chakra rotated forcefully. However, they were trying to add an elemental nature, which disrupted that balance. He suggested that instead of one person controlling everything, they could divide the work. Menma blinked in surprise, asking what he meant by dividing the work. Sai smiled with a hint of pride, proposing they use shadow clones. The air seemed to pause for a moment. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious about the idea of clones. Sai confirmed that if one of them created 2 or 3 clones, they could share the tasks. One would maintain the shape, another would handle the rotation, and the original would focus on the elemental affinity. When the jutsu was completed, the knowledge of the clones would return to the user. In theory, this would speed up the process. Mito's eyes widened in realization, exclaiming that it could work. Yamato interjected, crossing his arms and noting that it was a risky but effective idea. It would increase their learning speed, but also multiply their fatigue. He advised them to proceed with caution if they decided to try it. Naruto stepped forward, agreeing that it was a way to accelerate the seemingly impossible. Menma, still doubtful, asked if Naruto thought it would work. Naruto shrugged, stating there was only one way to find out. Mito formed a hand sign and called out the technique, summoning 3 identical clones that aligned perfectly. Menma followed suit, creating 4 clones that positioned themselves around the field. The air began to vibrate again with the intensity of their chakra. Naruto stepped back alongside Sai and Yamato, watching intently. Mito's clones started to stabilize the sphere while the original channeled her electric chakra. The Rasengan glowed with a bluish hue, emitting irregular flashes. Menma's clones did the same, but his sphere of wind produced a sharp whistling sound. Sai spoke quietly, keeping his gaze on them, noting their determination, which was rare to see in 2 teenagers. Naruto responded with a smirk, stating that they were Uzumaki. When they set their minds to something, they either succeeded or caused chaos in the process. Yamato sighed in resignation, activating his Mokutan control partially as a precaution, mentioning that he had brought a couple of extra trees in case they needed to rebuild afterward. Naruto chuckled softly. But in the center of the field, the scene was anything but humorous. Their chakra overflowed with an almost tangible intensity. Mito's Rasengan crackled like a miniature storm, while Menma spun so fast that the air seemed to tear apart. Suddenly, an explosion of energy shook the area. Smoke enveloped the field, and for a moment, everything fell silent. When the smoke cleared, both stood panting, yet with a spark of triumph in their eyes. In Menma's hands, a star-shaped Rasengan buzzed loudly. He whispered the name of his technique, and in Mito's hands, a sphere laced with electric filaments crackled fiercely. Naruto smiled proudly as the wind rustled his coat. Sai watched them with genuine admiration, remarking that it was impressive. Yamato nodded with a nearly paternal smile, affirming that they were indeed a reflection of their master. Naruto walked toward them, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, congratulating them on their achievement. They had not done it perfectly yet, but they had succeeded. Menma looked up, tired but smiling, asking if they were now at their father's level. Naruto gently shook his head, stating that they were above that. His eyes shone with sincere pride as he told them they had not only perfected their Rasengan but transformed it into something uniquely their own. Mito hugged him tightly, laughing through tears of joy, thanking him. Naruto stood still for a moment, surprised, before smiling and returning the embrace. Yamato and Sai stepped back, allowing the moment to belong solely to them. The sun slowly descended over the field, casting golden hues on the lake. The training had concluded, but something within all of them had changed. One chapter had closed, and a much larger one was about to begin. The morning began with a clear sky and the familiar aroma of ramen and sweetbread wafting through the streets of Konoha at dawn. Naruto walked carefree, hands behind his head, a wide smile lighting up his face. Beside him, Hanabi carried a small bag of freshly bought dango, watching him with a mix of affection and resignation that only someone used to his antics could possess. Behind them, Aurora walked with her eyes glued to a thick ninja medical book, stumbling every few steps without looking up, while Natsumi entertained herself by chasing a butterfly, laughing each time she almost caught it. Natsumi pointed to an elderly woman who had simply smiled at her and asked why she was looking at her that way. Naruto laughed, assuring her it was because the woman saw how cute she was. Hanabi shot him a sideways glance, wondering why he never said the same when people looked at her. Naruto teased that it was because she didn't let herself be looked at. Hanabi frowned and playfully nudged him, while Aurora, still focused on her book, murmured that adults were strange. Naruto chuckled, pointing at the cover of Aurora's book and commenting on how even geniuses with medical texts were odd. Aurora briefly glanced up, unfazed, and stated she was reviewing basic anatomy. Hanabi raised an eyebrow in surprise, questioning if she was studying that at her age. Aurora innocently expressed her desire to become as good a doctor as Shizune. Naruto and Hanabi exchanged a look, realizing they had been enchanted by their daughter for quite some time. They arrived at a game stall where Hanabi stopped with a competitive smile, declaring she would win this time. Naruto crossed his arms with mock seriousness, reminding her she had said that the last few times. Hanabi insisted she meant it more this time and called for the girls to join in on the bet. Aurora eagerly declared her support for her mother, while Natsumi cheered for her father. 10 minutes later, Hanabi rested her forehead on the table, defeated, while Naruto triumphantly held up his cards, declaring himself the undefeated champion. Hanabi playfully tossed a crumpled napkin at him, accusing him of cheating. He laughed, claiming he had a winning instinct. Hanabi retorted that his ego was as big as the Hokage Tower, though a smile betrayed her annoyance. Aurora sighed, diagnosing her father with an excess of confidence, prompting a loud laugh from Natsumi that caught the attention of passers-by. Later, Natsumi looked up from her dango and suggested inviting her grandmother and Shizune. Naruto scratched his head, unsure since her grandmother was likely busy at the tower. Natsumi confidently declared she would tell her it was an order from her favorite granddaughter before running off between the stalls. Hanabi sighed, acknowledging that Natsumi certainly had Naruto's energy. Naruto added that she also had Hanabi's stubbornness. Half an hour later, Tsunade and Shizune walked along the main path. Tsunade, still wearing her open green coat, sighed in feigned exasperation, unable to believe she had been pulled from her office for this. Shizune smiled, defending her by saying they were irresistible. When the girls spotted Tsunade, they rushed to hug her, joyfully exclaiming her arrival. Tsunade raised an eyebrow but couldn't help but smile, acknowledging how hard it was to say no to her two little conspirators. Aurora took her hand, declaring that today she wasn't Hokage, but part of the family. Naruto, amused, suggested they have a family day. Tsunade smiled back, a mix of pride and affection in her expression. The group headed to Ichiraku, their favorite spot. Tsunade challenged Naruto to a ramen eating contest, claiming she would have 3 bowls while he would have 2. Natsumi eagerly accepted the challenge. Shizune sighed, predicting it would end badly once again. Hanabi placed a hand on her forehead, recalling their last contest where the owner almost fainted from their consumption. Minutes later, Tsunade was already on her fourth bowl, teasing Natsumi to give up. Natsumi stubbornly refused, determined to keep going. Meanwhile, Aurora had stepped aside with Shizune, excitedly pointing out her understanding of the circulatory system in her book. Shizune smiled, impressed, and encouraged Aurora, saying she would surpass her grandmother if she kept it up. Aurora's eyes sparkled with excitement at the compliment. Laughter, shouts, and the warmth of ramen filled the air until the sun began to set. They left the stall together, the sky turning orange. Aurora read as they walked, Natsumi perched on Naruto's shoulders, and Hanabi playfully nudged him every time he made a joke. Once at the park, the day began to wind down with the peaceful atmosphere unique to Konoha. Naruto sat under a tree, Hanabi beside him, Aurora asleep in his lap, and Natsumi hugging his arm. The air smelled of fresh grass and dango. Naruto smiled, gazing at the golden sky. Then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, teasing him about looking ridiculous. Naruto chuckled, acknowledging the sentiment. Kurama, his voice rough yet devoid of hostility, commented on his sentimentality. Naruto simply stated that he was happy for the first time in a long while. Kurama let out a sigh, noting that if Naruto continued speaking in such a manner, he might end up feeling overwhelmed. Naruto smiled, his eyes closing in contentment, grateful for Kurama's continued presence as a friend. After a brief pause, Kurama responded, almost in a whisper, suggesting that Naruto should enjoy the moment while he could, as he had earned it. The wind rustled through the trees, gently moving the leaves. Under the warm glow of the sunset, Naruto realized that this simple, warm moment was the closest he had ever felt to true happiness. As the story progressed, it became clear that they were reaching significant milestones together, and the excitement of the journey ahead was palpable. The sun was just rising over the mountains when the private training field of Naruto and Hanabi filled with the sounds of impacts, the whistling of air cutting through, and the crunch of the ground beneath their feet. Hanabi executed a spinning kick that Naruto blocked with his forearm, a smile on his face. He gently pushed her back, acknowledging her effort. She adjusted a loose strand of hair, responding with a hint of challenge. He teased her about her guard being down after the second spin, to which she retorted, claiming he had been touched as well. Their playful banter continued, with Naruto claiming that she only grazed his pride, which was used to losing to her. As they continued sparring, two distant explosions shattered the tranquility of the air, causing the ground to vibrate slightly beneath them. Naruto looked north with a mix of surprise and resignation, realizing it was not a practice session. Hanabi narrowed her eyes, suspecting it was the seventh training field. Naruto confirmed her suspicion, sighing that Menma and Mito were at it again. They exchanged glances and took off running. The wind whipped against their faces as they dashed through the trees. Upon reaching training field number 7, they were greeted by a thick column of smoke and an almost tangible energy in the air. Naruto stopped, incredulous at the scene before him. Hanabi stifled a laugh, remarking that they seemed to be destroying the field faster than he had during his own training sessions. In the center of the field, Menma was surrounded by dozens of shadow clones, all focused on molding swirling spheres of chakra. The air around them roared like a contained whirlwind. A few meters away, Mito was encircled by her own clones, channeling crackling electricity that illuminated the smoke. The energy was condensing into a sphere that vibrated the ground beneath her. Kakashi, Sai, and Yamato observed from a fallen log, each displaying varying degrees of concern. Kakashi commented that if they survived this, they would be prodigies, while Yamato sighed, noting that if the field survived, it would be a miracle. Sai, in his usual neutral tone, added that if the field was destroyed, he could simply draw a new one. Kakashi slowly lowered his book, cautioning Sai not to say that again. Naruto and Hanabi approached, the wind from the chakra ruffling Hanabi's hair. He called out to Menma and Mito, but they were so engrossed in their techniques that they didn't respond. The sound shifted, the air beginning to hum with a sharp intensity. Menma was the first to shout, his clones vanishing in a gust of wind as he unleashed his technique. A massive shuriken made of pure wind energy spun in his hand, radiating power. The gusts it generated tore at the ground and foliage nearby. Mito, not to be outdone, called forth her own technique, creating an electric sphere that crackled with energy, causing the ground beneath her to crack with glowing lines. The two siblings unleashed their techniques simultaneously against a row of reinforced logs at the back of the field. The impact was overwhelming, creating a surge of wind and lightning that sent a dense wave of chakra through the air. Instinctively, Naruto positioned himself in front of Hanabi, shielding her from the blast with his chakra-covered arm. As the dust began to settle, the field was left in ruins, logs splintered, the air charged with electricity, and the ground smoldering. Mito breathed heavily but wore a satisfied smile, while Menma dropped his arms, panting. Naruto approached slowly, still in awe of what he had witnessed. He expressed his pride, not just for their technique but for their determination not to give up. Menma smiled back, acknowledging that they had learned that lesson from him. Mito, though slightly annoyed, conceded that he was right for once. Hanabi smiled, commenting on their sibling bond. Mito puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance, playfully accusing Hanabi of stealing her brother. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, chuckling awkwardly as the group erupted into laughter, even Kakashi, who quipped about the family drama before an important mission. Naruto gazed up at the sky, watching the wind continue to swirl gently with the residual chakra. For the first time in a long while, he felt truly at peace. He mused about the wind and thunder, thinking it was not a bad legacy for the next generation. As the siblings caught their breath and Hanabi teased Naruto about his proud teacher pose, Kakashi pulled out his mission notebook, quietly noting that it was time to report to Tsunade. Their future Jonin were ready, just in time for what lay ahead. Naruto led the way, followed by Hanabi and the siblings, who were still playfully arguing about who had caused the most chaos. Menma teased Mito about her technique's power, while she countered that if his shuriken hadn't nearly hit Sai, they would still have the field intact. Sai, unfazed, pointed out that it hadn't been necessary to aim near him while he was drawing. Menma insisted it was a test, and Sai confirmed he had dodged it, thus proving his ninja skills. Mito rolled her eyes at their banter. Hanabi walked behind, chuckling softly. Naruto looked back at the lively group and thought that this vibrant energy was exactly what the village needed: family, noise, and life. The door to Tsunade's office creaked open, revealing her standing with her arms crossed, a serious expression on her face as Shizune reviewed some scrolls. Both women looked up as the group entered, with Tsunade raising an eyebrow and commenting on the tremors in the ground caused by their antics. Naruto raised his hands, attempting to appear innocent. Tsunade had a half-smile that mixed sarcasm and affection as she remarked that she only drank for medicinal purposes. Shizune suppressed a laugh while finishing up a report. In any case, Hokusama, everyone is gathered as you requested, she informed. Tsunade nodded and turned her chair to lean against the desk. Her tone shifted to one of authority. Today, we will begin an A-rank mission. The objective is the Teni Bridge. With the information provided by Sasori, we know he will meet with a spy within Orochimaru's ranks. The faces of those present tensed at the mention of that name. Naruto frowned, realizing he had forgotten the meeting. Tsunade nodded slowly. Additionally, there have been recent movements in his experiments and a series of disappearances in the nearby villages. If Sasori's information is correct, we could uncover his next base. Shizune unrolled a scroll with the team members' names. The squad formation will be as follows: Kakashi Hatake as the tactical leader, Yamato for structural support, Sai for reconnaissance and assistance, and the four of you. She looked at Naruto, Hanabi, Mito, and Menma as the main force. Mito raised an eyebrow, surprised. Together, the four of us? Kakashi glanced over his book, humorously stating that if he survived that, he would demand a vacation. Menma crossed his arms, confident that it wouldn't be so bad, sensei. Kakashi sighed, recalling a previous incident involving summoned snakes in his garden. Hanabi struggled to contain her laughter, but Tsunade struck the desk with her fist, demanding silence. Before you all think this is a family outing, listen, This mission is not a training exercise. Whether Sasori has a spy or if it's a trap, we do not know, so proceed with caution. Naruto nodded seriously, understanding the gravity of the situation. Do not call me Oka-chan in front of the ninjas. It's Oka-sama, Tsunade grumbled, though a slight smile crept onto her face. She was glad to see him in good form. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, filling the room with the scent of perfume and gunpowder. I'm late, but not enough to miss the fun, announced Anko Mitarashi, her usual dangerous yet playful smile in place. Shizune sighed, knowing Anko would appear at the most chaotic moments. That's why I come, Anko replied, placing a hand on her hip. I heard there's a meeting with Orochimaru involved, and I'm not staying out of it. Tsunade regarded her for a moment before nodding. Perfect. Anko, you will go as a special liaison. You know his movement patterns better than anyone. Anko clicked her tongue, appreciating the trust placed in her. Then she turned to Naruto and winked. And you, kid, I hope you don't blow up the bridge this time. Naruto huffed, not promising anything. Mito chimed in, arms crossed, confident that with Hanabi there, he wouldn't be able to do anything foolish. Hanabi smiled calmly, vowing to try her best. Naruto shot her a sideways glance, noting that try didn't sound very encouraging. Menma laughed, suggesting he would need more than that, Nizan. Kakashi closed his book and sighed in resignation, knowing it would be a long day. Tsunade struck the desk once more. Alright, enough chatter. Your starting point will be at the eastern edge of the village. Yamato has already prepared the deployment route. You will reach the Teni Bridge before nightfall. Shizune unfurled one last scroll. Here are the exact coordinates. Naruto took the scroll and tucked it away. Tsunade looked at each of them with a mix of pride and concern. I trust you all. But remember, not all enemies use chakra. Some attack the mind, others the will. Stick together. Naruto smiled, a spark of determination in his eyes. Count on that, Oka-chan. I swear I will hit you for that one day, Tsunade grumbled, though she was smiling too. The group exited the office, their boots echoing in the wooden hallway. As they passed, Shizune murmured to Tsunade, noting that it seemed she was more concerned than she admitted. Tsunade exhaled slowly, gazing out the window. It's not concern, Shizune. She whispered. It's intuition. Something tells me that this meeting will change many things. The wind blew, shifting the scrolls on the desk. Outside, the sun began to dip toward the horizon. The mission to the Teni Bridge had just begun. The dawn slowly broke over the forest surrounding the borders of Konoha. The leaves glistened with dew, the air smelled of fresh earth, and the sound of a nearby river accompanied the rhythm of the group's footsteps as they advanced along the path. The mission to the Teni Bridge had begun. At the front walked Naruto and Hanabi, alert yet calm. Behind them, Mito crossed her arms, her brow slightly furrowed, while Menma, Sai, Yamato, and Kakashi maintained their formation in silence. Everything seemed peaceful until a voice rang out from the side of the forest, light and almost teasing. Naruto turned and smiled, surprised to see Suki and Sasuke descending from a high branch, their cloaks fluttering in the wind. Naruto expressed his disbelief, noting that he hadn't expected them. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, informed the group that Tsunade had notified them of the situation, emphasizing the need to unite against a potential spy from Orochimaru. Suki added playfully that she couldn't let her brother leave without saying goodbye. Naruto laughed and shook his head, insisting he wasn't a child. Suki responded with a smile, looking at him in a way that Hanabi immediately noticed. There was something different in Suki's gaze, an understated warmth, genuine respect, and a soft sparkle that Hanabi recognized well. She narrowed her eyes slightly, not out of jealousy but from awareness. Mito, however, noticed it in her own way. She remarked with a feigned sweetness that it was quite a coincidence for Suki to be free for this mission. Suki raised an eyebrow, suggesting it was destiny rather than coincidence. Mito scoffed, crossing her arms and insisting she hadn't started anything, merely pointing out that some people seemed overly eager to see her brother. Hanabi had to look away to hide her smile, while Suki maintained her calm demeanor, admitting she was indeed happy to see someone she admired. Naruto blushed slightly, caught off guard by her words. Kakashi, listening from behind, sighed without looking up from his book, noting that if they continued at this pace, the spy would grow bored waiting for them. Sai agreed with his usual smile, suggesting that if Mito decided to attack, the mission would end before it even began. Mito protested, claiming she wasn't that crazy, to which Naruto replied that was debatable. Laughter filled the air, easing the initial tension. For a while, only the sound of footsteps and birdsong could be heard among the trees. Further back, Anko and Kakashi walked side by side, speaking quietly. Anko asked Kakashi if he knew what day it was, to which he replied it was hard to forget, marking 3 years since they received the last report on Orochimaru. Anko clenched her teeth, expressing her frustration at the thought of that villain being involved again. Kakashi gently reminded her to think before acting. Anko shot him a frown, questioning if that was advice or a warning, to which he replied it was a mix of both. Anko softened her expression, acknowledging that sometimes she forgot there was someone behind the mask who understood. Meanwhile, Menma and Sasuke were engaged in their own conversation, the air between them charged with rivalry. Menma boasted about his improvements and newfound technique, feeling he was finally a step ahead of Sasuke. Sasuke, calm and collected, pointed out that he was being modest, noting that he had achieved something Menma had not, forcing Naruto to use 40% of his power. Menma stood still, surprised, while Sasuke continued walking without looking back, stating they could talk once Menma accomplished that. Menma clenched his fists, determined to prove him wrong. Up front, Naruto, Hanabi, Suki, and Mito continued along the leaf-covered path. Hanabi remarked seriously that the informant had been infiltrating for months. Naruto confirmed this, explaining that according to Tsunade, the informant had been close to Orochimaru, and if true, could help them stop him before he moved again. Suki pondered aloud that Orochimaru didn't easily trust anyone, suggesting that if he had a spy so close, something must have changed. Mito chimed in, speculating that someone might be trying to set a trap for them. Naruto remained calm, stating both possibilities were valid, but they wouldn't waste any chance to catch Orochimaru. As the wind gently blew, rustling the leaves, the group walked in silence for a moment. Mito, with her usual mix of pride and affection, broke the silence, asking Hanabi if she could hit the spy if they turned out to be strange. Hanabi raised an eyebrow, asking how strange. Mito described someone who laughed at nothing and spoke nonsensically, to which Hanabi agreed it would be acceptable. Naruto laughed, teasing Mito about her quick approval, to which she replied it was because her sister had decided to strike first and ask questions later. Suki smiled, noting they had something in common, prompting Mito to protest. Naruto shook his head, still laughing, suggesting they might scare the spy away before finding him. Further back, Kakashi watched the young ones converse and smiled beneath his mask, murmuring that it was what kept them strong. Anko glanced at him, asking what he meant. He explained it was the blend of family and chaos, something Orochimaru never understood. The forest gradually opened up before them, the air growing cooler, the branches denser, and the birdsong fading until only the sound of footsteps on the damp leaves remained. The Teni Bridge was not far away. As the group advanced, their conversations drifted into small fragments. Off to the side, Mito, Hanabi, and Suki walked together, though the tension between Mito and Hanabi was so palpable that even Sai, several meters behind, noticed it. Mito feigned innocence, asking Suki how it felt to admire her brothers so much. Suki raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Mito's intentions, and explained that she admired Naruto for his unique strength and ability to inspire others. Mito narrowed her eyes, skeptical of the term strength. Hanabi, walking between them, struggled to maintain her composure, unable to suppress a smile. Mito insisted that Suki stop bothering her about her brother, claiming she only wanted to know if Suki planned to get too close to him. Suki smiled mischievously, teasingly suggesting that she might. Mito looked horrified, her reaction drawing a chuckle from Hanabi, who was trying to contain her laughter. Mito protested that it wasn't funny, reminding Hanabi that she should be on her side since she was dating her brother. Hanabi calmly replied that she didn't need to be jealous of what she already had. Suki lowered her gaze, her smile softening into something almost melancholic as she reassured Mito that she didn't want to come between them. Mito, however, pressed on, questioning why Suki looked at him that way. Suki sighed but answered honestly, admitting that sometimes feelings were beyond control. Hanabi observed her in silence, pondering the depth of that response, realizing she understood more than she let on. A few meters ahead, Menma walked alongside Naruto, the two of them quiet until Menma furrowed his brow and asked if it was true that Naruto had used 40% of his power against Sasuke. Naruto raised an eyebrow, curious about the question. Menma expressed frustration, demanding to know why Naruto had fought Sasuke seriously but not him. Naruto explained that Sasuke had almost injured him with a powerful technique the last time they fought, which made Menma feel it was unfair. Menma clenched his fists, declaring that he had trained harder than ever and that his technique had improved. Naruto looked at him calmly, acknowledging his growth. Menma insisted that Naruto should fight him seriously so he could gauge his own progress. Naruto sighed, explaining that it wasn't about proving anything to him, as he already recognized how much Menma had developed. Menma looked down, still frowning, but deep down, he knew Naruto's words were sincere. Menma teased Naruto about his wise sayings, to which Naruto replied that someone had to keep him grounded. Menma chuckled, adding that he would use more than just clones next time. Naruto smiled, hoping for a good challenge. The group halted when Yamato raised his hand, announcing that they were almost there. The sound of the river grew louder, blending with the wind whistling through the trees. A thick fog began to blanket the area, obscuring their view beyond the path. Kakashi moved ahead, instructing everyone to stay alert and not to separate. They proceeded cautiously until the tree canopy opened up, revealing the bridge before them. It was long and ancient, with dark wooden planks and thick ropes covered in moss, suspended over a chasm where the river roared below. The fog enveloped it almost entirely, giving it a ghostly appearance. In the center of the bridge stood a hooded figure, motionless. The group came to a stop, tension thick in the air. Kakashi stepped forward, addressing the figure as the informant. The figure lifted its head slightly, obscured by the hood, but a gravelly voice responded that it depended on who was asking. Anko stepped forward, frowning and readying her kunai, warning the figure that if it was playing games, it wouldn't last long. Kakashi intervened, urging patience and suggesting they give the figure a moment. Naruto, Hanabi, and the others watched in silence as the wind picked up, stirring the figure's cloak. A metallic glint flashed briefly beneath the fabric. The hooded figure finally spoke, stating it had come to talk but could also offer a fight if that was what they wanted. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and Hanabi stepped forward, prepared for anything. Mito and Menma exchanged glances, ready to create clones at a moment's notice, while Suki observed intently, analyzing every movement. The silence was so thick that even a sigh could shatter it. Kakashi's voice cut through, commanding the figure to begin, to reveal its identity and what it knew about Orochimaru. The figure lifted its head fully, and a cold breeze swept across the bridge. As the fog parted slightly, a familiar shadow began to emerge from beneath the hood. Naruto frowned, his instincts screaming that this encounter was not going to unfold as they had hoped. The wind whispered ominously, pushing the mist over the old Tenchi Bridge. The wood creaked under the weight of the group's steps, and the river roared below, as if warning them of something they did not yet understand. The hooded figure remained there, motionless, with a face shrouded in shadows. Its hands were hidden within the cloak, and every movement seemed meticulously calculated. Kakashi was the first to break the silence, urging the figure to begin. The hooded figure tilted its head slightly, releasing a soft, melodic laugh that was unsettling in its calmness. It spoke with a deep, measured voice, filled with a confidence that chilled the air, indicating it was not one to reveal secrets easily. Anko, frowning, demanded to know what the figure knew about Orochimaru. The stranger's gaze seemed to linger on her, though its eyes remained hidden. It mused about Orochimaru, hinting at the curiosity surrounding him. That tone and that smile suggested an unsettling familiarity with each of them. Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine. While the others took defensive stances, he observed in silence, every fiber of his being screaming that something was amiss. It wasn't fear, it was instinct, the same instinct honed over years of fighting, losing, and surviving. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind, warning him of the figure's unclean chakra. Naruto nodded slightly, keeping his eyes locked on the hooded figure. The mist swirled around them, responding to an invisible will, and the air grew heavy with a dense energy that did not belong to the forest. Hanabi stepped closer to him, activating her Byakugan. He advised her not to let her guard down. The hooded figure slowly raised a hand, revealing only its fingers, and assured them it meant no harm. For now. Its smile widened, too serene and calculated to be human. Kakashi's frown deepened at the implication of "for now." The figure chuckled softly, claiming it only wanted to discuss business and certain experiments left behind by its former master. Anko clenched her fists, demanding clarity. The figure inclined its head, a crimson glint flashing beneath the hood, and expressed a desire to see how far the new generation of Konoha had come. Naruto stepped forward, the wind billowing his cloak. The foreboding feeling in his chest solidified into certainty. He did not know who this man was, but something primal within him screamed that this would not be a simple conversation. Kurama's voice was low, warning him that the figure was not there to share information but to measure them. Naruto clenched his fist slowly, narrowing his eyes as the hooded figure's smile widened in the mist. For a moment, the silence was so profound that even the river dared not roar. The mist thickened, as if the air itself feared witnessing what was about to unfold. The hooded figure lifted its face, allowing the hood to fall away in a smooth, almost theatrical motion. The sound was minimal, but the silence that followed weighed heavier than any scream. A pale face with a subtly twisted smile appeared before them, its cold, calculating eyes glimmering with curiosity and mockery. It spoke, its voice unmistakable, acknowledging the years that had passed and expressing delight that Orochimaru was not the only one who had evolved. Kakashi tensed immediately, while Anko took a step back, her pupils dilating in recognition. The name that escaped her lips was Venomous Kabuto Yakushi. The man bowed mockingly, surprised by the warm reception. He taunted her about her memories, which only fueled her anger. Naruto stepped forward, his black cloak with the moon symbol billowing in the wind. His chakra flared, causing the mist to retreat. He addressed Kabuto with a low, restrained tone, accusing him of causing his sensei suffering and staining innocent lives with blood. Kabuto responded calmly, acknowledging Naruto as the hero of Konoha and emphasizing how he had once been the forgotten Uzumaki. The atmosphere froze as Naruto's expression hardened, his eyes burning with fury and disdain. He declared that he no longer carried that name. Kabuto observed him with fascination, commenting on his renunciation of lineage and roots, calling it a human choice. Kurama growled within him, urging to be released, irritated by Kabuto's presence. Naruto resisted, determined not to let Kabuto provoke him. Kabuto's tone darkened as he suggested that Naruto's worth would only be proven when someone he loved was harmed, recalling a time he almost succeeded. Naruto's chakra erupted, an invisible roar echoing across the bridge as Hanabi reached out to him, concerned. He advanced another step, warning Kabuto not to mention that again, vowing he would not forgive any harm done to Hanabi. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, feigning relief at Naruto's anger, suggesting he had thought Naruto had become a saint. But before Naruto could act, two figures stepped in front of him, Menma and Mito, their expressions resolute. They urged him to let them handle the situation, asserting their readiness to fight. Naruto looked at them, torn between pride and concern. Hanabi placed a hand on his arm, encouraging him to allow them to prove their training had been worthwhile. Kabuto liked his lips with a dangerous smile, finding the new generation's challenge touching, knowing Orochimaru would have been pleased. Mito activated her sage mode, golden chains emerging behind her like dancing serpents. Menma joined his hands in a seal, surrounded by hundreds of clones waiting for the command. He prepared himself, a raisin shuriken spinning in his hand, roaring with contained fury. Mito added that this was not for Konoha, but for all those who had been destroyed. Kabuto smiled, adjusting his glasses with a sinister glint, challenging them to show if they could defeat the legacy of Orochimaru. The air exploded with pure chakra as both sides launched their attacks. Naruto observed in silence, the wind moving his cloak. He knew he shouldn't intervene, but the premonition lingered in his chest like an echo. Kurama whispered within him, sensing something was off. Naruto frowned, noticing the confident smile of the enemy and realizing that something in Kabuto's chakra was mutating. With that thought, the bridge filled with light, shouts, and the clash of power. The roar of chakra erupted over the Teni Bridge. Mito and Menma attacked in perfect synchronization, their movements reflecting the legacy of their lineage, power, technique, and courage. Menma, surrounded by clones, spun the Raisin Shuriken at a terrifying speed. Mito, enveloped in the golden glow of Sage Mode, wielded her Kongo Fusa with surgical precision. The chains sliced through the air, clashing together to form a radiant prison around Kabuto. The metallic sound resonated as they ensnared him. Kabuto barely had time to look around, the chains crackling with the indestructible chakra of an Uzumaki. He remarked on their impressive strength, feeling the pulse of their chakra even in his skin. Mito warned him not to underestimate the chains, asserting they could not be broken. Kabuto, with a narrowed gaze, replied that he didn't need to break them, he only needed to understand them. Suddenly, his body began to glow. Serpentine marks emerged from his skin, and a translucent snake slithered from his back, weaving between the links of the chains, searching for the point where Mito's chakra concentrated. The seal resonated, and in a fraction of a second, Kabuto altered the flow of chakra within the chains, causing them to vibrate violently. Mito opened her eyes, feeling her own chakra reversing. Kabuto stated that while her chains were strong, anything with chakra could be manipulated. With a swift motion, he released a wave of reverse energy. Although the chains did not break, the impact destabilized Mito's control. In that instant, Kabuto lunged at her like an arrow. Hanabi shouted for Mito to move back, but it was too late. Kabuto activated his chakra scalpel, the violet energy slicing through the air. The blow did not cut through the chains but struck the space she had opened by losing control. The impact was jarring, leaving her wounded and gasping in pain. Menma leaped toward her, but his brother's chakra erupted like a blue flame, distorting the air around him. Naruto felt it immediately. The chakra of the QB was surging uncontrollably. He shouted for Menma to stop, warning that if he lost control, everyone would be hurt. Menma did not hear him, his eyes shining with a fury that knew no restraint, vowing that Kabuto would pay. Anko was already by Mito's side, holding her firmly. She urged her to resist, applying a medical seal to the wound, insisting that she wouldn't let that scoundrel get away with it. Kakashi, observing the chaos, narrowed his Sharingan, sensing that things were not right. The chakra in the air was suffocating, dense, almost toxic, with the scent of ozone and blood lingering. The waves of chakra danced over the Teni Bridge, as if the world itself feared to breathe. Menma gasped, the reddish mantle of the QB slowly dissipating from his body. His blue eyes returned to him, weary but filled with contained rage. Mito, kneeling on Anko's lap, gritted her teeth as Anko sealed her wound with medical chakra. Anko murmured that she thought Mito was smarter than her brother. Mito forced a smile, apologizing for being overconfident. Anko told her not to apologize but to learn from it. Kakashi kept his Sharingan active, watching every shadow and movement of the enemy. Sai and Yamato were already forming a defensive perimeter. The tension was palpable until a soft, almost mocking laugh broke the silence. It was a voice that chilled the soul. From the mist emerged a pale figure, wrapped in a tattered gray cloak. His skin resembled wax, and his tongue flicked out between his lips like an impatient snake. It had been years, yet they still looked at him with fear. Orochimaru smiled with that venomous calmness, expressing nostalgia. Anko stood up abruptly, her eyes blazing with fury. She recognized him and unleashed her chakra, the cursed mark glowing on her neck. Kakashi moved immediately to stand in front of her, commanding her to calm down and not act recklessly. But Anko trembled with rage, memories and scars from her past flooding her mind. Naruto stepped in front of her, his voice deep and reassuring, reminding her that she was not alone. Behind them, Sasuke and Suki stepped forward, placing themselves between Orochimaru and the injured. The air around them vibrated, their Sharingan glowing like crimson flames. Sasuke spoke coldly, declaring that he would not allow Orochimaru to touch any of them again. Suki nodded, her gaze fixed on the enemy, though her breath betrayed a slight tremor as she faced a familiar shadow. Orochimaru observed them with fascination, commenting on the irony of the Uchiha protecting others. He smiled, reflecting on how none of his experiments had turned out as fascinating as they had. Menma attempted to rise, but his legs gave way. Mito wanted to move as well, but Enko held her firmly, warning her not to get up as it would reopen her wound. Mito frowned, concerned for her brothers, but Enko urged her to trust them, explaining that sometimes the best attack was to stay alive. The tension was thick enough to cut with a kunai. Orochimaru stepped forward, extending a pale, slender arm, remarking on the delightful reunion. He mentioned that he had come only to find an old informant. Naruto clenched his teeth, demanding to know what he was plotting. Orochimaru responded that he was only seeking a resurrection, his eyes gleaming with malice. His tongue flicked out, brushing against his lips, admitting that he hadn't expected such an enthusiastic audience. Sasuke took another step forward, electricity crackling in his hand, declaring that Orochimaru would die again. Just as the blue lightning roared between his fingers, something changed. A sharp, metallic sound cut through the air, and Orochimaru froze, his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he looked down. A metallic tube emerged from Orochimaru's chest, piercing through from his back. Dark, thick blood dripped onto the wooden planks of the bridge. He whispered in disbelief, confused by the situation. Behind him, a figure slowly rose from the mist, tall and motionless. The figure's face was obscured by a black hood adorned with red clouds. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. The chakra emanating from this being was anything but human. The cloaked figure lifted his gaze, revealing grayish-purple eyes marked by concentric rings, the Rinnegan. The air grew heavy, as if gravity itself was pressing down on them. The unknown figure spoke in a deep, emotionless voice, declaring that Orochimaru's sins had finally caught up with him. Orochimaru's body trembled as he attempted to transform into a serpent, but the tube glowed with a blue light. In an instant, his chakra disintegrated, and he fell to his knees, a bitter smile on his face. He began to speak but never finished, collapsing against the bridge, lifeless, as the wind carried away the last remnants of dawn. The cloaked figure lowered his hand, and silence enveloped the scene. With a calmness that sent shivers down their spines, he proclaimed that Akatsuki needed no ghosts of the past, only gods to shape the future. His Rinnegan eyes turned toward Naruto, Kakashi, and the others, and for a brief moment, they all understood that the true enemy had just revealed himself. The silence following Orochimaru's death felt surreal. The wind moved cautiously, as if afraid to disrupt the moment. All eyes were on the cloaked figure of Akatsuki, a being with eyes that seemed to absorb light itself. Naruto stared in silence, his instincts screaming that this chakra was not normal. It was ancient, something that did not belong to this world. Sasuke and Suki positioned themselves at the front, tense and ready, while Kakashi analyzed every gesture of the enemy, his Sharingan vibrating beneath his mask. Menma, though exhausted, stepped forward, but Naruto raised a hand to signal him to stay back, his tone firm enough to silence any objections. The cloaked figure regarded them all without moving, his Rinnegan eyes spinning slowly with inhuman precision. Then he spoke again, his voice resonating like a metallic echo, warning that the balance of this world was about to shatter. Orochimaru had been merely an echo, and they were the chosen ones who would plunge it into the abyss. Silence enveloped them once more. Enko held Mito, who remained weak from her injury, while Hanabi cautiously approached Naruto, sensing that something terrible was about to unfold. The atmosphere shifted. The clouds above the bridge turned dark and dense, as if the sky itself was breathing in fear. A metallic sound began to fill the air, first faint, then deafening. Clink, clink, clink. Thousands of shurikens began to materialize around the cloaked figure, floating in the air like a brilliant swarm. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm, urging everyone to retreat, but it was too late. With a simple motion of his hand, the cloaked figure whispered a jutsu that summoned a rain of steel. The sky fell. A storm of shurikens descended with overwhelming force, covering the bridge and the surrounding forest in a whirlwind of flashing blades. Mito closed her eyes, and Menma desperately embraced his sister. Kakashi and Anko extended their arms, attempting to shield them with chakra, but the attack was too powerful. Amidst the chaos, a serene voice rose above the din. Naruto unsheathed his katana with a clean motion, the blue blade glinting under the metallic rain. His breath expanded like a calm ocean. The first shuriken struck and halted. The second followed suit. In an instant, the sea of steel hung suspended around them, motionless, as if time itself had frozen. Naruto stood at the center, eyes closed, his body in a fluid, perfect stance. The sound of the wind ceased, leaving only the rhythm of his breathing. Sweat trickled down his neck as each movement of his katana aligned with the beat of his heart. The water and steel danced around him, obedient to his will. Hanabi watched in awe, a mixture of pride and fear swelling in her chest. Mito, witnessing her brother's prowess, could not help but smile weakly, recognizing him as their brother. Naruto exhaled slowly, the water dissipating. With a soft sound, like rain ceasing, all the shurikens fell to the ground, inert. The bridge was covered by a metallic carpet, and no one spoke. Then the cloaked figure lifted his gaze once more, his voice echoing among the metal remnants, praising Naruto for his impressive display. Naruto clenched his teeth, demanding to know who he truly was. The cloaked figure did not answer. Instead, he took a step back, the air rippling around him as if reality itself trembled. He promised that they would meet again when the sky wept blood, and they would know his name. A purple glow enveloped his body, and before the astonished eyes of the group, he vanished, leaving only the scent of ozone and iron in the air. Silence returned, broken only by Naruto's weary sigh as he slowly sheathed his katana. Kakashi approached, analyzing the remnants of chakra lingering in the atmosphere, noting that whatever that being was, they were not yet prepared to face him. Hanabi looked at Naruto, who kept his gaze fixed on the sky. He acknowledged her concern without turning, his voice calm yet laden with determination. He knew they had to be ready for the next encounter. The path back to Konoha lay silent beneath a gray sky. The branches of the trees rustled gently, and the air still held the metallic scent of the recent battle. No one spoke, they all carried the weight of what they had witnessed. The group moved steadily, Naruto and Hanabi at the front, Menma carrying a still-pained Mito on his back, while Anko, Kakashi, Sai, Sasuke, and Suki formed the rear. For moments, only the whisper of the wind accompanied their thoughts. Sasuke broke the silence, walking up to Naruto. He noted the seriousness in Naruto's demeanor more than usual. He wondered why, as the figure they had faced did not seem to intimidate him. Naruto did not respond immediately, his steps steady, the sound of his katana brushing against his hip with each movement. Hanabi glanced at him, sensing the tension in his jaw. Finally, Naruto exhaled slowly and shared his thoughts. It wasn't fear he felt, it was certainty. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, questioning this certainty. Naruto turned his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He expressed his belief that if that individual had wanted to kill them, none of them would have survived. The silence grew heavy. Menma, who was behind them, listened with wide eyes, surprised by Naruto's admission of uncertainty regarding his own strength against that foe. Naruto's words hung in the air, a stark realization. Even Kakashi looked up, taken aback. It was the first time they had heard Naruto admit something like this. Hanabi understood, recognizing it was not resignation but a warning. She suggested that they train harder, breaking the tension. Naruto glanced at her, a small smile appearing on his face, affirming her sentiment that he would not let the path be easy for them. Sasuke chuckled lightly, agreeing that he could not fall behind. Suki, who had been quiet throughout the journey, smiled at Sasuke, teasing him that he never did. The group shared a light laugh, the small exchange lifting the heavy atmosphere. The sun began to peek through the clouds as the walls of Konoha came into view. The main gate of the village opened slowly before them, and the guards greeted them respectfully, recognizing the complete formation of the squad. As they crossed through, familiar faces and the comforting sounds of the village enveloped them. The aroma of ramen, the sound of carpenters at work, the vibrant life of the village that never ceased. Hanabi sighed in relief, missing the familiar noise. Naruto smiled softly, feeling at home. The scene shifted as they climbed the steps to the Hokage Tower. The office door opened, revealing Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, Mikoto, Aurora, and Natsumi waiting for them. The two girls rushed toward their father as soon as they saw him, calling out to him in unison and leaping into his arms. Naruto caught them midair, laughing for the first time in days, asking how his two little storms were doing. Natsumi puffed her cheeks, claiming they had behaved, almost. Aurora, more composed, mentioned that their grandmother had helped them with their studies. Tsunade, watching them with a smile, crossed her arms and added that she had won 3 consecutive card games against them. Naruto laughed, believing that part. However, Kushina's gaze remained fixed on her son, her expression a mix of relief and distance, filled with contained affection. Minato placed a hand on her shoulder, sensing her tension. Mikoto approached Suki and Sasuke gently, expressing her happiness to see them safe. Suki smiled shyly, acknowledging the mission's difficulty but noting how well Naruto had protected them. Hanabi, who had lingered behind, playfully chimed in, affirming that it was always the case. Tsunade cleared her throat, redirecting their focus. She stated that there would be time for jokes later and requested a complete report. Naruto set his daughters down beside Mikoto, his expression turning serious once more. He stepped forward, delivering the grave news that the spy was Kabuto, and Orochimaru had been killed by a member of Akatsuki. A chilling silence fell over the office. Tsunade tensed, her eyes narrowing as she asked who had done it. Naruto met her gaze directly, revealing that it was a man with Rinnegan eyes. The air seemed to vanish for a moment. Kakashi straightened, surprised. Minato clenched his fists, and Kushina covered her mouth, processing the weight of Naruto's revelation. Tsunade stepped forward, her voice grave and controlled, asking if he was sure of what he had seen. Naruto affirmed his certainty, stating that if he had not intervened, none of them would be there. Tsunade closed her eyes for a second, processing the information before speaking in a tone that conveyed her authority as Hokage. She declared that this changed everything. Akatsuki was no longer just a threat but a warning of war. The silence weighed heavily on everyone. Aurora and Natsumi, not fully understanding, exchanged worried glances while clinging to their father's pants. Naruto gently patted their heads, reassuring them that as long as he was there, nothing would harm them. Tsunade regarded him with a mix of pride and concern, reminding him that the future of the village depended on him. Naruto smiled wryly, that familiar spark in his eyes, promising that he would not fail them. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office remained tense as everyone processed Naruto's words when a firm knock echoed through the room. Tsunade looked up, recognizing that knock. She instructed the person to enter, her voice slightly wavering. The door opened slowly, allowing the scent of sake and old parchment to waft in. A tall figure with white hair entered without permission, wearing a serious expression that no one had seen in a long time. Jiraiya remarked that he seemed to have arrived just in time, offering a smile that did not reach his eyes. Naruto turned in surprise, calling out to him, though the excitement faded quickly upon seeing Jiraiya's expression. Jiraiya scanned the room, taking in Minato, Kushina, Mikoto, Tsunade, Kakashi, Enko, and Naruto's siblings before finally locking eyes with Naruto. He gravely noted that he had heard they had encountered a member of Akatsuki. Stepping forward, his gaze held a suspicion that only Tsunade seemed to understand. He quietly asked Naruto if the man had orange hair. The silence was palpable, even the girls stilled. Naruto met Jiraiya's gaze, trying to discern the intent behind the question. Finally, he responded calmly, confirming that the man had orange hair and concentric eyes. His words landed heavily in the room. Jiraiya clenched his fists, the air thickening as a shadow crossed his face. Tsunade immediately noticed the change and asked if he knew the man. Jiraiya hesitated before speaking, his voice grave, revealing a tone that indicated something from the past was haunting him. He admitted he was not sure. But if it is who I think it is. He lifted his gaze, looking directly at Naruto. Then his name is Pain. The name fell like a stone in the center of the room. Minato frowned. Kakashi murmured Pain. Kushina placed a hand on her chest, recognizing the echo of that word from old classified missions. Mikoto lowered her gaze, understanding that this was not an ordinary enemy. Naruto, however, did not take his eyes off the old sage's face. Pain? Who is he? Jiraiya observed him for a long time, and for the first time in years, his voice sounded weary. Someone I trained myself. The impact was immediate. Tsunade's eyes widened. Minato tensed. Hanabi covered her mouth in astonishment, while Menma and Mito exchanged confused glances. Naruto stepped forward, frowning. You trained that guy? Yes, Jiraiya admitted, fixing his gaze on him. Many years ago, during the war. A child with eyes that I believed could save the world. His voice trailed off for a moment before he added sadly, it seems I was mistaken. No one spoke. Only the wind slipped through the window, rustling the papers on Tsunade's desk. Finally, Tsunade broke the silence. Jiraiya, I want a full report. And you know. She looked at him gravely. Rest. I will need you soon. Naruto nodded slowly. But his gaze remained fixed on Jiraiya, trying to understand what was left unsaid. The old sage, however, turned toward the window and murmured almost to himself, Pain. But why do you follow this path? Minato took Kushina's hand, Mikoto led the girls away, and Hanabi guided Mito and Menma out of the office. Only Naruto, Jiraiya, and Tsunade remained. Naruto took another step, his voice firm but with a hint of concern. Old man, if that guy is so dangerous, what do you plan to do? Jiraiya looked him in the eyes. Investigate. But I don't want you to get involved just yet. He smiled with a touch of melancholy. Let the old master handle it this time. Naruto clenched his fists. I can't promise you that. Jiraiya let out a small laugh, the kind that always preceded advice disguised as a joke. Stubborn brat. Just like your mother. Tsunade sighed heavily, looking at both of them with a mix of resignation and pride. If you both are going to disobey me, at least do it carefully. Naruto smiled faintly. Jiraiya nodded. And as the door closed behind the blonde, the sage looked out the window toward the horizon, murmuring in a low, pained voice, Pain. The day I see you again, I will know if there is still something left of the student I once called my hope. Silence filled the office again after everyone left. Only Tsunade remained, leaning against the desk with a long sigh, and Naruto, still standing, gazing out the window at the village illuminated by the sunset. The golden glow of the sun painted the Hokage's face with a weary yet determined air. The Hokage watched him for a moment before speaking. Naruto. Her voice was soft, as when she addressed him not as a leader, but as the woman who had raised him almost like a son. What's on your mind? Since you mentioned that Akatsuki, you've been too quiet. Naruto did not respond immediately. His eyes remained fixed on the village, on the houses, on the people laughing, unaware of what was coming. Finally he murmured, Oka-san. His tone was low, restrained, but there was a tremor in his words. I'm not sure I can win. Tsunade looked at him with narrowed eyes, surprised. What do you mean? The same one who faced Orochimaru and two Kages, who has saved this village so many times. Naruto barely turned his face, a bitter smile forming. This time is different. His voice grew more serious, denser. That guy wasn't fighting for power or revenge. When I saw him, I felt something I hadn't felt before. His chakra. His presence. It was as if all the hatred in the world was concentrated in one person. He clenched his fist tightly. And if it's true that Ero-sennin trained him, then he's not just strong. He has conviction. Tsunade slowly stood up and approached, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. And what will you do if you have to face him? Naruto lifted his gaze. His blue eyes, once filled with fire, now shone with a mix of doubt and determination. I will fight. With all my strength. He smiled with a hint of sadness. But, for the first time, I'm not sure I can win. Tsunade looked at him for a long time in silence. Then she sighed and squeezed his shoulder. Listen to me well, Naruto Uzumaki. Her voice was grave, powerful, the voice of the fifth Hokage. Winning or losing does not define who you are. What makes you different is that even when you are afraid, you keep moving forward. She smiled at him, though her eyes glistened slightly. That is what makes you a true shinobi of Konoha. Naruto looked at her with warmth in his eyes and lowered his head slightly. Oka-san. Thank you. She let out a small laugh and crossed her arms. Please don't make me sentimental. I still have to maintain my reputation. Naruto smiled a bit more relaxed. Then don't ruin it yet, Tokatsama. They shared a brief laugh. But when Tsunade glanced toward the window, her smile slowly faded. In the distance, a figure walked toward the enormous gates of the village, silhouetted by the twilight. The wind gently tousled his white hair. It was Jiraiya. The legendary sage moved forward with a steady pace, carrying only a small scroll on his back and a serene smile on his face. He did not look back. It was unnecessary. From the tower, Tsunade followed him with her gaze, her heart tightening. Naruto, beside her, remained silent, unsure why he felt a strange pang in his chest. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky red. And as Jiraiya the sage crossed the gates of Konoha, a melancholic breeze swept through the village. Destiny had already begun to move. And somewhere far away, the echo of a forbidden name resonated in the shadows, Pain. This arc focuses on the journey of the characters as they face various challenges and grow through their experiences. The stakes are high, and the tension builds as they confront formidable foes. Each character must tap into their inner strength and work together to overcome obstacles that test their resolve and friendships. As they navigate through intense battles, the atmosphere is charged with determination. The characters display their skills and strategies, showcasing their growth and the bonds they have forged along the way. The thrill of action is palpable, with each encounter pushing them to their limits, yet they remain steadfast in their mission. Throughout their adventure, moments of introspection and camaraderie shine through, reminding them of what they are fighting for. The journey is not just about defeating enemies but also about understanding themselves and each other. With each challenge, they emerge stronger and more united, ready to face whatever lies ahead.